do. Don't they sum across all the rows? And exactly they do. When you normally use sum and count and average, max and min, you are basically summing across multiple rows. However, and this is the important part, window functions allow you to do calculations across sets of rows without causing the rows to become grouped into a single output row. That's pretty important. So when you do a sum in SQL, doesn't matter how many rows are, you get one row back, right? You do an average, you get one row back. Window functions allow you to use these aggregates, but to get more than one, to still get 1,000 rows back, but you can use the average on all of the rows or some of the rows. And that's why our window functions are interesting. And again, I'll show you specific examples of that. Again, down here at the bottom, we have a URL in there in blue. Anything you see in blue at the bottom is clickable. So if you download the slides, you can click on it and it'll bring up that in your browser, okay? Keep in mind, a lot of this text has big queries in it. So what I've done is I've taken the important parts of the queries and I made them red, like you see the red in this picture very quickly. You should be, when you're looking at the query, make sure you look at the red part first, because that's the part we want to focus on. Okay, so here is a generic query. This is not a window function, but I'm just introducing a function called generate series that generates the numbers from 1 to 10. And we'll be using this in our later examples. This is not an SQL standard function. It's a function that effectively is Postgres specific. The other important thing here is that at the bottom, I have the SQL that goes with this presentation. So if you want to run the queries you see in this presentation, you click on that blue text. It will download a file. You can then run that in PSQL, and you can see the entire presentation just fly by on your screen. Okay, so that's a great, if you want to play with stuff, that's a great place to start. Okay, this is our first window function. And the reason it's a window function is it has the word over. That over word you may not have seen before because it's specific to window functions. Okay. And what did I tell you window functions do? I told you that window functions allow you to calculate a value across rows, but still maintain the distinctness of each row. All right. So what we have here is the numbers from 1 to 10 in this column. And what we have in this column is the sum of these 10 numbers. The sum of the numbers from 1 to 10 is 55. Okay. What have I done here? I have effectively, on every row, represented the total of all the rows. So if I did without the over, I would have gotten one row back, 55. By using over and parentheses, I'm getting that sum on every single row. I've not lost the distinctness of the rows, yet I'm able to calculate values across the rows. Here's another example, a count and a sum, both window functions. First column, 1 to 10, very easy. Second column, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Why is that? It's count over parenthesis. Okay. Sum, 55, the last column. That's exactly what we saw in the previous query. Here's a syntax that we haven't shown you before. It's called an alias, a window alias. In this case, I'm using the window clause to create an alias called W, which really represents parenthesis, parenthesis. I know it's kind of silly, but we'll be using this more later. So instead of saying count over parenthesis, parenthesis, I can count over W, sum over W. Same thing. Okay, so I've used these parentheses, open and close parentheses. What does it actually mean? Well, technically, when you use parentheses like that, You're saying use the default. And what actually is the default? The default is this red text. Range between unbounded preceding and current row. That is a minefield of text, I'll tell you right now, because it's not really clear what range is. Unbounded preceding and current row doesn't even represent what we think it means in English to me. So I'm going to explain why it was done this way, but be aware that some of the terminology that they use in the SQL standard is kind of awkward. It's kind of hard to digest sometimes. Okay, so just kind of put that in the back of your head. Okay, Michael, we've finished the first one. Do you have any questions? I didn't see any. Did you see any?
No questions yet, unless anyone has some. Feel free to add them to either the shared notes or the chat, and we'll be sure to get to them.
Great. So let's get into the syntax in detail. Okay. This is the SQL syntax. So this is the syntax that the SQL standard defines, that Postgres supports. And it has some terms in it. Here you see the word range and the word rows, and then you got this frame thing. I don't expect you to understand this right now. I didn't understand it, and I studied it for a while. It took me a long time to understand this. Okay, but when you go back to it, you look at this, it'll make sense. You're basically saying you have a bunch of clauses you can put in here: partition by, order by, and then range of rows, and then this frame clause with a start or start and end. And then these are the values of the frame clauses. So we're going to get into detail exactly what those mean. So here is the default. Range between unbounded preceding and current row. Okay. Now, you remember from the previous slide, there was a partition clause. The default does not use a partition clause. The default, the previous slide had an order by. This does not have an order by. Okay, there's no order by there. And because we have no order by, and this is a weird effect of the syntax, all the rows are what we call peers of the current row. And I'll explain what that means in a minute. And the other interesting point is that range is the default, not rows. And I'll explain why that also is important. Okay. But generally that is the default. So here's the first slide I think you need to really kind of dive into. When it says current row in the standard, or we type it, I think current row as a person who doesn't deal with SQL means the row I'm sitting on. Obvious, I would think that's what it meant. But current row can have 3 different meanings, depending on what other things you do during the query. Okay, so the current row can mean the literal current row, which is what we think it should mean in English. It can mean the first or last row with the same order by value. Now, we haven't really talked about order by, but order by controls how values that are equal are compared. And it can also mean the first or last row of a partition. And by default, that's what it means. So when we say to current row, we mean the whole partition. And this is, some people have tried to explain to me why this syntax was designed this way. But if you don't really dig into it, you're going to have trouble really understanding it. So current row. When does the current row mean the literal current row? Well, as I said before, we can use rows mode. If we use rows mode, then current row literally means the current row. Keep in mind, rows mode is not the default. Range mode is the default. Okay, so by default, rows mode doesn't mean the current row doesn't mean the current row. You can make it mean the current row, but you have to add syntax to do that. When does it mean the first or last row with the same order by? That's if you use range with an order by clause. And we'll show you examples of that. And finally, when does it mean the first or last row of the partition? That's range mode if you don't use an order by. Again, I don't expect you to digest this right away, show you a lot of examples, but you kind of have to have it in your head, so when you see it, you're like, ah, that's why it's doing that. Here's another little description of how you would look at a certain row. So let's suppose I'm sitting on this row right here, okay? If I say that's the literal current row, okay, or current row in rows mode, if I want to look at all of the threes together, I have used an order by in range mode. So that's how you look at, if I want to process all of the equal rows, I would use that. If I want to look at all the rows from the current row literal to the beginning, I would say rows unbounded preceding. I'd go into rows mode, I'd say unbounded preceding. If I want to include the equal value in the same order by, I add an order by to it. And if I want the whole partition, I just say partition, okay? And again, this will make sense as we go forward. Here's the query that you would use, the syntax for each of those 5 different ways of specifying how big you want your frame to be. This is all frame syntax. So the SQL standard is giving you a way to specify a frame that's one row, that's all the rows from the current one earlier, that's all the ones from current rows later. You can do all sorts of things with this, and I'll show you examples. Okay, Michael, any questions?
Just checking on the YouTube stream. No, it looks like everyone, no questions yet.
Great, okay. Let's get into Windows syntax and using them with generic aggregates. So we're back to our original query, okay, where we have, count, sum, range between unbounded preceding current row. This is the standard default syntax. We just did paren, paren. We saw this exact query before. But what we're going to do is we're going to change it now. So what I did is I changed between range between in red, right? And all I did was I changed the word range to the word rows. See that? Range, rows, right? And what happened? Now, this is where we take what we heard about before and we kind of compress it down to an actual query. Okay. So I mentioned that when you are in rows mode, current row literally means the current row. Rows mode is not the default. Range mode is the default. But if I literally specify rows mode, current row is literally the current row. So when I say rows between unbounded preceding current row, I'm literally saying from the beginning of the frame to the literal current row. And if you take a look at the output, that is exactly what we have. The second column is literally doing a count from the beginning to the current row. The last column, which is the most interesting, okay, is summing the rows from the beginning to the current row and putting that value on the current row. This is the first time we actually did something interesting with window functions, I think. Okay, because 1 is 1, 3 is 2 plus 1, 6 is 3 plus 2 plus 1, 10 is 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1, 15 is 5 plus 4 plus 3, 21, and 55 we know is 10 plus 9 all the way to 1. Okay, so this is a pretty fundamental query here, where we're actually changing between range mode and rows mode, and we're actually doing some interesting calculation. Okay. Now, because current row is the default, I could just say rows unbounded preceding, because it will default to and current row because I'm in rows mode. Okay, so you see I've basically gotten rid of the word between and the word and the current row, and I just say rows unbounded preceding, same output. Okay, so I'm using some of the defaults but not others. Here's a more interesting example. I'm literally just processing the current row. Probably not very useful, okay, but it's illustrative. So what's the count of the row with itself? It's always 1, right? So it's 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 because I'm only counting in one row. And the sum now becomes just the value. It's just the row value because I'm only summing one row. All right. Now, again, this is very trivial. When we get to section 5, I'm going to show you a whole lot of examples that do some really interesting analytics with this. But for now, we're just kind of showing you what it does. Now, I can also say for this query, I can get rid of the and current row and just say rows current row. And again, I see the same output as I'm using the defaults. Now, let's flip it over. Instead of going from the beginning to the current row, we're going to go from the current row to the end. So instead of saying unbounded preceding and current row, we're going to say current row and unbounded following. See how I flipped it over? So instead of unbounded preceding and current row, it's current row and unbounded following. And you'll notice that's exactly what we get for output. This row, this value is counting all the rows from its row to the bottom. This is summing its value to the bottom. It's summing its value to the bottom. Its value to the bottom. And we get to the bottom, 10 is 10. 19, 9 plus 10. 27, 8 plus 9 plus 10. Okay? I can also go preceding and give a number. So what I'm doing here is I'm saying, give me the count with the row before it. Just the row before it. Not all the way beginning, not all the end. One row before. Okay? Now, this one's kind of interesting because normally when you do a count star would ignore nulls. So you would think if there was a missing row in the beginning, it would say 2, but it doesn't. It knows there's only one row, so it doesn't try and create a null row. It's just like there's only one row before it. That's 1. But the next row knows there's 1 before, so this is 3, 2 plus 1, 5, 3 plus 2, 7, 4 plus 3, 19, 9 plus 10. And you can see if you look at the counts, the first row only sees 1 because it only sees itself. Every other row sees the row before it. Okay, I can do one following. So instead of one preceding, I go one following. Here I'm saying current row and the row after it, and there is a current row after it all the way till you get to 10. 10 doesn't have one after it. Okay. 3 is 3, 2 plus 1. 5 is 3, 2 plus 3, again, all the way down. Okay. I can say 3 preceding. So now I'm going to count up to 3 rows behind. Notice only at row 4 do I have 3 rows before me. But the previous rows are going to try and get as many rows as they can and calculate it. Okay. So the point here is that if you have a missing row, it just isn't counted. What if I do order by? All I did, instead of putting paren, which used to give me, remember, 55 for a sum, okay, and 10 for a count, all I did was to put an order by in the parentheses. Now, if you remember from section 2, I mentioned there's 3 meanings of current row. One of them is a literal current row. One of them is peers, which are equal by order by, and one of them is the end of the frame. Okay. As soon as I added the order by, all of a sudden, I'm now getting the current row, the range mode, and with an order by is now assuming the current row is all of the rows with the same order by value. And because these are all unique, each row just counts itself. It doesn't go all the way to the end. Remember before, when we did paren, it did from beginning to end. Now it's going to be beginning to the current row. If I had duplicates, and I'll show you some later, it would count the duplicates, duplicate order bys. But right now it doesn't. So all it's doing is it's just calculating completely different type of value just by adding the order by. Okay, and that's exactly what the text at the bottom says. Current row peers are rows with equal values for an order by column, or all partition rows if the order by is not specified. Okay. And order by is really order by range between, I'm spelling it out, unbounded proceeding to current row. Current row, because we have an order by, means literally the current row and all of the rows with the same order by values. If I can shorten this, again, use some defaults, just say order by X, range, current row. And I get a row, which is now going just to current row to current row itself, right? So it's just itself. It doesn't go any farther because it's and current row, but so it's current row to current row. It doesn't go anywhere. Let's create a table with some duplicates. So I'm using generate series again, but now I got some duplicates: 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, and 5, 5. Okay. So let's do this. First, we do paren. Now, as I said before, when you do paren, you're getting the defaults. So now, instead of putting 55, which was the total 1 to 10, it gives me 30, because 30 is the sum of all those numbers in the table. Okay, and 10 is saying it's doing all the rows, which is not surprising. Now we're going to use a range with duplicates. Remember, I said when you use an order by, and you now current row means current row and all its peers. And what is a peer? It's a value that has the same order by value. Okay, so what does that actually mean? Well, take a look. The first row thinks it's looking at 2 rows. Why is that? Right? The second set of rows think they're looking at 4 and 6 and 8 and 10. Why is that? It's because we remember the default is order by, range, unbounded proceeding to current row. And because we have an order by, the order current row means the current row and all equal order by values. So this row is from the beginning to this second row. This second row is from the beginning to this second row. This third row is from the beginning to the fourth row. The fourth row is from the beginning to the fourth row. The fifth row is from the beginning to the sixth row. The sixth row is beginning to the sixth row. Do you see what I'm saying? It's treating the equal values as part of the same current row, and that's why you're getting that. Because when I spell it out, it's really order by, range between unbounded proceeding and current row. Because I have an order by and I'm in range mode, the current row equals all of the rows that have equal order by values. Watch what happens if I change range mode to rows mode. All right? Completely different. Now I'm back to my count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Why is that? Because I used rows mode, current row literally means the current row. Okay? And 1 is 1 plus 1. 1 plus 1 is 2. 1 plus 1 plus 2 is 4. 1 plus 1 plus 2 plus 2 is 6, and so forth all the way down. And that's why I've colored them differently, because literally they're different values, because that ending point now is literally the current row because I went into rows mode. Here's another very similar example. Here I'm saying order by range, current row to current row. So I've not unbounded proceeding. I'm now just current row to current row. So I literally have 2 rows for every row. This row sees its 2. These 2 rows see each other. These 2 rows see each other, and so forth. And that's exactly what the counts reflect as well. If I say order by, but I use a rows clause, I've not in range mode anymore. Okay, I get exactly what you think. When I'm in rows mode, current row means current row. The default is current row and between current row and current row. So effectively, it's just every row sees itself only. Partitions. We haven't talked about partitions yet. I mentioned there's some partition syntax. We're going to look at that now. What partitions allow you to do is to take the result set and break it up into partitions. Okay, so what effectively happens, you've got a big result set, you break it up into partitions, and each partition can define its own frames, basically. And I'll show you some examples later, practical examples of when you use partitioning. But I'm just saying partition by X, so each value is its own partition. So this is one partition. These first two rows are one partition. These second two rows are one partition. These third two rows are one partition. Yeah, I know it's kind of odd, but it works. This is a better example. What I've actually done is I've partitioned my result set to be values less than 3 and values greater than or equal to 3. So as you can see right now, all of the red rows are in the first partition. All of the blue rows are in the second partition. And effectively, because we have not specified a range clause or a frame clause, we just see 4 rows in this frame, 6 rows in this frame, and it just does that. Remember we did 55 because it just saw the whole frame, the whole partition. That's exactly what it's doing. 6 because all these values equal 6, and we're doing 24 because all those values equal 24. Okay, so very kind of clear, just breaking them apart like that. And then each frame doesn't, you can't have a frame that moves into a different partition. The partitions are kind of broken by the frames. I can add an order by in here. Now, as soon as I add an order by, what does an order by do? It means that current row means all of the current row, and it's order by equal peers. So now this row sees 2, these 2 rows see 4, and you can see the break right here. Same thing here. 2 6s, 2 14s, and 2 24s. And if I was to spell this out loud with defaults, it's partition by X greater than 3, order by X, range between unbounded preceding and current row. I could change any of those clauses I want, but that's the default that I was using. If I switch to rows mode, what happens in rows mode? In rows mode, current row literally means the current row. Therefore, I'm now doing an order by rows between unbounded preceding and the literal current row. And as you can see, this counts from beginning to itself. 1 is 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 4, 6 is the sum of these. And the counter starts over again here. See, this sees 1 row. Can't see this partition, 1 row, 2 rows, 3 rows, 6 rows, 3, 6, 6 plus 4 is 10, plus 4 is 14, plus 5 is 19, plus 5 is 24. That's any questions, Michael?
So far, no questions. We've got several people saying hi. Just a reminder to people that if you're joining us through the FOSSASIA website, you can use the public chat and drop any questions you have as it comes into your mind. If you're joining us on YouTube, you can also use the live chat there next to the stream, and we'll do our best to get to them in these small inter-segment breaks we're taking. So keep asking questions if anything comes to your mind, and other than that, back to you, Bruce.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate having you here. So the interesting part is we are at the halfway point. Okay. I know you're probably like, wow, we're at the halfway. Yeah, but if you take a look at the counter at the bottom, we're on slide 44 of 85. So what's really nice is that a lot of the introductory stuff is just required, but it's not very interesting. What happens from here forward gets much more interesting and much more applicable to how you would use these. But without that fundamentals, you're going to get completely lost, because I got completely lost. I started this talk probably 6 years ago, and I got so confused I just gave up. I stopped. And then, like, I guess 2 or 3 years later, I said, I'm going to try again. And I finally cracked it. But it was very hard. I have improved the Postgres docs to try and clarify it, but still, to me, the wording and the way you control it is just awkward. And hopefully this clears that up. Also, between this talk and the next one, we will have like a 5-10 minute break where you'll get a chance to try some of these things, because you might want to try playing with this at the end of this before we do the next common table expression talk. Okay, so in this section number 4, we're going to talk about non-generic window functions. So up until now, all the window functions we've used are classic aggregate functions: sum, count, min, max, whatever. We're now going to go and look at window function specific window functions. Okay, these are only available in window functions. They don't make any sense outside of the window function syntax as far as I know. So the first one is called row number. And what row number does is effectively give you the number in your partition. Okay. And again, I have a URL there at the bottom of the Postgres docs. I tried to clarify kind of what it means to have that. Okay. Let me do this. Hold on. There we go. Second function is called lag. Okay. Lag gives me the value, the value of the row before mine. So it's not the current row, it's the value on the row before my row. I'm interested. And I'll show you some examples of why you might want to use that. Particularly look at this example right here. Notice the first row doesn't have one before it. So it has to take on a null value. Okay, but all the other ones have it. And effectively what I've done is shifted down all the rows, right? Because this one is really this one. And this one is this one, and this 5 is this 5, and this 4 is this 4, and so forth. Okay. I can go back 2 if I want. So I did lag 1 before. Now I'm doing lag 2. And I go back 2 rows. And you can see the first 2 rows don't have a lag 2. The third row does. So the third row where it starts processing. Okay. Here's an interesting one where I did a lag 2 and a lead 2. All right. Because up until now we've been using lag. Lead lets me go forward. So this column is lag 2 before. This one is lead 2 before. So it shifts forward, going forward. Okay. And you can specify the default. In this case, I used null, but you could specify default value for the lag and lead. First value and last value. These are the first and last values of the window frame. Now, I know this is a little confusing. It's not the last value of the partition. The partition is typically the whole set, or if I've used a partition clause, it's that blue area. Remember the red area? I broke it up into pieces. But this is not the last value of the partition. It's the last value of the window frame. So it is affected by my window specification, right? So it's really saying first value is unbounded preceding by default here, and last value is the effectively the last value of my window function, which is the current row. Okay, so here's the last value is 1. Here's the value is 2, and so forth. It's kind of useful. If I do the same first value, last value, but I specify the frame as being unbounded preceding and unbounded following, look what happened. My first value is always 1. My last value is always 5. Why is that? Because for every row, its end of frame is unbounded following, which means the whole partition. Right? In the previous slide, I used the defaults, but here I'm using frame that's unbounded on both things. So I get 1 and 5. I can ask for the nth value in the frame. So the third value and the 7th value I'm using here. So here, there is no third value until I get here. Here's no third value until 7th value I get there. Those will operate in frames. And that's really unbounded preceding and current rows, which works fine. If I do the same thing, but I open my frame and I make my frame unbounded preceding and unbounded following, all of a sudden I can ask for third row or 7th row, no problem. Right? No problem. Because my frame is now the entire result set. I can read beyond my row. See, even though I'm back here, my frame is so big I can find the third row. I can find the 7th row. Okay? Because my frame is larger. Rank and rank. This is a useful one. It basically allows you to rank something based on its order. Now, in this case, I haven't used an order by, so it knows nothing. It just returns 1. Completely useless. Without an order by, this is really kind of not very useful. Okay. Even if I open my range, it still doesn't do anything because it's like rank based on what? It doesn't know what to do. But and even in rows mode, it doesn't know what to do. But if I have order by, it knows what to do. All right. What it's going to do now is rank the values based on my frame I order by. So unbounded preceding to current row, it's going to rank them. Okay. So this is number 1 in that rank. This is number 1 in that rank. This is number 3 in that rank. Why is that? Because I have 2 number 1s. All right. It's the classic case. Somebody's running a race. 2 people finish first. Okay. What do you give the award to the third person? Are they second or are they third? Well, is there no second? It's hard to say. Like, it depends what your need is. Okay. So the SQL syntax gives you 2 ways to do it. If you use rank, then if 2 people finish first, the next person to go over the line is second. Okay, that's what they are. If you use dense rank, if you use rank, the first 2 people are first, and the next to go over is third. There is no second. If you use dense rank, then the third to go over is second. So it just kind of scrunches them up and goes duplicates to more than 1 value for that rank. That's why I guess they used the word dense rank. Here's a much more practical example, which uses percentiles. So instead of ranking them, we'll give them percentile. What percent is that value within the larger set? So really 3 rankings here. There's percentile rank, there's cumulative distribution, and then there's entile. Okay. So percentile rank, it's a ratio of rows that are less than the current row. Not including the current row, less than the current row. So for example, what percentage are less than 1? Nothing is less than 1. So 0. What percentage is less than 2? 22% of the rows are less than 2. Okay. 33 is less, 44 is less. Now you might be a little confused, like why 22? Like why are these such weird numbers? Well, the answer is right here. Percentile rank is the ratio of rows less than the current row, excluding the current row. So this result set, each row thinks there are 9 other rows, not 10. Because your own row you don't see. All right. And because it's because the frame is current row, it's basically this one is seeing the other row here. This 89 is seeing the other row there. It's kind of weird, but that's the way it works. Cumulative distribution, a little easier to understand. That includes the current row, equal or less than the current row. Okay, 20% or equal or less, 40% or equal or less, 60% or equal or less, 80%, and 100%. So tile rank is interesting. It just breaks the group into three. I say n tile rank 3. I'm like, give me the group of ones, the group of twos, and the group of threes. So it just kind of tries to get them in 3 groups based on the ranking. And you can see why you need that for some kind of statistical analysis. I did a blog about, I'm sorry about this one. There is a sense, it's weird the way you don't include your current run. You can take a look at it on my website if you find that interesting. Partition by, let's walk over through the partition by. Same query all before x greater than 3, order x, then rank and rank. You can see you have 1 and 2 in this partition. You start over again with 1 in the next partition. So we have a new partition, ranking starts back at 1 again. Partition by and other rank functions, percentile rank, cumulative distribution. This is again showing you the ranks with the basic 2 partitions. So you can see when the blue partition starts over at 0. Any questions?
Looks like so far so good.
Okay.
No new questions.
Sounds good. Let's. This is where it gets really interesting. We're going to walk through a number of practical examples. So here's where we're going to actually see the window functions being used. First, we're going to create an employee table with a serial number, a name, a department, and a salary. And we're going to insert, 7 employees into this department table. Okay. Into employee table in different departments, and we're going to do analysis on these employees. Okay. This is the employee table, 1 through 7. Andy, Betty, Tracy, Mike, Sandy, James, Carol. Okay, and you can see their departments. You can see their salary. So this is a window function. It's just saying, give me the sum of the salary, the count of the salary, the sum of the salary, and the average salary. This is not a window function. We took all 7 rows, shrunk them down one row. Okay. This is also not a window function. It's using group by. Okay, so it's grouping by department. We lost the individuals. We only have 3 departments, but it does tell me how many people are in each department, the sum of that department's salary, and the average of that department's salary. I can use roll up, which is also not a function, which basically allows me to get the detail group by, but also the sum of all the rows together. So that's what roll up does. It gives me detail group by, but then it gives me a final row with a total on it for all the departments. So here's my salaries from top to bottom. Here's my first window function. So I'm listing the name, I'm listing the salary, and I'm just computing the sum. Do you remember we used to have like 55, 55, 50? It was just summed all the numbers. That's exactly what it's doing here. That sum with the parenthesis is just saying sum all the salaries. Pretty straightforward. But I can use this. So what I've done here is I've taken in red, I've printed the name and the salary, but I've also computed the individual salary divided by the total salary. And I rounded to do decimal places. So Mike is 17% of the salary of the whole company. James is 16, Betty is 15, and so forth. Okay, so this is the first practical use of functions to compute a result. Here's a different way of doing it. What I'm doing is I'm computing the sum, but I'm doing it in a cumulative way. So 7,100 is Mike's salary, but 15,700 is James plus Mike's salary. This is Betty's in addition to the previous three. So it's basically just accumulating up. You would use this if you're looking for like cumulative precipitation, or stocks or something. What was my total for the month? And you could see how the number increases. That's when you would use this kind of calculation. I can compute the average of the salaries, which is again pretty straightforward, just like all the same. Okay. But here I can do something interesting. I can compute the difference between that person's salary and the average salary. Right? So I can actually, in red, all of these numbers are higher than the average salary. In blue, all the numbers are lower. All I've done is I've taken this number and I've subtracted this number. Taken this number, subtracted that number. It's a negative number. That's kind of interesting. I can compare their salary to the next salary in order of salary. So here I've listed everyone by salary, okay? And I can say that Mike makes $500 more than James. And James makes $300 more than Betty, and Betty $900 more than Sandy. Sandy has the same salary as Andy. Andy $600 more than Tracy. Tracy $200 more than Carol, and Carol unfortunately doesn't make more than anyone. So she just gets a null there. And what I did in red here at the top is I took the salary and I subtracted it from lead one. Right? So I could get the salary forward of the one that I wanted. All right. I can compare their salary to the lowest paid employee's salary. This is pretty complicated, right? I'm taking the salary and I'm saying I'm subtracting the salary from this clause, which is the last value salary. Okay, which happens to be W, because I needed unbounded preceding to unbounded following so I could see the last value. Because if I don't, my frame isn't big enough. So I had to define a frame and then use that frame in 3 different places. And I can also compute how much more that person makes. And I can even compute the percentage more. Mike makes 54% more than the lowest paid employee. James 43%, Betty 37%, and so forth. I can look at the rank of these employees by salary. Mike is number 1, James number 2, Betty number 3. Andy and Sandy, it's a little unusual because they have the same salary. So rank would put them both at 4 and have Tracy be 6. Dense rank would have Tracy be at 5. Great use of rank and dense rank, I think. I can look at the average for the department. So instead of looking at the average for the entire company, I can compare that person's average to the average of their department by using the partition by clause. Okay? So I'm saying department salary, and then for the average, I round the average of the salary, okay, over the department. Right? That's the average of the salary in each department. And then over here, I round the salary minus the average of the department. So I'm saying Mike makes $400 more than the average in the department, Betty $400 less, Sandy $400 more, Carol $400 less, James $1,000 more, and then Andy and Tracy unfortunately make less. Okay. If I use the window clause, I can get rid of some of my duplication. See, I had to say partition by a couple times. I make a window clause. Now I can say D, and I can say over D. I don't have to repeat it. It makes it simpler. Compared to the next, so now I'm saying, let's not compare the average. Let's compare their salary to the next salary in that department. So again, we know Mike makes $800 more than Betty. Betty doesn't have anyone less in her department, so she has a null. Sandy $800 more than Carol. Carol doesn't have any more. James, 1,200 more than Andy. 600 more than Tracy, and unfortunately, Tracy doesn't have anybody less. So you now we're looking at comparison. We're looking at the difference between that salary and the next highest salary. I can also do ranking. This is kind of creative. This is the rank within their department. Notice how the one starts every time you get a new department. It goes back to 1, and this is the ranking within the company. There's no partition here. So I'm using a partition for this row, not for this one. Really interesting, I think. Any questions, Mike?
No questions yet.
Great. So let's wrap it up, okay? And summarize what we're doing, okay? First, set of questions you should ask yourself when you're writing, because as I said before, these queries are pretty complicated, so you kind of want to start it with a framework. Okay, so the first question: do you need to split the result set? Okay, partition by. If you need to split the result set, you would use partition by, but maybe you don't. Do you want an order to partition? If you do, use order by. If you don't use order by. How do you want to handle, or if you do use order by, how do you want to handle rows with the same order by value? Do you want a range, so the rows are considered equal, or rows where the rows aren't equal, are considered distinct? And what about rank and dense rank? Again, that also affects how you compare values with the same order by value. Do you need to define a window frame, or using frame functions? Window functions can define their own partitions, ordering in window frames. Multiple window names can be defined in the window clause. I didn't show you that, but that's certainly possible. Pay attention to whether the function operates on frames or partitions. This will get you every time. Some of the functions are operating on frames, and therefore the current row, unbounded proceeding, rows mode, range mode affects it. Other functions don't. They're just at the partition level. So be careful of that. And this, I think, is hopefully a helpful slide for you. I've tried to distill down all of the functions I've shown you and to show you all of the frame functions and all of the functions that operate on partitions and not frames. There are computation frame clauses like average. There are row access like first val, last val, and nth val, which really operate on frames. And then there are partition functions, lead, lag, and row number, which relate to row access, cumulative distribution, dense rank, entile, percentile, and rank, which operate on rank of partition values. Okay, so I find this very helpful when I'm writing something to kind of go back and kind of craft it, really carefully. Postgres 11 had a number of improvements. We allowed window frames to specify peer groups whose values are plus and minus the specified preceding following offset. Kind of interesting. There's a new groups clause also in Postgres 11. I didn't show them. I haven't used them much, but they can be useful. Again, the documentation does cover it. Also, the frame exclusion clause in Postgres 11 allows you to exclude things like the current row, the current group, exclude ties with her peers, and exclude nothing. And again, it allows you to kind of craft exactly how you do things. Again, pretty specific, but you should just know those features are there. So that does conclude our talk at exactly what I would like to do is to take a 10-minute break. First, answer any questions, okay? And then I want to take a 10-minute break because I want you to have time to practice maybe what we just did. Because the next talk is going to be about common table expressions, and that's a completely different topic. So it might fly out of your head, right? So let's take until 10 after. So technically 8.5 minutes. Unless we have any questions, we're going to take a break. You can try any queries you would like. When we come back at after the hour, and we'll talk about common table expressions probably almost till the top of the hour.
Bruce, before we take our break, we did have one
Yes.
quick question, I think, from
Great.
Carrie, who asks, how resource and time consuming are the different functions looked at today? Are they fast and lightweight, or do they take some time?
So I'm asked this question a lot. The window function is actually very efficient. It's much more efficient than sending the rows to the client. So because before window functions, all this had to be done at the client. So you'd have to send all the data to the client. The client would have to process it. So I've heard very few complaints about the performance of window functions. They are always faster than downloading the complete result set and trying to do this kind of computation on the client level. It does, when you do an explain plane, you'll see the window function operating. It is intensive because you have to have the whole result set around to sometimes compute these things. But I think it's always, I've never heard it not be a win to doing it another way.
Great, thanks for that. Looks like no other questions at the moment. Actually, sorry, there is. Yep. Would you mind explaining the difference between first value, last value that you that you used on slide number 49? So, looks like we could understand the last value, but wasn't clear on the output for first value. So again, this is back on slide 49.
Oh, wow, they got the slide number. That's excellent. Okay.
Thanks for that slide number.
We'll just chug on back here, yeah.
Unfortunately, slide by slides. So give us just a second. All right, and again, the question was difference between first value and last value. Okay. For example, what the output for first value is.
So, do you remember the slide I just showed you, almost the last one, where I said first value and last value operate on frames? That's exactly what it says here at the bottom. These operate on window frames. So because I've used the word order by, and I haven't specified a frame, it is unbounded proceeding to current row. Okay, and because we use an order by, current row is technically all its peers, all its equal values. So first value is easy because unbounded proceeding always finds the first value, no matter how far you are out. The reason this one is so weird is that you can see the frame getting bigger as you get farther down in the row. Okay, when I do this, this works because I've opened the frame up. Because now there is no row in the frame. It's unbounded preceding, unbounded following. It's my whole partition. Okay, but on slide 49, I haven't done that. So literally, I'm from unbounded preceding to current row. Current row is only the current row and its peers. And that's why the last value goes 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, because it can't see, the frame doesn't get past the current row of peers, basically.
All right, thanks for that answer. So no other, yep, and thanks from the questioner as well. So no other questions at the moment. Great. So let's go ahead and do our break and practice time. And again, Bruce, what time should people be prepared
5
to
minutes,
rejoin?
10 after. We're
all
up
right,
for 10 after.
Set your clock. Yep. 5 minutes, and we'll
Great.
be back in a few minutes.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, folks, do add your questions if you come across any while you're practicing.
Okay, Michael, should we get started or?
Yeah, let's go ahead. Looks like no further questions since the break. So I would venture to say you did a pretty good job taking us through a complicated topic, but in a very clear, methodical way. So thanks, Bruce. And if we don't have any more questions at this point, we'll move forward. Next topic, and just a reminder for people who may be joining us on the YouTube live stream, we also are watching the live chat there, so feel free to if you have any from YouTube. Bruce, back to you. And it looks like we may have lost Bruce as soon as he, there we go, he's back, and let's get him the right permissions. And Bruce, are you able to share your microphone again? All right. Looks like Bruce may have some technical difficulties. Bruce, if you can hear us, maybe try reloading your screen, your web browser, to reload the room, and we'll bring you back in from the top.
Hey,
Although it looks like we have your audio now. All right.
Sorry about that.
Got audio, and we can hear you.
I seem to have lost my chat. Oh, here's the chat's back. Okay, that was my problem. I lost the chat. I don't know how I did that. So anyway.
No problem. And looks like your camera is loading as well. There we go. All set.
Great. Thank you. Great. Okay. I hope that was interesting. Yes, that is a very, very complicated talk. And again, you can see how I got lost years ago. Just sort of like, current row, it's not current row, it's something else. And but eventually I tackled it. So I've been it's kind of hard to find this information. Even when I read the standard and when I read the Postgres docs originally, some of the stuff was a little unclear. I've tried to clean it up a little bit. I have improved the docs a little bit, and hopefully you'll find that to be useful. Okay, so now we're shifting gears, and we're going to talk about common table expressions. There's a little different type of topic, and again, I want to finish before the top of the hour so you have some time to at least practice a little bit. In another environment, I'd be able to give you a lot more time. Unfortunately, it's just like a lot of material. The previous section was 85 slides. This is 96 slides. That's a clip. You're moving. But again, this slides are available online as well, and even recordings of me giving the talk as well. So, okay, hold on. Let me click on this here. Okay. So, what are we going to be talking about? We're going to talk about the concept of imperative versus declarative, which may be a new concept to you. We'll talk about common table expression syntax. We'll then get to the interesting part, which is recursive common table expressions. We'll talk about some examples and then some enhancements with part of the SQL standard for common table expressions. Then finish up with talk about why I use common table expressions. So, imperative versus declarative. There is an imperative concept in computer programming where the computer language basically describes to the computer what it should do. These are the classic programming languages you're familiar with, whether it's C, Java, C++, JavaScript, Perl, Python, Ruby, Go. These are all imperative languages where you're basically giving the computer steps to execute. However, there's a different type of programming language. This is not as popular, but you still see it around, and SQL happens to be one of them, that are declarative. When you write an SQL statement, you are not telling the computer what to do. You are telling the computer what you want. and the database and the optimizer and the executor figure out how to efficiently give you what you want. Okay, so you don't really control the computer. You just say, I want this information, and it figures out how to give it to you. Now, why SQL is one of the most popular declarative languages in the computer field? There are some reasons for that. It has to do with the fact that that you're operating on data that's constantly changing. So the optimizer and the optimizer statistics can more easily process things and more efficiently adjust to different data analysis requirements than if it was an imperative language. But that's a philosophical issue. The bottom line is that SQL is a declarative language. So here's an example of imperative languages: Basic C and Perl. I'm going to be using Perl in this query, this slide quite a bit. Here's an example of a declarative language. So you're basically saying, give me hello, 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 but you can't really control it. You can't make a loop. Like you can't tell it to, say hello over and over again. In the previous slide, these are all examples of how you would write a program that just says hello continually. All right. Can't do that in declarative language until common table expressions. All right. Again, imperative language is incredibly popular. JDBC, Java C, but common table expressions are the one example where you can do imperative actions in the SQL language. And there are several cases where that is advantageous. Any questions so far, Michael?
Nothing yet.
Great. So let's take a look at syntax. This is the common table expression syntax. It starts with the word with. So you say with, and then you have an optional word recursive, then you have a query name. You have an optional query name, you have an optional column list, and then you have an as, and then you have a query inside of parentheses, and then you have perhaps others of these, and then you have a select. Now I understand that's very abstract, but you'll see when I get there. Same rules apply. There's going to be text in red. Please try and keep an eye on that. Okay, so here is our first common table expression. Very simple, doesn't do anything fancy. Starts with the word with, all right? We knew that was going to be there. Then we name our common table expression. In this case, I'm going to call it source. I have the word as, and then in parentheses, I have a query that says select one. So here's my with, here's my name, here's my as, here's my query in parentheses. All it says is select one. Okay. Then outside that query, I have my main query. So I have my with queries, and then always I have a query at the end. And this last query kind of is where my output comes, select star from, and what I'm doing is I'm referencing source. Source is not a table. Source is this common table expression clause. This common table expression clause is 1. So when I say select star from source, I get 1. Okay. Also notice at the bottom, if you want to run this query yourself, you just download this SQL file here. You run it through PSQL. The whole presentation just flies off on your screen. Okay. We can name the columns of a common table expression. So with source as select one as col one, select star from source. Notice I named the source col one. So instead of the weed parenthesis column parenthesis, I get col one because that's what I named it up there. I can also name it here. So I can name it here, I can name it up here. Both cases, this column knows that it's called col1. I can do that 3 times. I can name it here col1, I can name it here col2, I can name it here col3. The last one wins, it comes out as col3. I can I can have multiple columns. So here I'm returning 1 and 2. And again, output, I have a pretty simple 1 and 2 there. Okay. Here I'm doing it. Hold on. Made a mistake here. There we go. Okay. Yeah. So the 1 and 2. I want to remind you about the union clause. The union clause is used to take two queries and stick them together. But the union clause also removes duplicates. So if I say select one, union select one, I get one. But if you say union all, it doesn't remove the duplicates and you get the individual value. So when I'm going to be using this later, I'm going to be using union all quite a bit. Okay, so here are two common table expressions. Select source as 1, 2. Select source 2 as 2, 3. Select star from source, union all. Select star from source 2. And you can see I get the 1, 2 out for my first query, the 3, 4 out for my second query. I can do a real query inside. This is a query on the PG language table. I'm basically saying select from the PG language table and just all I'm doing is I'm just outputting the common table. Really stupid. I wouldn't use this, but again, it's illustrative. Here's a little better example. I create my query and the common table expression as source. And now I say select star from source, union all, select min from source. So I'm getting all of my values, and now as a last row, I'm getting the min of my previous rows. Pasting it on because I use union all there. Okay. CTs can be joined. So here I've got a query called class, which is a select from the PG class table. I can say select from PG attribute, and I mentioned class here, and class is literally the common table expression I have up here. Okay. So instead of having this in here, I did it up here and then I joined to it. What's real, another reminder of how SQL works. You can use imperative control in SQL with the case statement. So this is the syntax of the case statement. Here's an example. I have a column which outputs positive, 0, or negative, depending on whether the value is positive, 0, or negative. So this is kind of a control structure I can use in SQL. Any questions?
Bruce, no questions, but we did have a comment from Anne on YouTube that just says to express her gratitude for these interesting examples.
Oh, good. Excellent. Thank you.
Back to you.
Thank you. Good. So we're now going to launch into the really cool part of common table expression. It's very similar to the previous slides where we had a lot of intro stuff and a lot of sort of boring boilerplate. Here's the syntax. But now we're going to walk into what I think are the really interesting part. And again, a lot of these slides have images. This one, I think, is illustrative of recursion in some level. So again, it's kind of an interesting, that's why I chose it. Okay, so let's take a look. First, we have looping. Remember I said that with common table expressions, you can do imperative actions. So what I can do here is I can say select recursive 1 as star, and I get 1. But it does not, unfortunately, it doesn't loop because I haven't mentioned source inside the common table expression. What I've done is to fix that here. So this is a syntax you're going to see over and over again. It is a case where you have a common table expression which uses the word recursive, and it has some type of priming value. In this case, it's select 1, but some way of sort of priming the query. Okay. And then I attach to that using union all another query. All right. So select 1, union all, select 1 from source. This is my same name. and then select start from source. This query will never end because every time it has a 1, it just gets another 1 and another 1, and there's no way getting out. It just keeps going. So I had to effectively set statement timeout, so at least I'd get out of this thing. So this is not a useful example, but it does have the pieces that we're going to need to actually create a useful example. So what am I actually talking about here? This is, I think, a good sort of illustration. Remember I said typical common table expression starts with some type of priming value. It primes the start that goes into source. Then attached to the priming query, there's a union all typically, and then another query. So the 1 goes up here, the 1 goes down to source, which is referencing what the priming value was. It generates another value that goes up to source, another value that comes down, another value that goes up, and it just kind of keeps cycling around that until it either hits some kind of exit or maybe it never exits. So here's another example where I went hello all over and over again. Remember I mentioned in standard imperative languages, it's very easy to create an infinite loop. But this is an infinite loop of hello in SQL. Again, you'd never use it because it would never terminate, but you get the idea. Another interesting case is in the previous query, you used union all. Remember I mentioned that union all gets rid of duplicates. If I change the union all to just union, it exits right away. 1 hello. Why? Hello goes up here, okay? Comes down here. We have another hello. It's removed as a duplicate, therefore it doesn't go back up again, and it just returns a single hello. Okay, big difference between union all in terms of recursion there. The typical use case for common table expressions have some type of exit clause. So this has the same format. Our seed value is 1, goes up in the counter, attached to another call query called union all. The 1 adds 1 to it from source, so the 1 goes back up, and the 1 becomes 2. And here's my termination condition, is where counter's less than 10. So it'll keep going around as long as counter's less than 10. As soon as it's less than 10, doesn't return any more rows, it exits. And I get 1 to 10. Just like generate series from our previous example with window functions, this is effectively just doing 1 to 10, just like the generate series, just like I showed you there at the bottom. Here's a Perl example of exactly what I'm kind of doing. Going from 1 to 10, printing, 1 to 10. But frankly, that's not accurate because the Perl example I'm showing you here is not recursive. This one is, okay? Here's my priming value for my function. I call my function. My function takes the 1, it outputs it, then it adds 1 to it as long as it's less than 10. But even this one is not completely accurate because it's printing the value as it's in the common table. As it's doing the recursion, it's outputting the value. This is what it is. Takes the priming value, 1, okay, pushes it into an array and calls the function again as long as it's less than 10. Then at the end, it prints 1 to 10. Okay? So 3 different examples in Perl. This one is the closest to what we actually are doing in common table expression. Any questions?
So far, so good. No new questions. Bruce, back to you.
Thank you. Let's get to some examples. Good. So this is a mathematical example. It's doing a factorial of a number. Factorial is like factorial of 10 is 1 times 2 times 3 times 4 times 5 times 6 times 7 times 8 times 9 times 10. So with recursion, I can start with 1, 1, union all, 1, 1 go up here. Counter goes from 1 to 2. Product goes from 1, multiplies the product by the counter plus 1, keeps going until it's less than 10. Then I select the output. Okay? And I get this. because effectively, you can imagine it's accumulating them every time it loops through. The number gets bigger and bigger until it gets to 10. But this may not be what you want to show. Maybe you want to add a where clause. So what I did was I said, I want to compute the factorial of 10, but I only want to output the 10, not all the ones before it. And that's exactly what it shows. Here's a factorial of 10 in Perl. Again, using recursion, doing the same type of process. Okay, here's my primer, 1, 1. Here's my accumulator for the other values as they go forward. String manipulation. We can do string manipulation with this. So here I'm doing an A, and I'm appending another A to it, and I'm doing it for 10 times. Okay, so A goes up here. Okay, and the source, I append another A to it. I append another A to it until it's up to 10, and I get that. 1A, 2 A's, 3 A's, all the way up to 10 A's. I can get more complicated. Instead of adding A's, I can add the next character after A. That's what the char ASCII substring length blah 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 does. Okay, so I get A. That's the best way to do it. So I go A, A B, A B C, A B C D, A B C D E, all the way down. Right? Kind of cool. I can even do ASCII art. So this is effectively me going from minus 10 to 10, right? Because we're adding one each time, minus 10, minus 9, minus 8. And I'm doing a computed number of spaces, an X, a computed number of spaces and an X, and it gives me this. Right? Because the first row has a lot of spaces, and then the next row has a little fewer spaces between it, a little fewer, and so forth. Then at 0, it has no spaces between it, and then it gets bigger toward the end. Okay. How is this done? Well, again, it's just looping through, generates 1 to 10, and cycles through it. Okay. And here's the numbers, minus 10, minus 9, minus 8, all the way down to 10, and you can see the distances for each value. If I swip it around where I add the spaces, I change how I do the spaces, how I compute them, I get a diamond. Kind of nice. I can round it out if I use exponentiation with POW here. Okay, I can make it more like looks like a rugby ball to me, or an American football kind of a look. More like a rugby ball, I think. But anyway. I can make a real circle by using, again, different kind of thing, and that's what is that? It's like I guess it's not really a circle, it's kind of an oval, ellipse sort of a thing. I can do prime factorization, so I can find the factors of a number. You wouldn't think you could do this in SQL, but in fact you can. You basically take a priming number like 56, and you use the case statement to decide if that's divisible by the counter. Then I return the counter. If it's not, then I return the counter divided by the factor, and I basically go until the factor is 1. So if I'm trying to find the prime factors of 56, all of the trues here are factors of 56. And I can actually say, just output the factors. And it tells me that 2, 2, 2, and 7 are the prime factors of 56. Factors of this big number here, again, same SQL. It's these numbers right here. Factors of 66. Now, you notice, I'm just using 66 example. There's a lot of sort of duplicative stuff here. Like why it seems like it could stop earlier when it's trying to find factors. So we actually add to the case statement. Here I'm actually optimizing the case statement. I know it's kind of crazy. So we actually, when we have hit 2, we start to do odd numbers. Because after you've got all the 2's out, you only really have odd factors after that. So that's one optimization. And the second optimization is that we can, is the fact, if the factor left over is prime, then we can exit out much quicker. Okay, because you're down to the last number. There's no sense in factoring anymore. Okay, so there are the prime factors of 66, and you can see takes much fewer iterations to compute that. We only want to return the prime factors. Again, that's 66, 3, 2, 3, and 11 is 66. I can optimize even further. And this is the example of the optimized version in Perl, again, doing the same recursion. Okay. I can do other things with this. I can create a part table. So imagine a part table for like an airplane. So you have like the fuselage and the wings, and then the fuselage has subparts, and each part of the fuselage has subparts, and the wings have parts, and each of those parts have subparts under that. So I've created like a part tree where you have parts and the part that it's dependent on. And you can actually walk through the parts catalog to see what parts are part of those. And also I've used a union here. If I use a union instead of union all, I can remove duplicates if there's some need for that. So here's a little ASCII art here at the bottom, which says part 2 is made up of parts 21, 22, and 23, and part 23 is made up of parts 221, 222, and 231, which is kind of shows you the sub parts there. Okay, and my red text here actually like indents it for me. I can order it. I can make a tree out of it. You notice I'm making a tree here on the left. I can sort the parts in numeric order. So now I can see even clearer that 221 and 222 are parts of 22, and 23 is parts of 2. See, it's actually making it so I can see the sub and what they go with by using an array and appending to it and so forth. It's kind of interesting. And that's what the full output looks like. I can use common table expressions for the object hierarchy in Postgres. So the Postgres has a dependency graph. When you create an object, it has dependencies. So for a table might have a sequence as a dependency, or indexes as dependencies, and some of those have further dependencies and so forth. So I can actually create a recursive query on top of pgdepend, which is a Postgres system table, which effectively walks through the dependency graph that Postgres creates internally. So here in my PG class table, I have two dependencies, depth test, the two types, which are dependent on it. If I then change it a little bit to not show depth test, I have two dependencies. If I add a primary key to the table and I run the query again, I get two new dependencies because I effectively created an index and a constraint on that table, and now those are showing, just like the parts table had parts and subparts and subparts, the dependency graph of Postgres objects has an object depending, subdepending, and so forth. If I had a serial column, run the query again, I have four more dependencies I didn't have before. So you can kind of see, as I add objects to this table, I'm getting new sub-dependencies. And the common table expressions are allowing me to show that. And this is the full output of how it looks. Any questions?
No questions from the audience, Bruce. We got about 15 minutes left on the time slot.
Gotcha. So what we're going to finish up is an extension. All the things I've shown you so far have been pretty standard to SQL. This last section is specific to Postgres, and I think brings out a lot of the power of common table expressions in a unique way, and I think you'll be impressed by it. So Postgres supports two types of writable common table expressions. By default, as I understand, the standard really only allows selects in common table expressions. Postgres, using the returning clause, actually allows things like insert updates and deletes to be used. So the two common table expression writable versions, it allows modification commands in the with clause. So you can have insert update delete in the with part of the query. And you can also allow insert update delete to be the last part of the query. Right? So the one is having the insert update delete in the with clause. The other one is having it outside the with clause as that last query. And they have completely different purposes. Okay. So let's look at an example here. Okay. Create a temporary table called retDemo. We're going to insert 3 random numbers into this table. Okay. And I'm going to use the returning clause. And this returning clause is specific to Postgres. It allows you to insert values and also return them to the client. So now I can see my 3 inserted values. I inserted them, but I also returned them, right, to the display. So here's an example where I'm going to insert 3 values, and I'm going to return to the client the average of the 3 values I just inserted. This is an example of having the insert in the common table expression and using a select inside the common table expression. And this works because of that returning clause. That returning clause gives me access to the results, which I can then use in the outer select. Here's another example. I am going to delete all the rows from the table, but I want to return to the user the maximum random value that I deleted. So I say delete from here, return X, and here I'm going to return to the user the maximum deleted value. Now here's a different example. Okay. I'm going to insert 3 random values again, right here, right? But here what I'm going to do is I'm going to compute the average of the random values. And I am going to delete from the table, using the common table expression, all of the random values that are less than my average. Okay, so I'm going to compute the average, and then I'm going to delete everything that is less than the average. Another example, which I think is really interesting, suppose I want to delete a whole bunch of parts. I want to delete part 2, and I want to delete all of the subparts as well at the same time. So I do my recursive SQL, I do part 2, I go find all of its subparts, I find all of its subparts, and once I return those rows, I delete from part, using source where the part number equals 1 of these. So I'm effectively generating a recursive list of all the parts and all the subparts and all the subparts of part 2. I'm feeding it into delete, saying delete all of them. I can use both features at the same time. Okay. I can insert 3 random values. I can select the average. Okay. I can delete all of them that are less than the average. And then I can return all the deleted values. So I computed the average, deleted everything that was less than the average, and I returned the values I just deleted. I can even chain them together. Suppose I have an orders table and an items table. I can insert into my orders table, return the order ID. I can then take that order ID and insert into the items table using the order ID I just generated from the above insert with a new part. I can delete my order from the orders table, and then I can delete all of the items that are part of that order, all in the same query. So instead of having to send a whole bunch of queries back and forth to do this, you like bundle them together and do them all together. They all use the same snapshot. You're not having to create a transaction block. They all have the same visibility rules. Typically, you would have to use repeatable read for this kind of operation. But because it's single query, you don't need to. It automatically happens. And mixing together, I can delete from the order table. I can delete from the parts table. And I can also insert into old orders the order ID I just deleted. So I can delete from two tables and then insert into a third table at the end. So, in summary, why use common table expressions? First, it allows for the imperative processing in SQL. You can see how we imperatively controlled what the system was doing, I think, in a powerful way. Okay. Second, you can merge multiple SQL queries and their connecting application logic into a single unified SQL query. Okay. So we kind of talked about how we kind of merged inserts together and we ran it together, right? It improves performance by issuing fewer queries, fewer transmission overhead, less server-side functions. You just send the whole thing together, it operates, and it returns exactly what you need. Less parsing, optimizing, because you're, again, running one mega query instead of smaller ones. Uses the same row visibility snapshots as the entire query, rather than requiring serializable isolation level. However, before Postgres 12, common table expressions were an optimization barrier, which meant that you could get suboptimal queries sometimes by using common table expressions. That is no longer true in Postgres 12 and later. It was necessary kind of, there are some when you're doing recursion and writable CTEs, sometimes we can't optimize as well. Sometimes joins are slower if you use common table expressions. So just be aware, it isn't always better. Just be clear of when you want to use it. And in Postgres 12 and later, if you still want the optimization barrier, there's a materialized keyword you can use to recreate the optimization barrier that existed in prior versions to Postgres 12. That does complete the common table expression and the window function talks that I wanted to give. Again, I will be back in 7 hours almost, a little over 7 hours to talk about artificial intelligence. Michael, do we have any questions from the audience?
Bruce, no new questions in the chat. We'll give people another minute or so as we wrap up. And I did want to share with everyone that Bruce has graciously agreed to head over to the discussion room, the Jitsi room, after this workshop is over for any follow-up topics you might have. If you've got questions or one-on-ones, if you need to try to actually see something and share your screen, he's going to spend some time and be happy to answer any questions you have interactively there. If that works better for you. And if you're interested in that, you can find the discussion link over in the gray sidebar for the event. So I'm not seeing any other questions at the moment, Bruce. So with that, we'll go ahead and wrap up. I want to really thank you. This has been a great way to kick off our day full of databases, monitoring, and AI, getting our hands on and hands dirty with some really powerful tools here. I hope people feel energized as I am for all of the content we've got coming today. And again, 1900 Singapore time is Bruce's talk later today. Hope you can make it if you're interested to hear more and learn more from him then. Bruce, any final closing comments before we wrap up?
No, thanks for being here. I'll see some of you in a couple hours.
Great, and we may see you there in the discussion room. Our next event here in the main room, we have basically the next hour lined up with an exhibition showcase from all of our exhibitors. So we're going to have a series of lightning talks, very fast-paced presentations from many of our exhibitors. tuned for that. There'll be a lot of interesting things to learn, and sounds like maybe even some opportunities to earn some stuff along the way. So stay tuned. We'll be hearing more from them in the next hour, and check the schedule. We've got a great lineup for the rest of the day. So we'll be back here in just under 10 minutes for those lightning talks from our exhibitors. Again, Bruce, thanks for your time, and thanks to all of you for joining us here in the chat room as well as on the YouTube live stream. So we'll see you again in about 10 minutes. Take care, everyone.
Okay, so hello everyone. So we are starting in a moment here with the exhibitors tour, where we introduce the exhibitors, so stay tuned. So the first exhibitor is the UNESCO. So Jung Big Han, are you here? Miss Han? You here already? Yes, I see.
I'm here. Yeah.
Okay, that's great. So do you have any material that you would like to show, or we just like get started?
Yeah, I have a quick PowerPoint, but I don't know. I haven't found where I can share it here.
Okay, if you present, or you just received presenter rights.
Yeah.
And there is this plus.
Okay, I see the share share here. So great. Okay, unshare quickly. Shall I begin now?
Yeah, in a moment, I introduce the session, and then.
Okay. Yeah. I'm sharing first.
So, and then the second presenter is Shiling Tai. Shiling, are you here also already?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So Shiling, you'll be afterwards. Just get ready, please. And yeah, great to see you here. Thank you for joining. And then we have, after that, the OpenStack Indonesia community with the Sartika Lestari. Sartika, are you here also already?
Yes, I'm here, Mario.
Okay, perfect. So good. So these are the first three presenters. Then let us start this session officially. So yeah, hello everyone, and welcome to the FOSSASIA Exhibitors Tour. Yeah, as you know, we run this event mostly online this year, and yeah, this Exhibitors Tour is a chance to stay connected. I will show you quickly how to actually visit the exhibitors, and I share my screen. Hang on 1 second. Sorry, so just quickly refreshing. Okay. Okay, now it shows up here. Okay, so as you can see here, this is the left sidebar that you also see. You can go to the schedule, and if you want to know yeah, where are the sessions of the exhibitors, you can find them here. As you can see, I've nicely sorted them. There is this exhibitor showcase track that you can click on, and then you will see all the presentations of the exhibitors and can get some information. For example, the UNESCO will be there in a moment here, and yeah, you can see, click on it. And now the question is how we can visit the exhibitors. So for visiting the exhibitors, you can go to the left side. There's the exhibition list, and then you can also minimize the panel, and you will see all the exhibitors, different sponsors, partners of the event, and you can just click on them. For example, here we have the UNESCO. So there will also be a exhibitors video room. So some exhibitors say, okay, I have some time, I would like to connect to some attendees here, and they listed the times. You can check this out in the description. You can just click on the video, and a Jitsi room will open, as you see. But yeah, I'm alone here right now, but it's okay. So right, there are many different ways to connect, but if you want to chat with them and if they're available, you can meet them here. But the exhibition is interactive by itself already. So many have listed like a contact point, or there are links to social media. There's a Twitter, there's a video, and or exhibitors slides. And you can check out different exhibitors, for example, by clicking back and forth on the top. Here, click, see other exhibitors of the event. Or if you want to go back to the overview, click on exhibition, and there you will have an overview. Again, we have, I think, like more than 40 exhibitors, and yeah, it's pretty nice. So it's a start. Of course, it's not the same as a meeting on site, but you get connected, right? Many exhibitors also have sessions, and you can click on these sessions and see them, and then you know, okay, yes, this is what's happening. Okay, so I hope I give you a short introduction and overview how this works, and we'll now continue to the exhibitors. We already heard Ms. Han from the UNESCO, so it's great that you are here. And I stop sharing my screen and give the rights back to you, because I just took it away from you. Find you in the list. You're there here already, but you still need the presenter rights.
Okay, I have it now.
You have it already. Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think that was
Thank you,
Michael
Mario.
Downey. Yeah, and I hand over to you. Please go ahead with your presentation. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Mario, and thank you, FOSSASIA, for having this great exhibition. We are very impressive. We are very impressed to see how many different partners that you are bringing together. So I'm trying to click my slideshow here. So just very quickly, I would like to introduce about our new initiative that is open for everyone to join, with the idea that eventually we would like to establish the UNESCO Creativity Incubator for Asia and the Pacific region. So my job at UNESCO, my name is Han, and I'm the Chief of Culture Unit at UNESCO Bangkok office. And our job at the UNESCO Bangkok here is to assist the creative and culture sector. So how to assist heritage, to assist artists, heritage professionals, to protect the heritage and to foster their creativity in the region. So we have noticed that creativity and digital technology can really play a very big role in transforming the culture and creative sector, as well as offer new business opportunities in the Asia Pacific region. Doesn't work. So there are many issues that the culture creative sector currently have, and we hope that through the innovations in collaboration with tech and business sector, we could help to diversify the income of the sector, to enhance the capacity of all the professionals who work in the culture sector, to connect everyone to resources, to the organizations that can offer resources, to improve networking, to expand access to art and culture. This one probably have very important roles to all of us, especially you have seen during the COVID time, you are alone at home, and arts and culture really can bring you joy and connect you with different people, to upgrade knowledge for the sector, and then to safeguard cultural heritage. These are not in any particular order, so not one thing is more important than the other. So what we have done so far is we initiated this tech car. So tech means technology, obviously, car for culture, but tech car, when you say it together, is like you tackle something, you tackle challenges faced by the sector. So the first thing that we had done within this tech car initiative is the inaugural tech car ideathon, and we had a great pleasure to work with FOSSASIA for this ideathon as well. So we have about 440 people join our ideathon event. We get 25 finalist teams that came to the pitch on the 9th of January, and among which we selected 12 top prize winning projects. We have members of jury coming in from leading tech companies and country organizations. Mario very kindly accepted to be one of our judges. And you can see that we have got the prize given by some of the very prestigious tech company, like including Huawei, Tencent, some of the leading Thai organizations as well. So the idea now is we are going to set up the incubator, and what our incubator are going to do. We hope to provide capacity building and exchange platform on different topics relating culture, creativity, entrepreneurship, and digital technology. And we also hope to provide early stage funding and support to develop business models and tech solutions to benefit the culture and the creative sector. So who would be the impacts? What would be the impacts for this? We hope that through participating in this incubator, whether you are tech partners, you are a culture partner, you will receive new skills, you will receive new networks, and you will assist the culture sector to tackle on these challenges that they are facing. So the activities that we hope to present within the incubator would be to like training activities, training opportunities provided by leading country business and technology institution. The incubator would provide equity-free grants to develop workable pilots and prototypes. You will be connected to projects with mentorship from all sectors involved. Every year we hope to open call for proposals where people can submit ideas on how to connect the culture and the tech sectors together, and we hope to organize events to promote networking and exchanges. So the incubator would be eligible, would be accessible for startups from the technology and culture sector, accessible to cultural practitioners, including artists, craftspeople, heritage professional, entrepreneurs, as long as you reside in the Asia Pacific region. And we hope that through this process, the culture and creative communities in the region's life will be improved. Consumers and cultural and creative products and services throughout the world will be improved, and we would really like to extend our outreach to youth and making them to become a very important part of this initiative. And then by doing all this, we hope to achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and also to really creating a very platform to bring up visibility and global reach and global impacts. So we have the contact address here, techcar@unesco.org. I will be also available in our exhibition room for an hour immediately after this presentation until 12 o'clock Bangkok time, 11 o'clock, 1 o'clock Singapore time. So please come by to visit us and we can chat more about this initiative. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's always very impressive what the UNESCO is able to do. And yeah, we've seen like a lot of activity actually in Asia from the UNESCO Bangkok office. So thank you very much for all the activities and the cooperation with the FOSSASIA team, organization, and community. So thank you, Han, and yeah, then talk to you later. Yeah, have a good time.
Thank you. I will go to the exhibition room now. Thank you. Hope to see some of you there. Yeah. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Good. And we have Xiling Tai already up here. Xiling, do you already have all the access that you need?
Not yet. Could you let me do the presentation? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay. Let me share. Oh. Sure.
Yeah.
I was able to share screen that time, but right now I only see share external video and a presentation. I actually want to share my screen.
Yes, the screen is, there are 4 buttons.
I see it.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
I see that button now.
User interface.
I was so confused. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, is this good?
Yes.
Yep, okay.
It's coming up.
Great.
So thank you. Give over to you.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Xiling, and I'm one of the creators of UILicious. And one of the reasons why I created UILicious is to make it easy for anyone, if whether or not you have programming skills, to be able to automate user interface testing for your web application. So that's one of the biggest challenge that I have as a software engineer, testing, making sure that my website looks correct on the desktop, tablet, mobile, on Safari, on Firefox, making sure that it works consistently and correctly all the time is a very time-consuming work. And sometimes maybe you change a small detail on the page, or maybe you just change a little bit of the CSS, the IDs. If you use another tool like Selenium, for example, and you have hard-coded your CSS selectors, your test might break because of hard coding. So I want to make it such that you can write tests in a way that is easy for you to read, is easy for your colleagues to read, or maybe it's just you 6 months in the future. And in a way, it also makes it easy to maintain. So over here, we have a test script. It's very simple test script, just to log into GitHub. And let me explain the how Ulicious works over here. So I've already gone ahead and run this particular test. And the test script, we can see the 4 most basic commands. The first one is I go to the URL that I want to test, which is the sign up page for github.com. Now you can see this in the screen here, we have navigated it. It takes a screenshot. It tells you what's the page title of the tab, the URL. Then next, we want to assert that the text appears on the screen, or you can also use it to, you can put in a CSS selector if you want to make sure element appears on the screen. Maybe it's a pop-up box, or maybe it's an image, for example. So you can, over here, make sure that the text you draw in GitHub appears on the screen. It's the small little gray text that is above create.com. Then we're going to fill in our username, you fill in our our email, our password, and as you can see, as we are filling it up, we indicate where the engine has identified the username, email, and password field. And finally, we want to select the notifications, product updates, and click on create an account. So the test flow is very simple. You can see that it's written mostly in English, and a lot of people ask us like, okay, how does UILicious figure out what is the username field? Do you have the code in a specific way? Do you have to write the perfect HTML code? The answer is it's good if you write a perfect HTML code. It makes it easier for the engine to figure out what is the username field because it's more semantically correct, that the engine will be able to figure out, okay, this input box is for username field. And also it also makes your website more accessible to people who are visually disabled and they are using screen readers. But you don't necessarily, it's best practice, but you don't necessarily have to write perfect HTML code. Some perhaps you're working on a much older website and they created a table where the field name is in a table cell and the input cell is in another table cell. UILicious is smart enough to be able to scan and look at common patterns in the code and try to make an association. Oh, look, the username field is very structurally close or visually close to the input field. So we're just going to make an intelligent guess that that input field is for the username field, for example. So you can go ahead and change this to run on the mobile. Maybe just run this on Firefox and go ahead and run this. So let's look at another test at the same time. So one of the common questions that we get from folks is that if UILicious is able to identify things based on what we see on the screen, then what happens if there are many objects on the screen with exactly the same label? So for example, a catalog page where there's a lot of buttons that says add to cart, how am I going to tell it to click on a specific add to cart button? And what if on the catalog that product changes over time in its position depending on the promotion for that day? So in UILicious, this is an easy problem to solve. You don't need to hard code that, okay, click on the third button for today and then tomorrow click on the first button because the product change position. In this case, let me show you an example where we are going to redmart.com to search for rice, and I'm going to pick my favorite bag of rice, like a brand of rice, the umbrella fragrant rice, and we're going to add it to the cart. So in UILicious, it's quite simple. It actually looks at what your previous actions are to make an inference preference that on where you want to click on if there is an ambiguity involved. So in this case, there is some ambiguity when you instruct the engine to click on add to cart, and it's going to look at what you're previously interacting with. So if you're previously saying I see the umbrella fragrant rice, and if you then followed by I click on add to cart, it's going to be able to resolve it correctly. So let's go to our test. So when we finish searching for our 10 kg bags of rice, this is the result that we see on the website. And when I say I see the umbrella fragrant rice, the engine will try to center the thing that it sees to the screen. And now we're going to click on add to cart. Now you see there's many add to cart button. Actually, in fact, when I ran this test yesterday, I think the umbrella fragrant rice was on the 3rd position. Now today it's on the 2nd position. It's able to figure out where's the umbrella fragrant rice and to click on add to cart. So that's the flexibility of UILicious itself. There's also a lot of other features which I can go into more detail, such as monitoring, scheduling, as well as data sets for swapping out your tests, as well as you can use JavaScript as well. So if you're interested to find out more about UILicious, you can go. I'll be in the exhibitor area for the next 1 hour. So if you are curious to find out more, you can talk to me. And also we have discount for if you are working for a non-profit or for education. We have about 90% discount for if you want to use UILicious for testing non-profits and educational websites. Yeah, that's it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Shiling. Yeah, nice to see you again, and have a good afternoon. Bye. Okay, and we have the next speaker coming up. It's Sartika Lestari from the OpenStack Indonesia community, and I would like the following speakers to get ready. It's the Kiwi Tang from Lines Forge Craft Laser, and it's of the OpenTech Tab community. Kiwi, are you here as well already? Not seeing Kiwi here right now, but no problem. We just move forward. And Sartika, Kiwi. Okay, Kiwi, you are then after Sartika. So yeah, you switch off for a moment, and then Sartika. Do you have all the rights already? Let me help you. Did you present the rights?
I want to present. Hold on.
Okay. And Mr. Kiwi, you are then after Sartika. After Sartika, so still switch off your screen for now. Thank you. And Sartika is getting ready.
Is it good?
Everything's working perfectly. Sartika, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Tika, and I'm community event organizer in OpenStack Indonesia. Maybe some of you have heard about OpenStack and open infrastructure. Then OpenStack Indonesia is one of OpenStack community under Open Infrastructure Foundation based in Indonesia. Based on Indonesia, for people enthusiasts or wants to contribute or use to share about anything related project of OpenStack or updates and news. And for open source community in Indonesia, mostly have a mission to encourage more people in Indonesia to use, know, and to contribute to any open source project. Basically, we start the OpenStack Indonesian community in early 2019 in OpenStack 9 birthday, and held the first conference in Indonesian in 2019. And we have some activities like monthly meetup and Open Infra Days at the conference. Open Infra Days is a gather open source community in Indonesian IT workforce, people, students to give a talk, share discussion, or something else to talk about open source, FOSS people, open source project, open infrastructure, open networking, and anything. unfortunately, in 2020, since the pandemic is getting worse, we couldn't help the in-person event, but we still hold the online event. Until now, we have a previous meetup, in-person meetup, and we have one upcoming meetups. We gladly open for you if you interest to share with Indonesian community about open infrastructure or OpenStack or anything related. You can contact us in the info down below. And we have annual conference, two annual conference. One is in-person event in Surabaya last 2019. And in 2020, we have open infrastructure collaboration with Cloud Native Indonesian community. It's online event. And we will sure to help more event and to encourage people in Indonesia with open source. We thank you for FOSSASIA to invite us here, and we are open discussion in Telegram group or Facebook group to talk more about open source, OpenStack, and open infrastructure. I think that's enough from me, Mario.
Yeah, thank you very much. That was a very nice presentation, and we're very happy that you are here. So Indonesia is just like a few kilometers off Singapore, so easy to connect. But of course, Indonesia is very big, so right, you're everywhere. So it's a pleasure seeing you, and I hope we can connect soon in person again. And
Yes,
enjoy the exhibition.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and so we have the next one now, Mr. Kiwi. We saw already that Mr. Kiwi is ready. So now, Mr. Kiwi, please activate your camera. And I would like to ask the following ones, the OpenTap community, to get ready for the presentation, and after that, Open Robotics. So OpenTap community, who will be presenting for the OpenTap community afterwards? Okay, no problem. I see. I can't see anyone here yet, but we can also move forward now. So, Kiwi Tang, thank you very much for joining us, and I'm heading over to you.
All right. Thank you, Mario. Long time no see. Okay. All right. I don't really have a presentation slides, so just going to kind of give a quick briefing of what we are going to be showing and what we are doing here at Lions Forge. Okay, my name is Kiwi. Can just call me Kiwi, spelled as KIWI. That's my call sign. So the project we're doing has been going around for the past 2 to 3 years, and basically what we are trying to achieve is to build a safe and portable laser cutter that's 100% based on open source to be equipped to the household and to the community, so that folks can start to rapid prototype using the laser cutting capability. So the product that came out of it is Craft Laser, as you can see behind me down here. There's some small projects I just put down there just to show you what can be done, like cool stuff like this. So there are a lot to talk about because generally my exhibition or my project is a lot hardware oriented. We'll touch on a bit on the software, but not a whole lot. Generally, we just adopt Inkscape for the design and drawing. We don't do much to the software aspect of the work, but majority of the work is done on the machine. So during the exhibitions, we will be showcase how the machine works, the rationale behind it, the whole design journey, the kind of difficulty to integrate open source into a hardware product. For those who didn't know, is that Craft Laser has been in the market for the past 1.5 years. already, and it's been sold worldwide. And not only that, we also have achieved proper international certification to be used in the household and in the industry. So the kind of challenges that we face, like always adopting this open source essence into the entire product development process, and yet still able to compete in the market and still attain the safety certification. These are some of the lessons that I'm more than happy to share later in the exhibition. For those who are interested, and just come into the exhibition hall and just give me a shout. If not, generally that's all I have.
Thank you very much, Lee. And I also want to show a bit like what you're able to do with a laser cutter. So here I have, for example, Marilyn Monroe that was cut by Kiwi. Yeah, or for example, you can also do kind of an engraving here. Maybe you know Breakfast at Tiffany's, right? Or like you can also make like useful items. For example, this is the holder of for mobile phone, right? Like so you can put in your mobile phone and so you can base it on a table and just have a nice holder. And you can even make your own picture. So this is Hong Fook. Yeah, so it's like amazing what you can do. You can build lamps and so on. So definitely I recommend you to visit the exhibition and check out Kiwi. And you know, like the amazing thing, it's all done with free and open source software, right? I mean, like you can do it with Inkscape and just create something. Yeah, so thank you very much, Kiwi. Good to see you. Hope we can catch up soon. Have a good day.
You too.
Okay, and we have now the slot for the OpenTap community, but I don't see a presenter here from the OpenTap community. Is there anyone here from OpenTap?
Hey Mario, it's Jeff. I'm here.
Ah, Jeff, there. Okay, great. I have to find you on the list. Ah, here I see you. Okay, great, Jeff. So I make you a presenter, and yeah, and do you have all the rights? Would you like to share something, or how do you want?
I was just going to speak. I don't know if you have the link there in the public chat to the board. I'll also we just launched our first newsletter earlier today, quarterly newsletter for the OpenTap project. So I'll put that in there. Even if you don't want to sign up for it, you can get the direct link to it and go check out some nice announcements about the community expansion, some of the challenges that we're seeing in the industry that caused us to go after the OpenTap project, and a couple nice interviews with some of our budding and growing community. And so for those who weren't with us over the weekend, for us it was about between 11 p.m. and 3 a.m. West Coast time, but I guess it was a little bit better for everyone over in Singapore. And for those of us, for those who weren't with us, the OpenTap project is really about open source test automation. It's the test and measurement arm of Hewlett-Packard originally, then Agilent Technologies, and now since 2014, Keysight Technologies, leader in test and measurement hardware and now software. And in that 80-year history, we've never really open sourced a project. We've never really sponsored a project and pushed it out there. And so this is our first endeavor into that space. We've been working on the software technology since 2010, late 2010, 2011. So we're really at the point where we're a decade into this activity, but only launched the project as open source in 2019. A few years before that, we decided to inner source without even knowing what inner source was. We got engaged with the inner source commons and took that forward. And so in May 2019, we launched this publicly. And in the last several months, we've really started to up the awareness and evangelism of it. We really invested heavily from a financial perspective. And why are we doing this? We really believe of the expansion and democratization of common test automation. From our perspective, we deal with customers all over the world, and from a Keysight perspective, and we see a common thing, which is a lot of time and resources and money and assets and everything being spent on reinventing the wheel time and time again, and not just from company to company, but within companies. And so we see test sequencers 27 times over in our customers, in our own self, in partners, and even in competitors. And so we really felt that the industry is ready for that kind of democratization by open sourcing a core technology component such as OpenTAP. So we put it out there, and we've been really intrigued by the engagement of the community. That's indicated that yeah, we're ready for this as well. And so Keysight will continue to provide value add around that in ways that we think we can. We've invited a lot of other, again, customers and people that we would have never engaged with in our normal life. And that's really what attracted us to coming to FOSSASIA, and kind of that maker mindset and that energetic culture that everybody has here. And we're really excited to see what opportunities, what directions others could take OpenTAP into that are outside the bounds of traditional test and measurement. We even had a person a few years ago, one of our former employees, automate his home brewing setup with OpenTAP. So nothing to do with test and measurement in true sense, but brewed good beer and needed automation. And so if you have something that needs to be automated, whether it's natively through the C# interfaces, our REST API that we've developed, or through the Python plugin that we developed and released initially as a product, and then ultimately realized that it made much more sense to open source that as well. So that is now free and open source to the community if you're a developer in Python. We really would just like to see all the creativity that the FOSSASIA and extended community can bring to the OpenTAP project. So check us out on opentap.io. All the links are there. I'll paste a few in the chat. We're really excited to get the newsletter and community evangelism. And as I mentioned on the call the other night, we're perhaps most excited about our forum. You know, everybody learns something when you go into open source for the first major time. I know many of you have been there for a while, but for us, this was new and exciting, but we also knew we were going to make mistakes along the way. And one of them, admittedly, was it took us so long to get that forum out there. We relied on Stack Overflow in the beginning, and that just wasn't the right fit for getting our community going and rocking and rolling. And so that's really starting to take off. So if you've got questions, or if you've got ideas, or if you just want to engage and be part of it, forum.opentap.io is the place to go, and we'd love to see you there. So hopefully I didn't go too much over there, but again, we're really excited. And I guess I forgot to plug one of the coolest things about FOSSASIA and OpenTAP is the tutorial that we did was all around the Python plugin that I mentioned previously that we just open sourced and made free, around OpenTAP along with that, and around the PS Lab board that OpenTech has developed. And you know, that's very similar to what we would do at a much more kind of expensive scale in Keysight from a product perspective. And so to see kind of a piece of test and measurement equipment, not just a generic Raspberry Pi or Arduino, but something that's really kind of purpose built toward the T&M crowd, just so cool to us. And the fact that it was open sourced and open source hardware, and we got it going with OpenTAP with 3 students from UC Santa Cruz, University of California, Santa Cruz in no time. And again, one of the things we're doing with them is building out an open source curriculum around OpenTAP, the Python plugin, and the PS Lab board. And we really see that as the future of education, and training people in academia on test and measurement, which is something that is almost never done these days. And our goal is to get 100,000 pairs of eyes across the combination of that curriculum over the next 5 years. So very ambitious. Very exciting, and if you're interested in being a part of it, please reach out. We'd love to engage with you and expand our community. So thanks again for the time, Mario, and again, really appreciate you guys bringing us into FOSSASIA and the culture there. And we were so disappointed it wasn't face-to-face, since half of my team is actually there in Singapore, but we look forward to the next time around where hopefully it is, and we'll make an event out of it annually going forward. So really looking forward to the engagement.
Thank you very much, Jeff. We have a few on-site workshops, and I saw some of your colleagues from Keysight were signing up. So some small meetings are still possible, but it's not the same as like meeting internationally. It's great to see OpenTap. By the way, I just wanted to share with you that the developers are really excited about what you did and about the tutorial. So we are planning some work with it, and we'll see what comes out at the next project meeting. So thanks a lot. It's really inspiring and moving us forward.
Yeah, no, let us know. We're happy within the safety measures that Singapore allows to get people engaged locally. And then when things start opening up, we're definitely you're gonna see us in Singapore from international as well. So look forward to all the work ahead with you and the FOSSASIA extended team.
Thank you so much. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Okay, so great. And the next one is open robotics. So Marco, are you here? Yeah, and I see Marco already has the presenter rights. So Marco, I'm just, can't hear you yet. Oh yeah, now I can hear you. Excellent.
Yeah, so I'm wearing the mask because we're at the office.
Okay, cool. So I'm handing over to you. The floor is all yours. Thank you.
Yeah. So let me see. I'll try to. I was gonna. I have a presentation that I was gonna show, but I think I already talked enough on the previous on our previous talk on the first day. We had a few. We had a few talks on the first day. So if you guys want to know a bit more about our company, you guys can go ahead and check there. So today I'm gonna take this 5 minutes opportunity to show you guys around. We do a lot of software, so don't expect like crazy robots, but we do have some certain some parts that are hardware. So that's also very entertaining. So we talked about the two main softwares that we do. Let me see if I can. Can I have the presentation over? That might take too long. Anyway, yeah, so we do the robotics operating system as a software. We do some simulation with Gazebo. And here in Singapore, we work in something called RMF, which is the robotics middleware framework. And in that framework, we basically trying to connect multi-fleets of robots from different vendors together. With, of course, open source software. So now I'm going to walk around the hello. Hello, I lost the connection for a moment, I think. Okay.
I think so too. But
I'm back, right?
move forward.
Okay, let me go around. So I'm currently in this is the meeting room. It's just a normal meeting room, so nothing special about it. So this is the few desk here. This is Aaron. Say hey. And then I'm gonna walk to the hardware room, which is the most interesting part. So this is our hardware room. I don't know if you guys can see. Here we have Luca. Hello. Luca's working on some hardware. Yeah.
Yes.
What are you working on, Luca? Let me find it. Yeah.
Yes. So I'm working on a camera that we're working with. So I'm actually both working working on the software for the previous version and then like designing in CAD like the next version of the Open Vision computer. And then like on the off time, like we also work on a bit of like robotic arm stuff and like ground vehicles also.
Can you show us there's one over there?
Over here, yes. So this was a project from about 1.5 years ago. So it was called Blue. So it was an arm developed in University of Berkeley. So it was a collaboration with them to improve both the electronics and the firmware to like make it like higher performance. And then, yeah, so we were prototype here. Now this is the first revision. Then we are apart from the second revision, and now they are building and fabricating the third revision. And all of it is designed to be like, it's open source and it's designed to be like low cost. I think up below 5,000 USD per robotic arm, which is pretty good. Yeah, doesn't run now. But
The entire thing is 3D printed, right?
yeah, and everything is 3D printed. Yes, and it's like belt drives. And yes, 3D printed. Like all the electronics in the new one are also in the base. So you just like, you get like 2 wires out and then like connected to your computer, and then you get it to do stuff. It's integrated with VR, so there are a lot of very cool demos where a person just has a VR headset and like moves joysticks around, and like the robot like follows the movements of the person in VR.
All right. Nice. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, so that's most of the hardware stuff that we do here. A lot of the guys working on software here. And yeah, I think that's most of the time that I got for my slot. I hope you guys had fun watching some parts of where we do real work. And yeah, if you guys want to know more about open robotics, please go to the exhibition room. We have office hours pretty much every day during the we have every day until Friday, I think. Yeah, so everyone's welcome to come over there, have a chat, drop me an email, or whatever you guys want. If you guys have questions about ROS or you want to know anything, feel free to contact me or just drop by the office hours in the exhibition room. Yep, thank you very much.
Thank you, Marco. It's really nice to see some different offices here. Great that you guys can work together. And I'm handing over to Harish, who's here now from the Red Hat team and company in Singapore. So Harish, you're not yet audible? Are you? Yes. The microphone's on. Okay, Harish, so I'm going to share the exhibition page of Red Hat, and then they can present it. Okay, Harish, please go ahead.
It's hard to follow. I mean, yes. All I have is a boring web page, but I think it's important that we share some of the ideas that we work with the community. I've been in the open source world for almost 28, 29 years. I think we want to. There's significant opportunities for us to do a lot of more things. I would encourage you, if you have opportunities within Red Hat, a bit of a pitch from a job perspective. Please visit jobs.redhat.com. Along anyway. I mean, but most people who are from a developer perspective are usually remote. Just visit jobs.redhat.com. You should be able to, see globally, and this will be possible. So I think don't find an opportunity to do that. I think just as is that we do have, we are involved in so many open source projects all over the world. It's kind of hard to pinpoint a particular one, but I just wanted to mention a specific one just to me. It's got to be all about IoT and security. So these are the two areas which are of interest to me personally. So what was mentioned yesterday, Steve way to more home using Home Assistant. I think that is a fantastic.
Sorry to butt in. There is some, I don't know if it's your microphone or something, there's some chopped off from your connection, or if it's like a wire that is not connected properly. It seems like it's several people can't hear you properly, breaking from time to time.
I don't see anything that like here though. Anyway, let's try. Let's see it anyway. Unplug and plug it back in. All right. Okay. All right. Not where so it's just.
I think yesterday it was fine, so I don't know. It must be something that changed today, right?
Everything in the same browser. So this is Firefox. But anyway, it's picking up.
We can hear you. Here. Sometimes it's a bit chopped off, but go ahead.
I out in terms of my follow, I start everything else, then unmute. Is it any better? No. Go to here. The browser issue. No, I'm using Chrome. Is it audible now? No.
Yeah, seems better to me. So yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I'll let it back in. Okay. Maybe in the interest of time, I'll just quickly get to what I wanted to talk about. Essentially, is all the additional work that we have been doing from a container perspective. If you're interested in helping out and understanding us and how that can help drive the next generation applications that you need to deploy on, please consider the Podman project. A very interesting project, as was alluded to by my colleague Stephen yesterday. The Podman allows you to deploy containers in all kinds of environments. You can even certainly deploy containers if you really want to do that, because it's not only the wonderful functionality made available in the Linux kernel to virtualize applications. I want you to explore that, and also the whole idea of IoT, because it's going to be pervasive everywhere. So you get a sense of what it is and how it can help, the better you will be in perspective to be able to contribute in different projects from a different point of view. So please explore the options. So with that, just one last reminder: if you're interested in looking at opportunities with Red Hat hiring, we have been hiring, even currently, I think we are about 18,000 people globally. And we are hiring. So jobs.redhat.com. If you see something, look at the job ID. Every job has an ID and a numeric 5 digits or something. You can send me the ID, and I'll try and do an internal referral for you. All right. So with that, I hand it back to Mario. Please.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Harish. And yeah, you can also meet Harish here in several sessions. Always very connected to the community. So thanks a lot. And we have the last presentation coming up here in the Lightning Talks session, which is from Gov0 from Taiwan, who will be presenting from your community.
Hi, I'm Yun-Chen. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Yun-Chen. So we're giving you the presenter rights.
So there are two of me because my laptop is a little bit. Can you give?
I'm just giving the one that we can hear now. Yeah.
My microphone is on different device than my laptop. So can you give?
Okay. So I make the other one presenter. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, excellent.
Wait, where's the? Okay, cool.
So, Yun-Chen, how's it going over there in Taiwan? Everything good?
Everything is good, just as normal life. So, hi everyone, I'm Yun-Chen.
Okay.
So Gov0 is a community based in Taiwan. I'm not sure if it's already shown on the page yet. Okay, so I will go through it very quickly, and very nice to meet Mario again and Will's Asia community and folks from especially in Southeast Asia. So GovZero is a civic tech community that's we are not a company or an organization. So we are an open community for civic participation, basically, which means that we use open source software, hardware, and open source approach to do on civic issues, so that everyone can change the society, can maybe do some arts with open source, do environmental protection with open source tools. And for me personally, civic tech is of the people, by the people, and for the people. So the relationship of GovZero to build product is different than the traditional political situation is that the government informs citizens to do anything. But in GovZero community, I think we empower and we do it together. By the way, GovZero is a quite decentralized community, so there are no representative, and I'm just here to share my understanding of the community. So GovZero was founded in 2012. At that time, there was a very bad advertisement from the government. But anyway, so we visualize this Chinese that you can't understand into the bubble of the government's central budget, so that lower the barrier for citizens to understand what is going on in the government. And then in 2014, there's a very large student movement breakout in Taiwan. And at that time, some GovZero participants went online to help to build a Wi-Fi and signals and the collaborating platform for people to know where to get the sleep bags or what is happening and all the live streaming stuff to support this movement. And then after that, we have more projects that are not like protests. For example, this is a project combining hardwares and software together to censor the air quality and air pollution around Taiwan, and to visualize it. They put a lot of cheap sensors in many elementary schools so that can do environment education along with the open source education. And also in Taiwan, we are developing some regional collaboration, so far mostly in East Asia. So there's a group that's doing history in East Asia, collecting feminist movements of Taiwan, Korea, and Japan, and translating to make women in different countries aware of feminism. And it's done by crowdsourcing. So, or even like fact-checking line bots to do. If people are interested, I introduce that in the exhibition room. So basically, GovZero is quite active. We have bi-monthly hackathon for over 100 people. For the Biennial Summit, over 1,000 people. And we value a lot on our open collaboration. So we are very decentralized and open as default. By the way, these are our profession stickers, so that every participant, they are not only developers or engineers, they are designers, policymakers, journalists. They can also join the hackathon as well. So we have all our documents online, as open source community would do. And lastly, our culture is like dig, push, fail. So which means, this slide. So we say, don't ask why nobody is doing this. You are the nobody. So if nobody is building a sensor for air pollution, then you build it. So I'm looking forward for collaborating more with Southeast Asia, as now we have a community around East Asia. So welcome to join us. Yeah. And
okay, thank you very much. That was really nice to see how you engage with the community, and I hope we can connect more in future as well. And we are already connecting now, so even though we are online and virtual, we just stay connected. So all the best for you in Taiwan, and we really miss to be able to visit you and to have a good time in Taiwan and see how everything is really moving into a good direction with democracy and with all these initiatives that you are doing as well. So thank you a lot.
Thank you,
This is, yeah, Yunjin, all the best, yeah? Okay, and yeah, we are end of the lightning talk sessions, and the event continues. Today is a big focus on databases, and we have talks coming up now from MySQL, and I'm handing over to Minjia. Minjia, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Hello, everyone.
Okay, excellent. So Minjia, thank you very much for yeah, being the moderator now, and have a good time. See you later.
See you. Hi, Mr. Hananto. Hello.
Hi, Ninja. How are you? Hi,
Great.
everyone.
Great, not bad, not bad. Would you like to try to share your slides?
Sure. Give me a minute.
So maybe in the meantime, I'll remind you your session is 40 minutes, and including your presentation and the Q&A segments.
Cool. Thank you. Yeah, about 50% uploaded. Almost done. Yay. Okay. Thank you. So.
Okay.
Yep.
You have something you want to say?
Can you see my slide?
Yep, I can.
Right. Thank you.
So hello everyone, I'm Mingtia, who is the moderator for this session. Thank you for joining us. Before we start, I would like to give a gentle reminder for all audiences to mute your mics. And if any of you have questions throughout the session, feel free to type them in the chat notes. So we have a very special guest today, Mr. Hananto Wicaksono. He's a Principal Solution Engineer at Oracle MySQL Global Business Unit, Asia Pacific. He has around 20 years of experience as an IT solution architect and database administrator, focusing on design optimization, support, and solution using Oracle hardware and software. He published blogs on procedures of deploying MySQL on container-driven infrastructures and more on MySQL shell custom plugins. Now, let's welcome Mr. Hananto Wicaksono. Mr. Hananto, over to you. Hi, Mr. Hananto. I think you are muted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. All right. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for your time and interest in attending my session. So this session will explain about MySQL shells and its functionalities, utilities, and more. Interestingly, I would like to explain about shell capabilities to do many things dealing with MySQL database, despite of having a lot of functions in MySQL shell that can help both DBA and developers dealing with MySQL database. These tools provide extendable framework that enables people to create their own custom plugin using either Python or JavaScript, and they can inject their own new set of commands into the shells and use them. So for me, I'm excited to share all of these shell capabilities, as well as how to do coding the custom plugin for everyone who interested in using this shell, and coding the plugin for extending the shell functions to meet your requirement. So this is my motivations of giving this talk. So this is the safe harbor statement from Oracle. This is about me. So yeah, basically I'm a database architect and experienced in both Oracle database and MySQL. And I consider myself as a DevOps and database cloud native believer. And I love coding and scripting. I easily get fascinated with math and physics. And these are my tech blogs and GitHub, where I share my workshop materials, coding for my Kubernetes operator, and coding for some custom plugin for MySQL shell and much more. Okay, what is MySQL shell? Okay, basically MySQL shell is MySQL database client tools, but it advanced for various reasons. As a database tool, MySQL shells is used for DMLs and queries against MySQL database. It's also a code editor for development with MySQL. It has XDev API that enables developers to use MySQL shell to create programs on JavaScript, Python, or SQL, dealing with both relational data and unstructured data formatted in JSON document. You can use MySQL database as hybrid database, not just for relational database, but also for NoSQL database. So you can use JavaScript or Python for CI/CD statements against the NoSQL portions of MySQL database. More than that, MySQL shell has admin API that helps DBA, MySQL DBA, dealing with InnoDB cluster provisioning, managing life cycles, and so on, as well as the load dump that helps DBA also to do logical backup and recovery. Okay, this MySQL load dump is basically an advanced logical backup and recovery to replace the traditional MySQL dump. So we will talk a little bit detail later on. All right, these are some of availability functionalities in MySQL shells. So as a client tools and a code editor, MySQL shell provides an interactive client execution mode when you can type a command and enter. The statement will be interactively processed and printed on screen. So it supports Unicode text input and color terminals for better look and feel. And it supports multi-line code, enabling MySQL shell to catch a multiple line and execute that as a single statement. So MySQL shell supports batch code execution as well, that taken from different source and process those lines in a non-interactive way. So script processing will be on single language, of course, and non-formatted output, unless you put interactive parameter when you run the MySQL shell from the command line. You can use this to integrate with external tool as well. So the XDev API and Protocol X in MySQL shell, enables the MySQL shell to deal with the relational database and document store. So you can use CRUD for document store and SQL for relational table. So you can also format the output in traditional table format also using MySQL shell. You can also format it using JSON. You can also format it using type separated output. So later on, if you need to have CSV, then you can just easily run the batch command to convert the type separated output into the CSV. It's very simple. So you can activate JSON wrapping for all output when you start MySQL shell from the command line to help you to integrate MySQL shell with the external tool. So I highlight specifically for extension and utilities in red font in my presentation slide because these two are the main central topic of this talk. So this diagram depicts almost all functionalities of MySQL shell. Some of them we already discussed in previous slide. Okay, you have JavaScript, Python, SQL. They are the main language. Okay, once you log into the shell terminals, you can log into the database and deal with MySQL database using JavaScript, Python, and SQL. So we already explained also about the batch executions mode and interactive execution modes, and also the admin API that helped MySQL DBA deal with InnoDB cluster, XDev API that help developers to deal with MySQL document store, JSON document format, and so on. So we will focus more about customizing MySQL shell look and feel. Later on, I will discuss about that, how to customize things, how to change from dim, and how to use command history to easily recall command that has been executed in shell without retyping it when you want to reuse it, which will improve your productivity when using the shell. So MySQL shell provides auto-completion as well. Okay, because the command is so many, you don't have to memorize all those commands because it has auto-completions. Once you type a little bit, just press tab button, then the command will be auto-completed. If more than one command return over there, then it will print out all possible commands, and you just need to retype again with a little bit complete, and then press the button tab, then deal with it. You can execute the command and so on. So the MySQL shell also has a parallel import table for rapid data import to relational table for large data set. It will analyze the input data and distribute it into a couple of chunks, and every chunk will have its own session, okay, and it has parallel connections to the MySQL database, and it will complete faster than using a single threaded upload. All right, it also has a import JSON, okay, functionalities to import the JSON document. If the import tables importing the relational tables, import JSON is really related to the importing JSON document. So just sharing a couple of tips to further speed up the import task. If your database is not in production yet, you can actually disable the redo locks, or maybe disable the bin lock if your production is not, if the database is not part of the replication of Google replication. You can disable the redo lock, you can disable the bin lock so that it will reduce the IO write during the import. So last but not least, MySQL shell also has functionalities to do a pre-check for MySQL 5.7, let's say, before you want to upgrade. If you want to upgrade this MySQL database 5.7 to MySQL 8.0. So it will produce a report about things that you need to change first in your MySQL 5.7 before executing the upgrade and so on. Okay, starting with MySQL shell. So MySQL shell comes with support on Microsoft Windows, Linux, and Mac OS for 64-bit platforms. And please use latest available MySQL shell versions, even though you have lower MySQL Server versions. So download MySQL shell latest versions, okay, to play, even though your MySQL Server versions is way below. Yeah. Use this even for your MySQL 5.7 with limited functionalities. Even you can use it for MySQL 5.6, but please bear in mind that not all capabilities of MySQL shell will be compatible with that. Okay, as you see on the screen, I have installation, how to install in Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. Okay, in Linux, we have RPM, we have tar, and we have the apt as well. So once you install that on your machines, then you can start MySQL shell to connect to the database. First time, the MySQL shell will prompt format in the default format, yeah, and basic, yeah. And then shell mode is set to JavaScript. So to connect to the database, simply use a /c or /connect, then followed by the connection string formatted as user, server name or IP address, and colon database port number. Then you will need to enter the password. And once password is validated, the shell will ask if the password shall be stored locally on MySQL shell home directory or not. It will store locally in encrypted format if you accept yes. So the next login using the same terminal, it will be auto login and you don't have to provide the password anymore. So alternatively, you can also mentioning the password in your connection strings as you see on the screen. Okay, you can also use connection strings when starting the MySQL shell. So user colon password at servers and colon the port. So if you are not happy with the default prompt format from MySQL shell, then you can pick one of the prompt format templates from the directory prompt inside the MySQL shell installation directory. The prompt format template, the format template is the file is a JSON format. So you can just need to copy this JSON file to MySQL shell home directory as a prompt.json, as you see on the screen. Then when we launch MySQL shell again, the prompt format will be changed. The MySQL shell is really, really configurable. It relies on shell configuration that can be modified easily and persisted. So in order to show current configurations on the shell, we can execute command shell.option. So my slide shows the default configuration of MySQL shell. Default mode for the prompts is none, so that once you log in, then it will go to the JavaScript. And we also have the history.autosave that determine if MySQL shell will memorize the commands that have been executed if autosave is equal to true. Yeah. So the history max size will determine how many numbers of pass commands will be stored in the MySQL shell command history. So we can change the MySQL shell current configurations by issuing command shell.option.set persist blah blah blah. So I give you on JavaScript as well as on Python. So we have JavaScript and Python. A little bit different, but do not worry, because we have auto completion. So yeah, auto completion will help you. So you can also change the modes between Python, JavaScript, and SQL, as you see on the screen. It's very simple, basically. So we don't have to change the mode from JavaScript to SQL. Let's say if you want to execute SQL command on JavaScript mode, because what we can do is just using \JS and then \SQL and followed by SQL statements in order to execute SQL statement on the JavaScript mode. So it's very handy. You don't have to change the mode. So this is the utilities on MySQL shell. So you can use MySQL shell to perform logical backup and recovery against MySQL database. MySQL shell download utility on instance level, schema level, and table levels. So it supports export on all schemas or selected schemas, all table or selected table in accordance to your need. Okay, what tables or schema you want to dump out. It supports online, non-locking, and consistent dump and load, but it is guaranteed that only InnoDB storage engine tables will be consistent. Yeah. So by default, the download will be multi-thread with the default thread is set to 4, and then the utilities will open their own sessions for each thread and then copy the options such as connections, compressions, and SSO options from the global session and so on. So MySQL shell download is also able to provide information about backup activity progress. Yeah, the progress information will include estimated total numbers of rows to be dumped, the numbers of rows dumped so far, the percentage complete, and the throughput in rows and bytes per second. So once the dump and load activities fail, let's say, for example, I upload to MySQL database service on the cloud, and then somehow it is failed in the middle, then MySQL shell actually records my backup progress, and I just need to rerun the backup with the same command, and dump and load will be running started from where it was failed. So it supports the backup on OCI storage bucket as well. It is compatible with 5.7, and technically it can run on 5.6 as well, but with limited functionalities. Okay, not all functionalities will be compatible with MySQL 5.6. So it also can run on dry run mode. So with dry run mode, it will check whether the command will be successful or not, what item to be done, is there any compatibility issue need to be fixed before executing the dump load for real with certain options. So interestingly, okay, the diagram that I presented on the slide on the right side basically shows the performance comparisons with other logical backup tools, and it shows MySQL shell dump load superiority, in terms of performance. The benchmark runs using MySQL 8.0.21 with redo lock disabled, just to speed up the things and so that it won't, based on the redo lock speed and so on. So it is using bare metal OCI compute with 44 core Intel Xeon, 512 GB RAM, and 240 megabyte per second I/O throughput using RAID 0. So the testing shows a huge throughput using MySQL shell download compared to other logical backup tools in MySQL. So these are the commands in JavaScript and their corresponding command in Python, and to dump the instance and dump schemas and dump tables. And I've given examples on the slide how to dump instance and put the dump files into the directory. Okay, it will run on 4 threads because I don't mention the thread parameters in that command. So once completed, we will have a backup files in encrypted format. Sorry, and it will have a backup in a compressed format. Yeah, that's for data. And then for metadata, okay, it will create a SQL file, yeah, SQL files to create the object again during the data loading. And some of the files, let's say add.json. Add.json is very interesting, okay, because shell dump instance can do consistent backup. The add.json will show that consistency equal to true. And then it's also mentions about GTID executed. It is very, very important. So it will record the last GTID executed, okay, once the backup is end. So it is very useful during the restoration. It will dump, it will restore as GTID purge, and we can create synchronous replications based on GTID. If we want to restore for creating the read replica, very, very important. So this is the example to perform dump schemas in JavaScript. Okay, we can put array of schemas that we want to backup and the backup location. For dump table, we can put arrays of tables and the backup location as well. And if we want to migrate the data to MySQL database service, we need to use parameter OCI MDS equal to true. We need to use a strip definer parameter because MySQL database service requires specific privilege, special privilege to create database object. And then we need to use strip restricted grants, okay, because we need to remove a specific privilege that are restricted by the MySQL database service from grant statements. So user and their roles cannot be given this privilege. This parameter is really, really important and mandatory if you want to load your data to MySQL database service on cloud on OCI. So a question, can we use MySQL shell dump to backup MySQL version 5.6 and load to MySQL 8.0 to perform out-of-place upgrade using logical backup restore? The answer is yes. You can do that by MySQL shell dump with caveat, of course. Use users parameter equal to false to exclude users, their roles, and their grants creation in the dump. So once loaded to version 8.0, then you need to create roles, grants, and user again manually, yeah, in MySQL 8.0. Without setting this user equal to false, the backup will be failed. This is for MySQL 5.6. So this is the syntax for load dump to restore backup to the database, both in JavaScript on the left and corresponding Python syntax on the right. The local infile parameter, yeah, is mandatory to set to on, okay, to make the server permits local data loading by client that requests the local data loading in the database. Otherwise, the loading will be failed. Yeah, for more options, devmysql.com, you can see that. And then special for skipping log. Again, we can actually skip the locations by by set the parameter skipping log equal to true. With this parameter, then all threads of the data loading will use SQL bin log equal to 0. It will make the restoration faster and less disk consumption. So this is the examples of using MySQL shell load dump as part of the upgrade to MySQL 8.0. Ignore versions because we are using the lower MySQL versions and will be restored in MySQL 8.0. And then we need to use update GTID set so that the GTID executed on the lower versions will be applied to GTID purge of the MySQL 8.0. So once done, then we can create a GTID-based replication. Very simple. So in terms of migration, data migration, you can create a baseline data migration by using MySQL shell dump and load it to MySQL 8.0. While you load it, there is a transactions coming to the lower MySQL, the current production. So in order to make these transactions to be able to synchronize to the target MySQL 8.0, we can use a GTID-based replication later on and waiting for the cutover. Very important and very useful. So this is basically clients that communicate with MySQL servers using X protocol and use XDev API to develop applications, while the MySQL shell provide this ability by implementing XDev API and communicating to MySQL server through X protocols to do a CRUD using JavaScript, Python, or simple SQL. Yeah. And then MySQL server will run X plugin to communicate through X protocol to MySQL shell that implementing the XDev API. It's very simple. So these are samples of NoSQL operations in MySQL document store in MySQL 8.0 and using CRUD. We can do create, we can do read, update, and delete, and so on. And MySQL Document Store is an ACID compliance that support transactions, commit, and rollback. So you can import the JSON document to an existing tables or collections to a new one created for the import, let's say. So the slide shows two examples to import product.json to MySQL DB schema, and collection name is product. The syntax between JavaScript and Python are similar, but we don't have to worry to memorize the things because we have MySQL shell autocorrect. So for the third example, okay, if the target table and collection does not exist in the database, then it will automatically create it by the utility by using the JSON file name. So MySQL shell also has admin API that gives a set of commands for DBA to easily deploy and manage the InnoDB cluster. So what is MySQL InnoDB cluster? It is a shared nothing architecture for MySQL high availability and scaling feature as integrated end-to-end solutions that easy to use, easy to manage using MySQL shell. So it provides consistency with no data loss, high availability with automatic failover, with replica scalability, and it can provide up to 99.99% system high availability SLA on MySQL. So MySQL shell supports JavaScript and Python in addition to native SQL mode for the admin API. So admin API is executed via DBA global variable and its associated method in MySQL shell. So it will be easy for the DBA to configure, deploy, and administer InnoDB cluster and InnoDB replica set. You can use it for productions, you can use it for sandbox if you want to test the deployment before committing to a full productions deployment. So upgrade checker is used to verify whether MySQL server instances are ready for upgrade. It will automatically check the specified target release and giving advice for further check that we need to do manually. The upgrade checker utility can check the configurations files also for MySQL. If we mention the configuration file, where is the configuration file, and so on. So it will check whether the existing configurations will be compatible with the higher release or not. Yeah. For example, on the screen, we log in using MySQL shell to the source database via X protocols or classic protocols with a user that has reload, process, and select privileges. So we run the upgrade and check the output, and we review the finding and perform the necessary adjustment before continuing the upgrade. So in this case, MySQL shell is really helpful. Really is a great tool to do a lot of things with MySQL database, be like as a DBA or developer. So next, this is a programming in MySQL shell. Okay, MySQL shell have extendable framework that we can use to create our own customized report, or we call it as user-defined report. So we can call this report once using \show, or we can constantly refresh the output using \watch, and of course we can mention the interval later on. So in order to view how many of customized object or user-defined report that we have in MySQL shell, simply log into MySQL shell and issue commands \show. Then it will show the list of customized report or user-defined report. And to execute one of the report, simple, just \show and then followed by the user-defined report name. So this is the user-defined report sample, okay, that I created in my GitHub. You can check. I mean, sorry, it's not this. This is my friend's GitHub. Okay. So first of all, we need to create a directory. First of all, we need to create a directory, what we call it as plugin group. Yeah, the plugin group directory will be sitting behind, or will be sitting under the plugin directory in MySQL shell home directory. MySQL shell home directory is MySQL assets directory that exists in our home directory. Once we execute the MySQL shell, then it will automatically create the home MySQL shell home directory under our user home directory in our OS. So as you see on the screen, we have register report. Shell.register report is used for registering our user-defined report so that it can be recognized by the MySQL shell. So this user shell.register report will mention about the procedures that will be that being called by this report. So we need to still write the Python or JavaScript procedure. As you see on the screen, we can use def log info. Log info is the name of the report, and then session is the parameter. And then this is the query, and the query will produce the JSON format. I don't want JSON format. Then I need to put this output into the array variable. Then I need to looping this array variable and reformatting the output and so on. So yeah, the output is something like this. So this is how to running report. Okay, we have \show, we have \watch, and we can put the interval. Yeah, the interval is number of seconds in between. Yeah, it's 0.5 means that every seconds, every half seconds it will show. So it also have no CLS that specify the screen will not clear before refresh and so on, so that we can always refer to the previous result and so on. So the last one, which is report.loginfo, is how to call using shell method, using this shell functions. And shell session is basically to get our current session, right? Because we have this code, we have this parameter called session. That means we need to parsing the session parameter. So shell.getSession is the procedure to get current session that when we log in or connect to the database. So this is the built-in report of MySQL shell. Okay, we have threads, query, and thread. Threads will report all the MySQL threads available, whether it is foreground or backgrounds. Yeah, and then thread, we can specify which thread ID, which TID need to monitor and so on. And then query is just simple. Okay, we can put the interval also because we use a \watch. And as I mentioned about plugin group is like subdirectory under .mysql sh/plugins directory. Yeah. So as you see there, I have a couple of the plugin group: audit, extension, firewall, group replications, Kubernetes, and so on. Yeah. So under this directory, I will have the what I call it as init.py. Where is my init.py? Okay, later on I will explain. Oh yes, this is the init.py. If we code our plugin using Python, then we need to have init.py inside this plugin, inside directory, or init.js if you are using JavaScript. So only init file will be loaded by the MySQL. When it is loaded, MySQL shell. When it is loaded, when we start MySQL shell from the command line, from the command, then the init, whatever procedure, whatever library inside the init will be loaded. So this is how to run our plugin, which is validated password. So actually, with all of this plugin, I pick up the simple one that I created, which is validated password. So in order to know how many numbers of methods inside this plugin, then I just issue command validate_pass and dot, and basically press button tab. Then I will have install plugin and set policy. The MySQL shell framework will add another one, which is help. So I can create help actually using the init file. The init file either on JS or either on PY. We can put a free text over there that if we run help, then that free text will be appeared. All right, so this is the samples on MySQL shell plugin fusion. Let's say I want to execute the help, something like this. Then this is the free text, predefined text. And inside the validated password directory, I have two files, basically init.py. It is the mandatory, the main file that being executed by MySQL shell, being loaded by MySQL shell once we execute from the OS commands, and password validation.py. Password validation.py, I ignore. Yeah, MySQL shell will not read that. However, if I segregated the code outside the init.py because I want to have a clean I want to have the clean init.py. Yeah, so usually what I did, I create init.py and then I import another file, which is password validation.py, or any file that I want to run as, inside the init.py. So I import that. Yeah, this is the samples of init.py. So the class is validate password, and as I mentioned, okay, because my code is residing on validate password.py, then I need to import that into the init.py so that when MySQL shell is loading, MySQL shell is loading all the plugin, then it will, load whatever code that available in password underscore validation.py as well. Yeah, this is the plugin samples, how to run, the code. As you see on the screen, I have two declarations, the important declaration. The first declaration, plugin underscore function, is how, telling the MySQL shell that I want these, functions to be available on the shell. Without this, then these functions will not be able to be called from the MySQL shell. Yeah, this is to say to the MySQL shell that, hey, I need to load this coding. Yeah, because maybe inside one source code, maybe not all code we want to be available. Yeah, we want them to be available online on the shell. Yeah, so we can just pick and choose which commands or which procedures need to be able to, can be seen from the yeah. So this is the install plugins, is the procedure definitions, and this is the help. Yeah, as you see on the screen, I can put help over here, and this is the core coding. Yeah, the core code. The same like this. Okay, I have a function validate password.set policies is how the MySQL shell will, expose these procedures on the shell. And set policies, depth set policies, like basically like Python's procedure declaration and so on. And this is the main coding. Yeah, the main coding. So this is how it runs. Okay, usually in MySQL we can install plugins, simple by install plugin, blah blah blah, and so on. But with this, it's even simpler. The issue command validate password install plugin, then it will install validate password plugin. And the other one, validate password.set policy, is to set the policy for the password, like password length, password, capital letter, number of capital letter, uppercase, lowercase, numbers of the special characters within the password and within the same within one password and so on. So without this, okay, we can do easily as well, no worries. But with this validate password plugin, at least it will speed up the DBA work. Basically, we don't have to type in multiple commands and remember various system variables in MySQL to configure the password complexity and so on. So, this is the very simple plugins, but there are a couple of plugins that we created in the GitHub that more complicated than this. Feel free to the GitHub. Okay, this is the GitHub that we share the code. Okay, which is AAA underscore there's SG at MySQL SH. So you can see plugin that I uploaded over there. And this one is forking from my colleague Livret, AAA underscore SG at / MySQL shell plugins. And this is all the blocks that written by Livret, very useful. That is very interesting to read those blocks. All right, thank you. So yeah, feel free to ask.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
for your
presentation.
Okay, so let's move on to the Q&A segment. Currently, I don't think there are any questions. However, the audiences, would you voice out any questions to Hananto if you have, or you can type them in the chat notes too, or the public chat. We have 2 minutes for Q&A. So if anyone wants to voice out any opinions they think or any questions, please don't be shy. Feel free to voice out.
Okay. Hello. So yeah, Hanato, I just wanted to drop in and say hello. Great to connect with you. Yeah, it's been some time. So it seems you're doing fine. How are things? No.
Oh, sorry. I was on mute all the time. Yeah, thank you so much, Mario, for inviting me to talk to your event. That's pretty cool. And yeah.
Yeah, good. And so you are in the Philippines at the moment, yeah, or where?
I'm staying in Singapore. I'm living here.
In Singapore, was it? Okay. Sorry, I missed that. Okay. Well, cool. Well, great to connect with you. I wonder, like in Singapore, the situation is quite good. So I hope we can connect in person soon again.
Yes, really. Looking forward for in-person meeting.
Okay. Thank you very much for this talk.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Ninja. Thank you.
Okay, Paul would like to thank you for the introduction to MySQL for your presentation. I don't think there are any questions, so I think we can go for a 20 minutes break before our next session on Intro to MySQL Database Service with Mr. Sanjay Manwani as the speaker. Thank you so much, Mr. Hanao, and thank you all for listening for the session.
Thank you. You're welcome.
useful when you only want to see the speaker.
Okay, so I think we can have a look at the exhibition for a moment before we introduce the next speaker. Minja, is that okay with you?
All right.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm sharing my webcam. No, I'm sharing my screen. That's what I want to do. Share my screen. And I'm now here at the FOSSASIA event. And I would like to show you how to get around here. So this is the event start page, and you can just choose on the left-hand side the exhibition. So once you get to the exhibition, you see all the exhibitors on the overview page. So here, just scroll down, see all the different projects, student community, and so on. Different hubs, universities. Yeah, and then you can click on them. For example, here the first one, we show with the projects of FOSSASIA. There's an exhibitor room where you can connect with other participants if you want. And there are related sessions that are all listed here. And below the tweets and an exhibitor video and slides. Okay, so let's check out other exhibitors here. Who else is there? So you click on next, for example. Okay, Microsoft, nice. What are they offering here? They are connected to open source. That's cool. So you can check out the sessions, for example. So there will be a diversity and inclusion panel tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. On Friday, actually, on the 19th, on Friday at 1 p.m. There are tweets, there's exhibitor video. Click on it, have a look what's going on. This was a talk 2017 here at the FOSSASIA Summit.
That sounds very serious. Actually, my talk is really answering just one question that we are constantly getting asked at the booth, and I guess everybody has here still in the crowd. What is Microsoft doing at the open source conference? Okay, so that's 20 minutes to answer that question.
That was already 2017. Nice to stay connected. And then you can click further. There's MySQL. Today is the database track. Lots of presentations of MySQL and database related topics. So we're very happy to welcome you guys. OpenTab and other projects. And if you want to go back to the overview, you have a look here. For example, click on Red Hat, check out the daily office hours here, 11 to 12 p.m. and 2 to 3 p.m. So we can meet the Red Hat folks there. So that's nice. There are also a few more sessions and so on. So I hope I could show you a bit how to use the exhibition, how to get an overview here, who's present in the event. And happy to show you more next time or just explore it more yourself. And I'm giving back to Minja. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mario. Is Mr. Sanjay here yet? Okay, I think we can wait for a while until he comes into the room. Okay, I think Mr. Sanjay is facing some technical difficulties. I think we can wait a bit longer, even though it's 2 minutes away. Hi, Sanjay.
Hi.
Do you want to on your camera and prepare your slides?
Yes, there are a lot of these allow things that I have to say yes to. There you go. And I hope you can see me now. And if you give me presenter, then I can share my screen too.
All right, on it. Done.
Okay. This entire screen. Say allow. There you go. And okay,
Right.
we are.
I would like to remind you your session is 40 minutes.
Okay.
And which will include your presentation and Q&A segments. So, hello everyone, I'm Ming Jia, the moderator for this session. Thank you for joining us. Before we start, I would like to give a gentle reminder for all to mute your mics. And if any of you have questions for Mr. Sanjay, please do type them in the chat notes. So our very special guest with us today, Mr. Sanjay Manwani, he has been managing and working closely with open source database technologies for the past 12 years and is currently managing the MySQL India team, which is involved in all aspects of SQL development. Not only that, but he's also a speaker at multiple events. So without further ado, let's welcome Mr. Sanjay Manwani. Mr. Sanjay, over to you. Hi, Mr. Sanjay. I think your mic is muted. Mr. Sanjay, your mic is still muted.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, let me start. So, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity for FOSSASIA, and thank you for the introduction. Quickly, let me get started. Not much time and too many slides. So this is kind of our about 6 or 7 since we've kind of started our database service on the Oracle Cloud infrastructure. There are a lot of clouds that have MySQL, but there is this service that we have begun now, and this is a native service. So let me just get started. This is a safe harbor statement. In the previous presentation, I was looking that people were asking, what is this for? This basically is that, whatever I'm presenting is just for information purpose. Though if you make any decision based on this presentation, based on any date, then basically you can't say, oh, Sanjay said this and therefore we did it. And that's what it prevents us for getting sued, basically. So that's it. Quick agenda. I'll talk about the market trends. I'll talk about MySQL and its customers. Kind of introduction, very quick. I will talk about the database service, and I will talk about HeatWave, which is kind of the latest thing that we have implemented, and this is specially required for analytics workloads. This is a very new thing, extremely hot, and it's available only on the MySQL database service on Oracle Cloud. So this is very specific to that. And I will also talk about a little bit about what our customers are saying. We have and we are doing, and how much do they like our services. Okay, so standard things, data is growing exponentially. I think it's really growing much. And you know earlier the people used to have text pages, then they started having photographs. Now there are videos. Everybody wants to search everything, access everything. So we can imagine what data is going to be like with AI. And I don't know, we'll have maybe holographic images soon on the web. You can see people in 3D, and everything is going to be on the web. Imagine how data is going to be, right? And it is moving to the cloud. Like a lot of people had their own data centers where they were saving everything, or they wanted to have it on their laptops. So we see the trend that as far as consumers are concerned, people are not keeping their data at home. They're too scared because hard disk crash and things like that. There is a lot of data that is increasing and going into the public cloud, and that is the trend is only expected to grow, right? In fact, even now today, you can't imagine that you will keep your pictures in a public cloud, right? But everybody does that backup, and you take a picture and it goes into your Google Photos or something like that. So 49% of world's data is going to reside in public clouds. That's some of the predictions which are being made by IDC. And as far as even databases are concerned, right? A lot of the databases people are going to start using on the cloud. As people start trusting data on the cloud, they're going to say, okay, yes, I have my data center, I have my cloud. I have the trust on the cloud that the cloud is going to keep my data safe, because that's the biggest thing, right? Why do banks want to have, or governments want to have that data in houses? Because they have a worry that people are going to steal that data. But this trust is so slowly going to increase. There is, I think currently it's a time of hybrid databases where people have some data inside the data center, some data on the cloud, or exclusively one or the other way, depending on how much they worry or how much trust they have on the cloud. But this trend is going to accelerate. It is going to move more and more of the databases is going to be on the cloud. So people are going to start using databases on the cloud. And as I said, I think the biggest worry that people have is, okay, is it secure? Is my data secure, right? There are thousands of people, there are insiders, former employees, nation state criminals, curiosity seekers. Everybody wants to look at your data. Everybody wants to basically, take away your data in some way or the other. So whether it's personal data, financial data, you have to basically keep it safe and secure, right? And as I said, security. If you look at CXO survey, all right, what is it that they're worried about? Why why do they want to kind of move to the cloud? What people have realized is that these large cloud companies, they have they have a better capability of managing security than anything else. So they want to move to to the cloud, right? And there is a lot more security there. Obviously, there is cost, scalability, ease of management, and speed. But I think security is one of the big factors that people are trusting clouds now. And people still are. I mean, open source is more valuable and important today than it was a long time back, because as far as open source is concerned, you can be sure that whether the company that manages particular open source data is there or not, at least you have the code of that open source. And there will be other people. If the if there is value in the code itself, it's not important what if the company that has the code or has created the code, is it doing well or not doing well. That is not important. But there will be multiple people that can support this open source thing. So the value of enterprise open source is also accelerating. It allows for better collaboration. It allows for as I said, survivability. It allows for migration between clouds. There are these many things that open source brings you, and that's the reason that conferences like FOSSASIA, they are very important, right? Because then we talk about how important open source is. So there is going to be cloud, there is going to be open source, and the databases are moving to this kind of open source databases are going to move to the cloud. That's kind of the the thing. And right now what is happening is that a lot of innovation work that is happening, the new things that are happening, it is happening on open source platforms. So if I want to do something new, exciting, interesting, it is sometimes or many times it's started by university students, and they the cheapest and the easiest way to manage is just using open source. So there are companies that want to therefore also leverage it, and there are students that want to leverage it, and together I think there is a huge amount of open source innovation that is happening, right? And I don't need to say this, open source databases are mainstream. People were, this is probably a slide from when people were a little worried about open source databases, but Gartner is saying it today that open source databases are kind of mainstream. Let's just talk about MySQL a little bit. So if you look at DB Engines, this is a company that rates databases, and it talks about how popular databases are, and there are marks that are given, and I'm sure if you have any idea about databases, you would have looked at the DB Engines rating, and this is from kind of March 2021 that we've talked about. And if you look at it, MySQL is number 2. Oracle is not an open source database; it's a proprietary database. MySQL is the number 1 open source database out there, and it is if you look at the numbers given to it, we are quite far away from. If you look at the top 5 or 6, they are at 400, and then suddenly when you get to IBM, it drops to 156. So kind of 1/10 of the usage of these kind of databases. As you go below, you see a lot of also churn there, right? Redis is coming up, Elasticsearch is going down, SQLite is coming up, Microsoft Access is going down and up. So these are things that keep moving around. What kind of is constant is kind of the top 4 or 5 that are quite stable, and they keep on growing. So what you need to see, just basically the focus is MySQL is number 1, and we are number 1 by far. And it is popular. People want to use MySQL, they are either using it or they say, okay, they are planning to use it, because there's a lot of innovation, there's a lot of change that, is happening. And these are kind of surveys from Stack Overflow, JetBrains, both of them doing the same thing. And whether it is social e-commerce, SaaS, finance, fintech, people can say, okay, but we are this kind of company, that kind of company. Doesn't matter what kind of company you are. There are use cases. Facebook, Twitter have huge use cases. New e-commerce companies have kind of the newest thinking that has been implemented using MySQL. So this is kind of this thing that I want to talk about. Generics. Let's get to specifics. What is this whole MySQL database service? As I said, if you're managing your own MySQL, you're always worried. Do I have the latest security fix? You have to have a DBA team in place that gets the latest fixes. You need to make sure that security regulatory compliances are there. There's a new patch that has come, security patch. There's a new security library. I have to implement it. I have to make sure that my cloud database and my on-premise database are in sync. Let us suppose I have a my replicas which are there on different clouds, or the other way around. I have a master in one and I have replicas somewhere else. How do I replicate, right, between? Then if there are multiple technologies, let us suppose I'm interested in Oracle. 70% of Oracle people use MySQL. How do I integrate with that? How do I get technical support? So then you need to work with a cloud that understands Oracle, which understands MySQL, and preferably that has developed MySQL. I know there are a lot of implementations of MySQL that are there, which have been done by Google, Microsoft, all these kind of companies. But what they're doing is they're taking what we have created, making some changes to it, adding some things to it, deleting some things to it, making sure that it works on the cloud, and then giving you that service, right? While it's not true, or this is our strength, that it's the team that has built the MySQL server is now bringing you this service available to you, and it is based on the enterprise edition. This is the first time I'm talking about enterprise edition on FOSSASIA, because now as far as cloud is concerned, it brings everything together. So whether it is the latest audit, whether it is the latest security features, whether it is all kinds of security key infrastructures that we integrate with, everything is today available to you because the enterprise edition is available to you. Again, the database service is easy because it's fully managed by us, right? So We will have the screens, and if there is anything that goes wrong, we will take care of it. The moment you click, it is automatically provisioned and you get the latest version, right? It is 100% secure. We are guaranteeing it. There is data protection, there is advanced security, and the security updates are something that's our problem. Because it's implemented in our cloud, we take care of all that, right? And it is, as I said, built on enterprise edition, and it is on-premise compatible. So it's the same code that works both, and it's built on the second generation of Oracle infrastructure. I will talk about that a little bit. So what is it? So it's not only the database that we are taking care of, the OS is something that we are taking care of, the server we are taking care of, storage, data center. You don't have to worry about, my networking is going to go down, my whatever, air conditioners are going to go down, everything is taken care by us. So what is this second generation cloud? The second generation cloud, so Oracle tried a cloud first, and then it realized, okay, there are certain changes that are required. We need to focus on security, way better performance. It has to be cheaper, and has to be a complete, open ecosystem that we need to create. So this is a second generation cloud that has been created, and we are not talking about it, but if you read anywhere, all the analysts are saying it is the most secure cloud that is out there. And it's not that it's just the expensive cloud, it is also the cheapest cloud. So if you look at just, how much does it cost you for 100 OCPUs and 1 terabyte of storage, for MySQL, we are the cheapest out there. I know a lot of people are, these are numbers that you need to look about, but we are way, way cheaper. And we are not only cheaper as far as the MySQL service is concerned, we are cheaper as far as storage is concerned, the backup is concerned. When you bring in data, when you take out data, all these things are way, way cheaper on the, on the Oracle Cloud. And therefore, basically your TCO comes really down. Let's talk about, HeatWave a little bit, because that's our latest, newest, and most interesting thing. Okay. So typically, if you wanted to do analytics, right, what you would do is you will have your data in something like a MySQL or a front-end database. Then you'll clean it up because there'll be customer-specific data. There will be some credit card numbers, health information. You'll clean it all up. You'll put it into an OLAP database. And from that OLAP database, then you're going to basically, create your data cubes. And then using those data cubes, you're going to take out your whatever information that you wanted with these huge reports and things like that, and a part of that information is going to go back into your database, because there is a single view that people want to have with their data. So there's a whole cycle, and some of these cycles will take days, some of these cycles will take months. Definitely you can't do analysis in a very short time. It takes a long time. So for example, when companies want to bring out their own reports, right, so it takes a long time for bringing out their quarterly reports. With HeatWave, right, which is our kind of OLAP accelerator or OLAP extension, if you can say, it is the same database that you're working on. So now there's a single MySQL database. You can do OLTP on it, and you can do analytics on it, because as far as HeatWave is concerned, it's like another engine, and it is an in-memory engine built in, right? And the moment you make any changes, and I have a nice diagram for it. I think let's go back to the diagram. I will basically go back to the diagram. So all the data, everything that is works exactly the same way. And as far as your OLAP queries are concerned, suddenly, as far as the user is concerned, it is suddenly very, very fast. It becomes really like 400 times faster, right? And if you look at the scaling, earlier, you were scaling to maybe 100 cores. Now suddenly you are scaling to thousands of cores. So you have 1,000 parallel threads which are working. This is an absolutely new technology. So basically, our Oracle Labs had come out with this. They had their own specialized hardware on how do you parallelize, OLAPs and things like that. And they built in that technology, and they said, okay, who do we integrate it with? And they came to MySQL, and MySQL said, yes, we would love, because Again, it's a very, very complementary thing. We are very, very good with OLTP, but we are not good with OLAP. So why don't you bring this engine in? And they integrated this engine, just to show you how this works. Yes, so basically you do an insert, it goes to our optimizer, and from our optimizer, it knows that, okay, this table particularly is a table which is required for my OLAP, and obviously everything is in InnoDB, so that's the source of the truth, but the whole thing goes into your in-memory database, which is HeatWave, right? And this is happening immediately. It's not, there is no time gap here that ETL has to happen, cleanup has to happen, nothing has to happen. If you do want to make sure that there are certain cleanups happen, you write the filters out right there. And this information is going to go into your in-memory presentation, HeatWave database there, which is kind of thing. And from that, when you ask for a result, the result comes and it basically your query is going to get answered the moment. So there is no wait time here, there is no cleaning here, there is nothing that is happening. Everything is happening extremely, extremely fast, and it is happening extremely seamlessly. As far as you are concerned, as far as the user is concerned, they are giving a MySQL query and suddenly this MySQL query is fast, right? Okay, so it is completely fast, and because it's a part of Oracle infrastructure, anything that is built in. So for example, we have this beautiful reporting tool in which you can create pie charts, you can create all kinds of waves and graphs and all those things. So all those things are available to you automatically, because any tool that is built for analytics, that is going to directly work on top of MySQL and HeatWave, right? And you can have your OLTP applications pumping in the data to MySQL. You can just add the queries of your OLAP and those queries will get answered, and beautiful reports can be run using our analytics tools. Again, as I said, if you're talking about 400 GB and 64 cores, this is the speed up that we're talking about, right? If MySQL query was taking 1700 seconds, it comes down to 4.21 seconds. So it's really, really fast. They will basically, are very fast. And the queries that we are talking about the TPCH queries, right? So we have looked at the TPCH queries, and we said, okay, in general, what is the speed of execution? We are talking 64 cores here, please remember, right? And obviously, people are going to say, okay, what does this mean if we compare with Amazon Aurora? Because a lot of people are working currently with Amazon Aurora. So how much faster is HeatWave if we compare it to Amazon Aurora? So if you look at it, it is about 30 times faster in certain cases. Okay, from 5 days, and these are, remember, first you have to do is you have to in any scenario, you have to, like, these are terabytes and terabytes of, so 4 terabyte of data, how much time does it take to load in the first place, right? In case of Aurora, a 4 terabyte data might take about 5 days to load, right? Because it's slow, it's cleaning up and everything is going to happen. So our data preparation time is 4 hours, right? How much is the, is the runtime? The runtime is 1100 times faster. So a query that would take 2.5 hours in Aurora is going to take you 8 seconds in HeatWave, right? And how much cheaper is it? It's way, way cheaper. So it's 3.5 times cheaper. So you are preparing it quicker, you are running it faster, and you're paying less money. So very, very, makes a lot of sense for this, right? And people are going to say, but why are you comparing with Aurora? Aurora is not for OLAP. It is HeatWave that we use for, basically Redshift we use for our OLAP. So why don't we compare with, with Redshift? So fine, let's compare with Redshift. Here, if you have our analytics queries are about 2.7 times faster, and it is 3 times cheaper. So again, from the cost benefit, it just makes sense to run it on HeatWave. And again, remember, it's seamless. It's a single, screen that you're running. Everything is the same. But then people say, okay, why are you comparing with this $110,000 thing? I can get, way cheaper Amazon Redshift. So, how about you know, why don't you compare with the Redshifts fastest shape? So if it's the fastest shape, we are 5 times faster, and we are 37% cheaper. If you look at, okay, it is the cheapest shape of Amazon Redshift, then we are 17 times faster, and still we are 3% cheaper. So I don't want to, I can keep talking about my service, and I can keep saying it's the best service out there. But let's talk about what our customers are talking about, right? What do they think? What is it that they've seen? Right. So we had, we took it to health engineers, Siemens health engineer, health engineers, and they tried, HeatWave and MySQL, and they say we discovered astonishing performance improvements from hours to seconds. So exactly what I'm talking about. And remember, this is not something that has been built in a day. Our labs team has taken years and years to develop this, right? And this is our, very, very kind of, it's like, those diamonds that are there, very precious, difficult to come by, but when once implemented, these are some things that you can really enjoy, right? And again, it becomes very, very easy for them because single seamless database, right? They have one database, and from that one database, as far as analytics is concerned, it happens seamlessly. So what is Mercari saying, right? And remember, these are real-time cases. So as far as our test cases are concerned, we might say 400 times faster or 1100 faster, but there will be some averages that will become common. And as far as customers are concerned, they're saying, okay, we are at least seeing 20 times faster analytics, right? And our acceleration is 45,000 faster than on-premise. So if we have a MySQL, which Mercari was maintaining, and they tried to compare it with what's happening on HeatWave, it's 45,000 times faster. So not something that I say. Again, something that our customers are saying. What is Square Enix saying? Square Enix saying is they wanted to have an analytics workload of social game infrastructure, and their focus was their problem as far as ETL is concerned. So when you move your workload from your standard database, which you use for day-to-day OLTP, and then you want to do analytics, like moving mountains, right? You take one data, you clean it up, and all that cleaning used to take them many difficult times. So they're saying our analytics engine is 500 times faster, and we require zero ETL, right? So ETL that again, what I just told you, this is exactly what our customers are also saying. Again, SCSK Corporation, we are analytics engine is 10 times faster analytics service, and no need for ETL. So just repeating things that people are talking about right now. I think if you are wanting to test this out and kick the tires of it, you get about $300 credit. So what I would say is just go down, search for MySQL HeatWave, search for the service of Oracle Cloud, try it out. Try your hands, try your fingers on it. This is the latest, newest thing and the fastest thing, and it's really state of the art. So if there is state of the art analytics that you want to think about, if there is state of the art scaling that you want to think about, because this thing scales from one core to, I think, thousands of cores. And yeah, as far as the scaling is concerned, it is at about 0.8. So it's not 1:1. So if you have one core, it's going to give you one performance. If it's two cores, it's going to give you 2, 3, 4, 2,000. But at least we have 0.8. So 1,000 cores are going to give you 800 or 8,000, 820 times the performance. So it's not really 1,000, but the scaling is kind of quite linear. So try it out. There are free coupons that are available. I think for India there is a $500 coupon that is there. If you're from India, from I think other parts of the country, there's a $300 coupon. Try it out for free, and we are in the process of developing it. We are in the process of implementing it. There are about, I think, 2,000 customers that have tried it. Again, the last 7 months that we've come out with, we're getting extremely good results, and we're getting very, very positive things. So I think if you are serious about analytics and cloud, and you're interested in MySQL, this is the thing that you need to get your hands dirty with. Go down there, use your $300, and out is what I would what I would suggest. Again, DMM Corporation. Again, everybody's talking about no changes, and I think that's all that I have. If there are questions, I'll be kind of happy to answer those questions. And I'll stop my screen share here.
Hello, Mr. Sanjay. Thank you so much for your insightful presentation. Now let's move on to our Q&A segment. So does anyone have any questions for Mr. Sanjay? I think currently there is no questions in the shared notes, but if you would like, you can voice out your questions or type in the public chat.
We have a very shy and quiet guy running this time for FOSSASIA, I think.
Okay, there's a question coming from Gaurav Soni. He is wondering how Oracle can improve the performance compared to other cloud services.
So one or two things. One is, remember, if you're using any other cloud service from any other provider, it may be a little different, and therefore you might not get latest service. There might be certain things that they might do faster because they have re-implemented certain things for it. So I know that AWS has some things that are faster and slower, but what I recommend to people always is that when you are talking about any cloud implementation, and especially, again, as I said, in open source, the advantage of open source is that whether I want to use MySQL on cloud number 1 or cloud number 2 or cloud number 3, I should be able to take it and I should be able to move it around as far as the core MySQL is concerned. So are you getting locked into a cloud? That is something that you need to worry about. With MySQL, you know that this is the official implementation of MySQL, and this is the official implementation which is available to you on the Oracle Cloud. If somebody breaks it up, extends it, and this is the same for any fork, once they change things, then when we come out with the newer version, they have to make their changes source compatible, and it's exactly the same with other cloud vendors. So they will have to create a new extension, they'll have to change something, and then that extension will have to go into their into their cloud service. If you look at certain providers, they have not even, right now we are on 8.0.23, right? So there are, even in 8.0 there are 23 versions that have come, right? And whenever we come out with a new version of 8.0, we also come up with a new version of our 5.7s, and I think 5.7 or 80 or some number is going on. So are they able to keep up, right? That is something that you need to understand. And remember, tomorrow if you want to move from Google Cloud to Oracle Cloud, because Oracle Cloud is cheaper, and tomorrow AWS becomes cheaper than us, are you able to move your changes from one cloud to the other? Or if you want to just bring it back on premise, so are you going to be able to do that? And let us suppose you say, okay, I don't want to take my services from Oracle, there is another provider that I want to take it from, which supports core MySQL. Is that cloud provider going to be, or even a company going to be able to help you on premise, because this is an open source product? That is something that you need to look at. Not only just, okay, performance A versus B. I talk about performance, I'm going to say, this is the best. Another person is going to say, this is the best. Remember, as far as heatwave and analytics is concerned, because it's specific hardware wise and implementation wise, currently it's offered only on the cloud. So if you're comparing analytics, we are way faster than anybody because we understand the code, we understand the. So You can't compare heat wave. Nobody has heat wave. Redshift I already compared. We are way faster than that. But core MySQL, again, I think there are certain things that certain people have done that have made it faster. But if you look at the version that they're supporting a very, very low version. So again, your call, and don't don't believe me. Try your own benchmarks. As you saw, we talked about 400 times the speed, but when we took it to a customer, the customer said it's 20 times faster for me, right? So every implementation, every difference is going to be different, right? Or it depends on your queries that you're using. It depends on what exactly you're trying to work on. Um, yes, typically I would say we have the latest, we have the fastest, but don't take my word for it. As I said, there are, for 30 days, $300. Why don't you, and you know how to run MySQL? Just take it, go there, try it out, and I promise you, everything installs in one click. You go there, you say, okay, start my MySQL database, on Oracle Cloud. You say, create it. It's going to get created in some. I think right now it's 20 minutes or something like that. In 20 minutes, it will get created. Create your tables, run your queries. There's a beautiful site which the previous presentation talked about. Everything is going to work, and it's just try it out. Use your $300, and you tell me how fast it's running.
I see.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sanjay. He would like to follow up with saying, sure, looking forward to try out the services with free coupons. So, audiences, I think Mr. Ivan has sent 3 links on Oracle and MySQL. You may want to check those out. In the meantime, does anyone want to voice out their questions? We still have 6 minutes till the end of Q&A. Or Mr. Sanjay, do you have anything else you want to share with the audiences?
So if you look at, yes, there are a lot of conferences that are happening on heatwave specifically, and these are hosted by our senior vice president who was in charge of the labs team, and his name is Nipun Agarwal. So search for Nipun Agarwal, and I think on 24th there is an open conference that you can attend, and Nipun is actually going to, this is because it was introduction. I just talked about very, very generic stuff about money and benchmarks and things like that. But if you want to look at the implementation, it's a very cool piece of technology, how the nodes are there, how the structure is there. So if you want to attend any of these conferences, search for our open conference, look for Nipun Agarwal. He's the guy who was heading this whole thing. So look for these conferences and go ahead and basically try them out is what I would suggest.
Thank you, Mr. Sanjay. Okay, we're down to last 4 minutes. Is the last chance for y'all to voice out. Does anyone want to unmute yourself and talk to Mr. Sanjay? Or we can open up a discussion that we can share more about the open source, about MySQL or Oracle. Feel free to do so.
Okay, I see that there are no more questions. So I thank you so much for being there, being around and listening to me. I see there are some 40 people who are listening. Thank you for being around. Thank you, Semen, for a wonderful introduction and managing this. And as usual, this is FOSSASIA. We're talking about open source. Stay true. I think you guys are what makes the difference and what makes sure that open source remains to be something that people want to work with. Innovations are happening in open source. Try out new things, download new things, work on new projects. I know there are a lot of students here. Do your projects on open source, contribute. This is the most, if you're working on open source, I think this is a thing which gives back to you maximum. So yeah, that's what I would like to end with. I see Hong Fook is there.
Hello, Sanjay.
Hi, Hong Fook.
Yes, so I just want to come in, say hello, and thank you very much for this presentation. And also thank you, MySQL, for sponsoring the events. So we've been receiving support from MySQL for the past few years, and we really appreciate your contribution to the open source community. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for giving us this platform.
It is a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you.
Minja, are we getting ready for the next session?
Yep, the next session is going to start at 3, so there's a 20 minutes break actually. So anyways, thank you, Mr. Sanjay, for sharing with us more about your presentation, and thank you for all of you for attending this session. And our next session will be held by Mr. Ivan Ma, and will be about handling data consistency for my SQL database. So I think all of you can take a 20-minute break before we are back at about 3 p.m. Hi, Mr. Ivan. Would you like to test your mic and your camera right now before your presentation?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Can.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, so I'm starting to share the webcam.
Okay, I've made you presenter.
Presenter. I'm not a presenter. Am I correct?
You can share your slides.
Yeah, share the screen, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. So can see or cannot?
Not yet. Not yet. Oh, screen share has started. Yeah, now I can see. So maybe I would like to remind you that your session is 25 minutes, which will include your presentation and Q&A segments.
Yeah. How's the webcam?
Can see you clearly.
Okay, good. Yep. Yeah, because I share the screen, I cannot see my cam.
You can wait for about like 4 more minutes before we start. For those who are here, thank you for joining this session on handling data consistency for my SQL database. Yeah, we'll be starting in 4 minutes time, so please hang around. So, Mr. Ivan, how are you feeling today?
It's good. Yeah, it's quite warm today in Hong Kong. I'm based in Hong Kong. So how's the weather in Germany?
Oh.
Are you based in Germany as well, or from Singapore?
Singapore.
Oh, you're based in Singapore. It's not. Fort is actually in German. In Berlin, right?
It's going to rain here.
Oh, it's quite hot. What temperature is it today? 30?
Today, 31 degrees.
Oh, 31. Yeah. Hong Kong actually is very good, sunny, and temperature at the moment is like 28, and at nighttime can be actually 20. So 20 to 28. It's really nice weather.
Oh. Hopefully, COVID will quickly clear up and we can travel.
True. So people can travel around and see each other's.
Yep. Okay, I think let's start now. So hello everyone, I'm Ming Tia, the moderator for this session. Thank you for joining us. Before we start, I would like to give a gentle reminder for all to mute your mics. And if any of you have any questions throughout the session, please feel free to type them in the chat notes. So our very special guest today is Mr. Ivan Ma. He's the MySQL user group lead in Hong Kong and has over 20 years of experience in enterprise system, infrastructure, and software technologies. He's also currently the MySQL Principal Solution Engineer, Asia Pacific with Oracle, responsible for pre-sales consulting, technical and education, and product promotions. He joined Oracle in the system team from Sun Microsystem acquisition, And prior to that, he was Principal Solution Architect with Sybase APAC, covering APAC regions. So now let's welcome Mr. Ivan Ma. Mr. Ivan, over to you.
Thanks. Thanks everyone joining these sections. So today we have already covered two sections. One from Hernando's talking about the Greek stuff, MySQL shell, and last sessions that we got the idea of the MySQL service on cloud. Thanks to Jay. So this section is about handling data consistency. Data is the king. Data is very important. How can actually we do it? Okay, we do it this actually on MySQL. Today we cover this. So you can see, basically, I'm as mentioned, I'm from Oracle, user group leader in Hong Kong for MySQL, and as well, I have been actually doing a lot of work with like Exadata, Oracle, Sybase over 10 years. So in database, I believe I'm good. I'm good at it. So let's look at what my database consistency is. So basically, consistent means it follows the rules. So the rules has to be done beforehand. So as a database system, we refer to like database transactions, and changes must be actually on the way. Okay, it's being defined for what it can be done, right? This does not guarantee correctness of a transaction in all way you want it to be done. Okay, so we can see, okay, there are other terms, so-called ACID or CAP. So ACID, atomic consistency, which is important for today. Isolation's durability. So as a transactions is all success or failure, it's logical unit of work. So this actually, we believe everyone's using database, we need transactions. But over time, we also see distributed database system and distributed system in OS as well. So people also consider as multiple system, multiple nodes actually running together. We need more than just so-called ACID. There's other terms called CAP. So there's also a theorem called CAP theorem. So we see consistency, availability, partitions tolerance. So consistency, in a sense, multiple system, actually multiple update concurrently is doing the update or doing things, and it has to be in the same orders, right? So this has to be consistent. So availability is in a way that binary outcome with a request yes or no, right? So it may be actually taking too long to response, meaning it is not available. So there is also partition tolerance as a light triangle. So one can only be actually achieving consistent or availability only 2 out of 3. So this is so-called CAP theorem. Of course, somebody is trying to challenge this theorem. Anyway, today we talk about consistency. We want this to be done, right? And what exactly in database it is a matter. So for MySQL, we have the transactional storage engine, which is InnoDB. So 95% or even more people actually today using InnoDB. So it supports transactions. There are other storage engine in MySQL, like memory, CSV, or black hole, or some others, or MyISM in the old days. But what we do, okay, today people use InnoDB. Okay, 95 or more, okay, people using it. So as the transactional storage engine, it supports like how we do begin and commit, as well as like save point and rollback, or actually release the save point. So those are important. And from the database management, we need to shut down, bring down the server, and from time to time, maybe we need to restart the server. So all this actually is talking about we need to to kind of undo and redo, right? So in database, we have undo logs, redo logs. So it is important for like crash and recovery, especially when a system or unplug a power plug. So the system crash and then we restart it, and something actually just in progress. So what can this be recovered? We base on those actually in transit data, which either is being done and have not yet finished. We need to undo, we need to clear all this data from the temporary, from the data files. So yeah, we can do it from undo setting. And as well as something has been committed, but it hasn't actually been put into the data files. So in a sense, we need to apply it based on the redo logs. So when the startup comes up, the server actually read the redo logs and tries to apply all this. So it make the database to be consistent at certain state, and then we can start to use it. So again, when we talk about this like consistency, we also talk about how we back up and restore and recover. So how can we back up the data so that when we recover the data from this backup data, it has to be consistent. It is not just look at the restore time, it's actually how we back up the data. If the backup is inconsistent when we restore, there's no way we can recover. It's actually in an inconsistent state. So backup, recovery, we talk about it. And there are things that today is about HA. So it means there are redundant server and data can be one place as a shared storage. It's likely people talk about active passive and maybe using cluster system or VM, you start and stop and actually bring another server and looking at the same shared storage and then start having the same IP. So yeah, it's looking at the same data. It's like, okay, data consistency. And it's based on undo and redo in that case. What about HA when we do replications? It's actually bin log, redo log. How does it work? And as well as there are latest things we talk about group replications and in the DB cluster. So this is like multiple servers that can actually handle requests. It can be a single server for primary and the other server nodes to provide read capabilities. So as long as we create data, we may pass data to other servers. And people may access the data from others. How can we read the data in a read consistent? Or we have the right consistency, conflict can actually be detected and handled properly. So this will be actually one of the topics today. Over this 25 minutes, it is quite short. And there's also some other things with multiple server, which it is NDB cluster. Today, we are not putting this as focus, but anyway, so I just put it here. And as well as there is actually people create the applications. It can be programmatically to create a whole bunch of the logic. Okay, it's not just transaction, it can be something else. It can actually be across, okay, different systems. So programmatically, how can we do it? So as the backup, how can we create this consistent state so that we restore, it is a consistent backup restore. So basically, we can bring down the server and nobody actually updating the data. So the data as a file, as a storage, it is consistent. Is it in a consistent state, and then we just back up the data. But yeah, it is actually reduced, or actually there is downtime. So today we have always available system, systems running as productions 24/7, every minute, every seconds, people's doing update. So as the running server, people may try to say, we take a snapshot. How can we take a snapshot? Oh, hold the VM and not doing anything, so it is capable to just give the VM frozen, nothing's to work, right, in the VM. So does it actually work? Yes or no? So basically, when we keep this VM, it is frozen, the data is not actually applied to storage. It's like the data, okay, it's like crash. This is a crash recovery models. So it is good? Not really. And as well, if this is a like cluster system, DB cluster group replications, it has the habit. So when one actually tries to ping the other server, it does not respond. So because frozen, so the node will be kicked out. So this is not a good idea. So we believe a better way of doing this backup is to use some other way of applying the redo logs. and backing up and bring the data to be in a consistent state. Okay, so we introduce like enterprise backup from the Oracle enterprise editions, which actually can back up the data, okay, with multi-threaded process. Okay, it actually back up the data much faster physically. Okay, it is not logical backup, it is physical backup, and also it brings the data in a consistent state by applying the transaction log. So it brings to a state when the data is coming back, right? So restore data can also be faster because it can be parallel. It's not like SQL, it has to apply SQL one line by line. And a lot of more features with enterprise editions, full incremental backup monitoring and encryptions and all like this. And also when the data with the MySQL is encrypted, we need to read the data with more secured way than is actually enterprise editions. Anyway, people also use MySQL dump. So the dump, take an example why it is inconsistent, how we can actually get it to be consistent. So like in the pictures down here. So a table at one time is table 1, 10 records, table 2, 100 records. But over maybe another times, it has the table 1 getting 2 more records, a master, okay, custom record. Orders, there are 20 more, is 120. But the backup process actually start in the middle. So the table 1 actually kept being captured for 10 records. And the table 2 is copy, it was dumped, and the backup data has 120. At the end, the backup data has 10 records for table 1, 120 for table 2. Is that effective? Is that actually consistent? It is inconsistent backup. When we restore, this backup is not quite usable. So how can we do this? So if we use MySQL dump, basically people has to apply single transactions, or people tries to use log table. Single transactions, it may work for InnoDB, okay? So if there are other kind of storage engines, okay, you may consider to use others, okay, log table. Particularly when you're using MySQL 5.7, there are some other tables which is a system table. The data dictionary, they are not InnoDB. So the way you back up the full database, it has to be more than just single transactions. So what is single transaction and log table? Single transactions means MySQL has an isolation level, which is repeatable read. When I start the transactions, it actually captures the versions. So all this data actually at that snapshot time. And by then, all these InnoDB tables, when we read it, it's actually based on the time which we started. So that actually can be actually quite helpful for a sections. Remember, this actually for a sections to go. For a sections to go. If actually you break in the middle, you want to do it actually table by table by table, it doesn't work because single transaction only within a single sections. And as well as how we do this, like, okay, log table, we can log all the table up front and then nobody can touch. So this may be actually work for the system having more than just InnoDB. And there is also another options with yes, too many rows, a big table. And the quick options, which is very useful, it actually dumps the data row by row. Consider a 10 million records when we retrieve it, it may be overflow your memory. So the way we may actually dump the rows to a table, but it may take quite long. So there is also the MySQL shell domino. So Hernando in the earlier sections mentioned this, and just refresh in here. So MySQL shell is quite good, okay, to do this, to export data, to actually kind of logically back up the data, and to bring the data back. So basically, there are dump instance, dump schemas, means dump many databases within this instance, and also to restore, okay, by having the load dump tables, or actually export the table in CSV format, in certain format, and terminated by some fields, right? And import the data tables which in a way people use low database utilities, which util from MySQL shell. It's also considered consistency. How can this be? Firstly, this is multi-threaded backup, multi-threaded dump and load. So the way how it does, look at this. At the very beginning, when it starts, the MySQL shell, we try to lock, okay, to issue a lock, a so-called flush table with lock, and start all the sections, start all the threads. So all the thread, when it is started, it will try to set the transaction isolation level, and it is repeatable read, and then start the transactions with consistent snapshot. Meaning at the very beginning, all data is in a consistent, the same way as this time zero. It is consistent, okay? And it is repeatable read isolation level, no matter you actually set it to committed, recommitted. So this is quite good and multi-threaded dump consistency in here. When we load data back, it is big data. So how can it be actually just one way to load? Maybe in the middle, the connections fail, something wrong. So it's a long process. So what we can do, actually, it can be partial. We actually, how can we bring this consistency? We start a restore, and then in the middle it crashes or it's restarted, and then we can continue. We can actually use this MySQL MySQL shell to load the data as partial and resume. This is quite a very good tools. And there is also in MySQL 8.0, we have new features, the clone. So clone is also kind of backup, okay, to reproduce another image, which is the running server. We want to reproduce another running server. How can we do this? As like there is a sender and receiver. We call this recipient and donor. So as here, the donor, we have to install plugin. So install the clone plugin and create a specific users, which actually the remote server it will connect back to here. And we actually grant the specific right, the privilege to these users. Okay. By then, in the recipient side, we as well install the plugin, and we try to set the where we can actually get data from, the donor list, and create the users and grant and clone. So we can clone instance from this specific servers from the donor. So having said that, so what is actually the progress? The progress we can actually see from here. So as like, this is like backup, okay, from the donor side, and then sending the data over the networks to the recipient and apply the log. We do log, so it is consistent. It is consistent like backup and restore, okay. This is a very good tool and good features in MySQL 8. And MySQL shell in InnoDB cluster, we support natively using this clone, to reproduce a server. Here, you can see we do log copy. So we have to redo log, okay, copy across and apply when it is restarted. So the redo log, we apply and bring the database to be a consistent state. There is also programmatic SQL, which consider like GTID consistency. It has to be consistent. How can this actually be done? Before MySQL 8.021, people has been asking for like create a table from select statement. You can see create table from a select statement. It is DDL and DML. So DDL, it is like, okay, on its own, create table is either yes or no. Select statement can actually be a transactions, but create table, there's no transaction concept. So in here, after the 21, we support this as like rollback. Okay, it has the GTID consistency. And there's also, if we consider multiple nodes and someone actually execute DDL on one node and execute DML, so it might not be very consistent. So we have to bring this like consistency, how we combine DDR and DML running on the same server. And there's also, when we programmatically to consider things, there's also data dictionary, system data, which can be my ISAM, like MySQL 5.7. And MySQL 8.0, the database use InnoDB. So there are other things, programmatic SQL for consistency control. When we want to provide consistency, we have to provide kind of locking mechanisms to have the serialized manner accessing the critical region of data. So we can use lock instance for backup when all this is actually, you cannot create table, you cannot actually manage the DDL. But DML, update, inserts, yeah, it's okay. And there's also, as mentioned earlier, flush table with read logs, or flush tables, specify a few tables, and then, yeah, give a read logs. And lock tables, specific tables, full table logs, and programmatics to have the mutex get logs and release logs. And there's others row locking. Okay, basically locking can actually be actually in the row locking mechanism. So method locks. So all along you can see. So I try to flip over. So replications. So replications more than just data. There is also repository. So when server crash, there are some point GTID, something actually put into the so-called a file. In the old day, 5.7 is actually the repository's file. 8.0 is on the table, and the table is InnoDB. When server crash, it will not be just partial file and partial in DB. It will all be in the database, so it is crash safe. So the database is consistent. It's not just on one server, but actually across this HA capability, okay, farm. And master info repository defines table, relay logs info repository defines table as default. And there are other things because consistency means redundancy, multiple things happens, multi-threaded here. So when the replication start and the slave, we call the replicas, has to apply data along all this. So we can actually execute the parallelism logical cloud and making how many actually workers to run and the commit orders and how good actually we can use the tracking means which two, which three, which section can actually be in parallel. It can be right set as like hash number or whatever. So it can be based on the commit orders. So there are a lot of things in 8.0 we can do better and faster. So last, it is about InnoDB cluster. InnoDB cluster is more than just one server. It's multiple server. We need write and read consistency. How can this be done? So consistency level can be eventual, can be before, can be after, before and after, or the last before and primary failover. What that is, eventual, meaning all this data eventually will be actually consistent. No matter what you write in A server, B server, C server, eventually all server consistent. Before, after, and this looks at this. So what is actually eventuals? Eventuals means when we execute each transactions and writing data, the data is executed and all this data can be at the same time, and this actually eventually will be commit on server. So they send to all this. Okay, so we may get the data at one point. At one point, M1s get the latest data, but M2 may not get it because they do the work on its own. So there's that can actually introduce delay. So what is the before consistency? When we execute and commit, okay, so the before consistency is to actually when we execute, we ensure all the data at that point from the relay log in the other servers to commit first. So to commit first, and then to execute the next one. So this actually, when we do this, this can be like statement. And before, all data, if there's outstanding data, backlog, it will apply first, and when we read it, the data is there. So before consistency, we can actually have the data, consistent data, read consistency to all nodes. After means when we write the data, when we write, update the data, create the data, we commit, and actually we wait until all the server commit and apply the logs to the server. So this all commit, it is like full synchronizations. So this is all this. And before and after, combine the before behavior and after behavior. And this last one, it is like before on primary fail. What happened when we fail over and switching? When one server is down, we have the InnoDB cluster, the router is attaching to a server. When this primary server we update, there is backlog actually on the node 2 and node 3. We switch over, new servers coming up. So the backlog on the node 2, when it is elected as new primary, the data will be applied first before we get the connection. So the data will be consistent. We guarantee consistency when failover connections occur. So in a summary, MySQL 8.0 gives you the latest, greatest features, MySQL Shell, Clone, InnoDB cluster, and many things. And consistency can actually happen programmatically, backup restore, replications, InnoDB cluster, maintenance all this way. Yeah, that's all for today. Time's up, I know. Any questions?
I think it's 3:26 p.m. So for those who have questions with Mr. Ivan, you could move towards the discussion room where you can continue your chat, because I think our next speaker, Mr. Daniel Black, is going to present soon. So Mr. Ivan, would you like to move towards the discussion room? Thank you very much for the presentation just now. It was really insightful. And thank you for all of you for listening, attending this session. So our next session will be about MariaDB SQL, practical examples of modern SQL to solve harder problems, and it's going to be presented by Mr. Daniel Black. So Mr. Daniel, would you like to test your audio, camera, and your slides before the session?
Sure. Testing. Camera active.
Okay, I've made you presenter so you can present your slides.
Yep.
There's a bit of light in your camera. Would you like to go for a shadier place so people can see you better?
Alright. I'll change direction. See how that goes. Is that better?
Let's see. Yep, that's much better. So before the session, I want to remind you that there's your session is 25 minutes, so which will include your Q&A and your presentation segments. Yep. So we'll wait for about 2 more minutes before we start our session. For those who are here, hang on for a short while.
You have 2 minutes for pre-questions. How's that sound? Okay. For those here currently, I'm just going to post a chat. What I've got is I've actually done this as a Juniper notebooks, but I've also actually got all these fiddles separately. So if you want to actually follow along with those links, okay, that's probably a bit spammed. Sorry. And the notebook is here if anyone actually wants to start up their own notebook of the same thing. But I'll work my way through it and it will be visible.
All right, so I think we shall start the session. So hello everyone, I'm Mingxia, the moderator for this session. Thank you for joining us. Before we start, I would like to give all a reminder to mute your mics, and if any of you have questions throughout the session, please feel free to type them in the chat notes. So we have our very special guest today with us, Mr. Daniel Black. Mr. Daniel is in a DBA consultant job and he has done much development and IT work. He later joined IBM to make MariaDB and MySQL scale on IBM Power. He hopes that MariaDB Foundation can embrace the innovation of contributors and users to make MariaDB better for everyone. So now, without further ado, let's welcome Mr. Daniel Black. And Mr. Daniel, over to you. Hi, Mr. Daniel, you're muted.
Unmuted?
Yep, now you can be heard.
Technical problems. Excellent. Thank you. So I'd like to actually sort of start by saying the presentation going to give is on Juniper Notes, which is the last link in the book. And I've prepared like little fiddles, DB fiddles of the examples. So if you want to go ahead and play with those on your own, you're not going to interrupt anyone else on the moment. So hopefully that'll give you some time to actually create some really insightful questions as I go along. So why I'm giving this a talk today is I've seen people use SQL but sort of aren't actually aware of some of the later features in MariaDB that can actually help with queries. Now the first is going to talk about is common table expressions, which came along in MariaDB 10.2. And what they do, if we look at example, we just got a sample table. We've got this structure here in the middle of a CTE. So we've got the form of with, then we've got the name of the common table expression, and then we'll bracket that in a little bit of SQL to know what it is. And so what this does, it actually behaves like a view for the purpose of a transaction. Now, for something as simple as this, you know, it's fairly basic. We're from a set of student tests, we've filtered it down to just the SQL test. Now, on its own, that's probably not very useful, but if in our next example, what we've done is we've created a common table expression, the same one, and then we've actually select to get all the students that actually have the same score. So T1 equals T2, the same name on those. And because we actually constructed our common table expression as SQL, we don't need to pin both tables to that name. Where common table expressions really come to a powerful play is with recursive common table expressions. So here we've created a table of bus routes. I've set max recursive iterations to 20 because it's quite easy, I guess, with recursion to put the wrong criteria and you end up going for a very large time. Now, the form of a common table expression is a recursive one. You start with recursive. You've got your CTE name, and that's like before is what we use in the results. The first bit of the commutation, the CTE, is the anchor data. So this is a select statement that provides the initial data in the table. And I'll get to what that means shortly. This statement determines how many columns the CTE will have, and it will also determine their type and the names, because if you do select Bob as name, then name becomes the column name. Next part of the CTE is a union. There can be more than one union in a row, and what we have is a recursive part of the select. Now, the recursive part of a select is normally a join against the initial table name CTE. And what the recursive part of the select is, it says from your initial data, we're going to select more data, hence the join aspect, and add to the CTE. So what the SQL engine underneath does is it keeps on doing that until it finds no more results, and then you've got a data set. Once you have a data set, like the non-recursive CTE, you can do a select from CTE and do get the data that way. So in this example, we're going to say, how do I get, where can I go from New York, given our data above? So the first bit of the select, as I said before, is the anchor. And this says select from the bus routes where the origin is New York. And if we look at our bus routes before, yeah, there we go. We can see we can go a number of places from New York. So what the recursive part of the CTE says, well, okay, we've got bus destination was the CTE name. So where a bus destination can match the bus routes of the origin, that's where we can go. And we add that to the results. So with that, we get all these bus routes, including, yes, buses can go to Sydney from New York, they just get wet. With CTEs, especially recursive CTEs, you need to watch about the casting. If we've got an anchor statement that sort of says select null as the anchor point, and this is some point where you might want to start on a tree to go out that way. Remember I said the data type is actually derived from the anchor, and so what this will mean is that there's a varchar 0 or similar zero length structure, and when you join it against another query, you'll get this never shows up cast down to a varchar 0, which doesn't display really well. So with recursive CTEs, you'll need a cast statement if you know your data is going to exceed what is the default type for the anchor. In MariaDB 10.5, what was added was the cycle restrict. So if we create our table here, we've just got a from and to, we've got a bunch of values, and there they are. We've got a recursive CTE here, and I'll go through it a bit. We've done something different. We've put the field names at the top, and that's instead of putting the field names in here. It's just an alternate form, it means the same thing. So here we're starting with 0 as the depth, that's the beginning, 0 is the distance, 1 is the from, 1 is the to, and that's the beginning of the data. We union that with depth path 1, so every time we do a recursive iteration through, we're going to get a higher value of depth. We're getting a distance. For arbitrary reasons, we're adding the absolute distance between the numbers and the from and to, and we're selecting this from our T1 table. We're joining it to our CTE, where the from number is in the CTE2 number. So whatever's connected to 1 on the first iteration will become into the CTE, and then again and again and again. And what this gets is a fairly large table, and this is only restricted because I did a max recursive levels equals 20, which is why there's 20 down the bottom. It's quite easy to get carried away with the CTEs, and so what we've done in MariaDB 10.5 is we've added a keyword cycle restrict. Now, cycle restrict includes a list of field names, and that will determine what will stop the CTE from recursing is when those pair of values are the same as what occurred before. So on our running this CTE, we get 1, 1, 2, 1, and all the way down. And after forward 1, we're repeating what's here. But if we look at here, the fifth row here is 2, 1. Sorry, 1, 2. I do have dyslexia. So that's the same as this one. So it goes, aha, we're in a cycle. We break out of our CTE. And this way you can do things like, I want to find all the ways to this destination. But once you've found that destination, there's no point doing an exhaustive search to come up with the same answer. Now, insert returning is also a new feature in DB 10.5. And what this is an extension on is in MariaDB 10.3, there was a delete returning if you wanted to delete the data but have a copy of it. And also in MariaDB 10.5, we added a replace returning, which follows the same syntax as here. And the obvious question to ask here is, why would you want to return data that you've just inserted? And the trick is, what you're inserting into the rows isn't always every element that you have, i.e. there's columns like auto increment that have values. You can have a column that has a UUID generated. And what's useful to do in those cases, if you insert a bunch of names, is to have that return to you. And that's what I've done with this statement. We've inserted Bob, Jane, Fred, and Harry into the table, and what we've got back is their auto increment values. And this, in whatever language you're using, you'd actually treat the insert statement as if it was a select. So you'd have a cursor on it, you'd fetch the results back, and you get those values. But what if we've got something different? We've got a unique key on the table. Now what happens if we do the insert is we get a duplicate key because Bob's already on the table. Now something we might want to do with a statement is we go, well, okay, let's just do that and ignore any duplicate things and see what we get. And what we get back is we get a bunch of IDs, and with IDs on their own, it wouldn't be obvious as to which one got eliminated. So we include the name, and here we get back the set of data actually got inserted into the database. And so there's a number of applications for this kind of consistency to make you able to do one query rather than multiple. If you didn't have this, what you'd be doing is you'd be inserting one row at a time and looking at the last ID value or probing back. So we've made this a lot easier for the programmers here. Another feature that's been around for a while is system version tables in MariaDB 10.3. There is a SQL standard form that looks like this, where we add a start and a stop timestamp. We define a period, and we call it with system versioning. MariaDB decided to put a simpler form since a lot of those fields were just very verbose. And what we also wanted to do was to hide the timestamps such that it doesn't appear in select star. So with the second form here, we insert a bunch of data, we select from it, we only see the X column in the tables. Now that doesn't mean the row start and row end aren't there, they are just hidden. If you actually explicitly select from them, you'll get the timestamps of when the data was inserted and when the data got deleted. And by default, that's the maximum value of time. So what this is useful for is if you want to maintain the full history of a table, but most of the time you're just wanting to look at the current values, and you don't want to do a lot of coding around, okay, if I delete something, I've got to move it to a different table. This way, the deleted starter can still be in the same table. And if we do a delete, all for x equals 5, we insert a couple of values, we do a select, and as we see, the default select doesn't show x equals 5 because we deleted it, strangely enough. However, there's an extended syntax that says select for all time every element of this table. So what we see here is that the x equals 5 row appears, and we can see when it was added and when it was deleted. Now, a number of different variants of that can apply. For instance, if we look at one of the timestamps in there, we can say, what did this table look like as of a particular timestamp? And we get those list of values. And there's a syntax below which is show it for a range of times. So all values that exist in the table between a certain set of times. And we can, drop and recreate a versioning on a table. So we drop the versioning, the syntax no longer supported, and we can add it back. And this time we use the more explicit version of it there. The other version, rather than just timestamps, is what we've done is to be able to include InnoDB transaction IDs in the table. And for some situations, this makes more sense than timestamps on that, because you can compare it to other things, including logs and other auditable records. The InnoDB transaction timestamps are global throughout the InnoDB engine. So if there's other tables with also system versioning, you'll be able to see which ones occurred on the exact transaction, rather than trying to work out whether a microsecond difference is actually applicable. As we see, we can insert a bunch of values, and if they're in the same transaction, they'll get the same transaction start ID. And for the rest of the point, the syntax is fairly similar. We can select what a table looks like as of a particular transaction ID. We can make these transaction IDs invisible by including that invisible columns directive when we're creating the table. And here, when we do a select star, we won't actually have the InnoDB transaction IDs. However, like before, they do exist. A common case for what you'd want to do when actually having a history is to actually partition it off, so you've got a separate historical partition and a record of the current one. And this means if you're doing a lot of current queries, you're not actually trawling through historical records in the background, which makes it a little bit slower to retrieve the current records. So partitioning off gives that separation. It also enables you to delete the history. And obviously there must be one current partition. If we've got a number of history partitions, we can impose a limit on them. So here your history will fill up partition 0, and then it'll fill up partition 1. It's quite silly just to stop it there when partition 1 gets full. So that'll start to issue a warning when partition 1 is actually full. Another way to partition data is to partition it by the time on an interval of months, and say 12 partitions. And there's more details on the knowledge base on this. And this is the kind that you'd use for rolling over data. MariaDB in 10.5 actually added the INET-D data type, INET6, and it obviously can store INET4 as well. I probably should have included more examples of this, but you just treat that as a normal type. You insert normal strings into it, and what you'll get is an optimized storage of IPv6 data. There's some constraints around it. You can't just cast it to a decimal type. It won't work. However, it's got full equivalence to something like var binary 16, which you might have been using already for IPv6 types. So you can select in to T2 the same data as T1. We look at it and it's the same representation of IPv6 addresses. We can do a join on it and it will treat the var binary and the INET6 data type as the same. If we do here, we looking at what it does with values. Here we do coalesce. If A is null, A will actually define the data type, which is INET6, but otherwise it will return B. So what it does here is it returns the IP address, because the first entry clearly translates, but the second one isn't actually an invalid IP address, so it throws an error and shows up in the warnings. So another feature that was added in MariaDB 10.4 was application time periods. So we've got a bunch of data here. It's got from and to times. The period on itself becomes useful when we say we want to delete a portion of a data. And what that does is it clearly cuts and slices the data of those rows. So row A wasn't actually within the time period, so it's entirely unchanged. Row B had a bunch of data above 2001. And so what it does is it's truncated the top end, and it's also put a bottom end, a new row in for what was actually after 2008. Table C had a bunch of data up until 2017, so it was truncated down to its 2001 time. And yeah, Table D had a start period in 2001 and therefore it cut off as well. So yeah, there's a number of ways you can actually use that. And you can also, I guess, not only delete, you can do an update, and that does a similar sort of thing. It replaces the data that was originally with a new entry. A most useful thing if you're ever doing bookings in a hotel or reservations or anything is with your time periods. By default, if you do this insert statement as it is, there's no checks for overlaps. So here we see that the last visitor actually overlaps with the second visitor when they did the bookings. So here we add a unique constraint, if I get it right, of the room number and the period without overlaps. So what happens here, if we try to actually insert a duplicate overlap, it will actually give us a duplicate key error. And this saves just doing a lot of application code to do the same thing. So that's all the questions I actually wanted to, or syntaxes I wanted to present today. There's probably a very little amount of time for questions, but you're welcome to ask them.
Hi, Mr. Daniel. Thank you so much for speech just now. We are a bit short on time. We have 1 minute left for Q&A. Does anyone want to quickly voice out their questions or quickly type them out in the public chat?
Well, I'll be on a short time afterwards for the discuss. But otherwise, please welcome Vicentu on this next talk, and thank you for hosting me here today.
All right. So if anyone else has any questions, please head to the discussion room where you can continue Q&A with Mr. Daniel. So now, thank you so much for Mr. Daniel for joining us for this session, and thank you to all of you for listening in this session. The next session will be about MariaDB, how SQL and NoSQL can coexist, with the speaker, Mr. Vicentu Chobaru. Thank you. I'll be handing over to the next MC.
Good afternoon, I'm Ting Tze. I'll be your MC for today from 4 to 6 p.m. For the next talk we have, as Mintia has very kindly given a quick introduction, Vicentu. So I'm going to take the time to help him set up. Hello.
Hello, can you see me and can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear and I can see you. Great. Would you like to get your presentation or the screen that you're sharing up onto the?
So I've prepared a video for this because I wasn't sure if internet is going to work. So let me try and I don't seem to have a button to be able to share my video.
Should be able to. Wait, I think I need to get moderator access first.
I think if I'm presenter, I can upload the video.
There will be a button to tell you where you can share external video and all that.
Yep, I think I have it now.
Okay, great.
Yep, I have it here, so I will share it. So in the meantime, this is my first time being attending FOSSASIA either in person or virtual, so I'm very excited to be here.
Oh, that's great. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Romania. It's early morning here.
It's mid-afternoon.
I haven't been to Asia before, which is I've been to Singapore. I really liked it, and I do hope to get a chance to visit again.
Oh yes, we will definitely be so welcome. Oh, we just opened Changi Connect, something for all businesses that you can just come by and not have to do that quarantine business.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm hoping to get vaccinated anytime soon. So.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. Now with the whole COVID passport thing that they were implementing. In fact, I think we work with some of the folks who are applying. So I work at Tribe. We are like a blockchain accelerator supported by the government. Yeah, at Singapore.
Yeah, that's very cool.
So, okay, so we have about a minute left. Thank you to everybody.
Let me share the URL.
Yes, please set up, and I'll just do a quick introduction while you do it. Thanks everybody for joining us today. We are very happy to have Vicentu join us. He's a team lead at MariaDB Foundation, a server developer, and the de facto team lead of junior developers and new contributors. Vicentu's past projects include roles in MariaDB, window functions, and custom aggregate functions, and also ensuring that MariaDB remains stable and up-to-date in Linux distributions by handling distribution-specific bugs, especially in Debian. So today's talk is about how MariaDB, how both SQL and NoSQL can coexist, and that the SQL standard could also cover some sort of JSON function too. But without further ado, I think we'll have Vincentio start his presentation. You have, let me double check. You have 25 minutes for your talk, and then after that, we will just segue into questions. But while during the presentation, if you have any questions, feel free to put it into the chat notes. It's at the left side of the panel. You might have to click it to have it pop up. But there is a simple question format that you can use because when you listen to the talk, you might have some questions. So please take it away, and I look forward to your presentation.
Right, so the video is going to be 19 minutes long, and we should have about 6 minutes for QA. But if there's any questions, I may choose to pause the video for a sec and answer them live because it might be more effective that way.
Awesome. All right then. So for some of you, your video might not play by itself. This is something that we noted while moderating. So you might have to click on the play button yourself. If not, when you're ready, feel free to start the video. And I think the rest of us, we should see the video at the same time as you. Yeah.
All right, so I'm starting in 3, 2, 1. All right, I hope you found that presentation interesting. And now I have a couple of more ideas I wanted to share. I didn't see any questions in the chat yet, but feel free to write them out. Now, one thing to note is that we've spent quite a bit of time on MariaDB ensuring that performance is up to par, both with the JSON, JSON table. And because of this, we have our own JSON parser, which we've tuned to make sure it performs appropriately. And we've also spent time making sure that the functionality is at least according to the standard, to the SQL standard, and also on par with other databases or exceeds them. So for JSON table, MySQL also supports a JSON table. And as far as I know, MySQL and MariaDB are one of the few open source databases that actually support a non-restrictive set of the standard. So that's something that you should be aware of. And also, do take note that MySQL and MariaDB's JSON implementations differ in the way they store things on disk. So if you want to migrate from one to another, you are going to have to use MariaDB upgrade when moving from MySQL to MariaDB. And when it comes to moving from MariaDB to MySQL, the data in MariaDB is stored as text, so it should work. But we haven't really tested going back too much, so that's something you need to be aware of and test it yourself. All right, so that's all I had. I thank you very much. If there's any questions, let me know.
Yeah, so feel free to pop some questions. I don't think they all have to just be technical questions, right?
Mm-hmm.
I see someone typing, Andrew. Feel free to just put it into the chat notes also if you like to ask your questions. Then maybe it might be a bit easier for us to answer them at one shot. So we have about 8 minutes left for this session.
One thing to note is that our JSON path is not really well documented. So we actually need to work on that a bit. But mostly, I think you can, for now, look at MySQL's documentation until we get ours up to par. Okay, so I have I see one question where the MariaDB team is based. So MariaDB is actually a global company. So there's actually 2 companies. One is MariaDB Corporation, which does the bulk of development work for MariaDB Server and their other products. And there's also MariaDB Foundation, which I am part of. We are a smaller foundation of currently 10 people. And we are based all around the globe. We all work remotely, and that's actually the nice part of working for MariaDB. So I am based in Romania. We have others based in South Africa, Finland, Germany, Australia, as you've previously seen Daniel Black present. So the difference between the MariaDB Corporation and Foundation is that the corporation is a for-profit entity. The foundation is non-profit. The corporation will look after customers, the customer needs. So if they have customers asking for certain features, and if you want a certain feature implemented, you will have to go to the corporation. Whilst the foundation is mostly trying to ensure that there will always be a MariaDB server, that it will always be open source. And we specifically work with the community to get features that are community important for the community, such as packaging in distributions or things that are not necessarily something a paying customer would pay for. If it gets voted enough, we from the foundation can make sure it gets into the server, and we also deal with external contributions. We do reviews. We make sure the features go into the server. So if you want to become a database developer, I don't want to discourage anyone, because it is a difficult project to get into, but we are very we try to be very helpful, and we even mentor students every year as part of Google Summer of Code. We have specific projects that are tailored for 1-2 months ish, and they are very easy to get into. And actually, the call for papers is now open for not call for papers, but the application period for Google Summer of Code is open. So if you are potentially a student or would like to work on a project that is fitting for a beginner, you can search for that. And I'm actually going to paste the link in chat right now.
Keep the questions coming. Don't be anxious if it can't be answered. I think the Chantiu can definitely help to answer them on the chat notes too.
All right, so here's the link to the knowledge base page where we have all our current projects. So they've been tuned for part-time work for 3 months. So they should be relatively small, contained, and simple to do. All right, so I have a question about what's the difference between MongoDB and MariaDB when it comes to NoSQL. So this talk by no means tries to say never use MongoDB. You should always use the right tool for the job. Now, the advantages of using MariaDB is that it's more flexible in that you have lots of frameworks already built to run SQL queries, and that by adding JSON support into MariaDB, you have the option to not have to introduce a new tool to your system. It doesn't mean that it will perform the best for all cases, but you do get a lot of advantages when using a relational database, even if you have to add some form of NoSQL data in it. Now, when it comes to strengths, besides the familiarity of SQL, and I did mention this at the beginning of the presentation, it's much easier to answer questions about your data from an SQL database, at least from my perspective. I know opinions here differ, but in general, it should be much easier to answer questions about your data from SQL instead of having to write your scripts to actually query NoSQL databases with a language like Python or JavaScript. So I think that's the main takeaway here. Now, there is another question about Google Summer of Code. If there's a way, if we have programs that are not related to Google. So the Google Summer of Code is actually just a way for us to get exposure and to let people know about our projects. But it doesn't mean that you cannot participate in contributing to MariaDB without being part of Google Summer of Code. We are willing to help people learn how to work with databases and code databases, even without the Google's, let's say, support. And actually, the Summer of Code support is more for the students. They actually pay the students to be able to spend time working for an open source project. But we mentor people even outside of Google Summer of Code. So just reach out to us. We have our Zulip chat. I'm actually going to give another link for that one. So our Zulip chat is here. FOSSASIA Summit.
Just a quick note, there's like a minute left. So that will have to be the last question already.
All right, so you can reach out to us here. You can find me there and ask any questions you might have. Also, our Maria developers and Maria Discuss mailing lists, they're also quite active. You're always going to get questions answered there.
So I think that's all the time we have for Vincentiu. Punit, I think, could I trouble you to hop onto the discussion room and Vicentio will just hang out there for a while. And if you have any questions, you can ask him further. Okay? Okay, I think that's all for all the questions that we have for today. Thank you for your active participation. Up next, we are going to have a speaker, Robert Binder.
I'm here.
Sorry, I promoted you to moderator by accident. Are you here? Robert?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Could we check your video also?
Sorry. It prompts my browser that Eventway wants to share the screen, and I don't know how to enable the permissions.
You might have to, I mean, if you're on a Mac, I guess you might have to close the browser. But maybe you can.
It didn't happen in the support chat. Yeah. Let me hit cancel. Permission to screen share denied. Webcam. Can you see me now?
Yes.
So I just denied the access because I have to go in the settings or something like that, and I don't know.
Okay.
But I shouldn't need screen share, so that should be fine.
Oh, so you're not screen sharing?
No, I'll just upload the presentation slides and then share a bunch of pre-recorded demos as from YouTube. So I should be fine, I think. Let me upload the presentation first.
I can hear you well. I think we're good to go. So once again, hello everyone. Thank you for joining us at FOSSASIA today. We're very happy to have Robert Bindar, a server developer at MariaDB, who works on both server development and helping the community contribute faster and more efficiently to the MariaDB code base. He's also based in Romania, and today he'll be talking a bit more about the MariaDB Jupyter kernel. So without further ado, let's have Robert Binder commence his presentation.
Hey, so I uploaded the presentation. I would like to first start with saying that it was great seeing so many questions for Vicencio, and I think you really hit a spot by encouraging people to not only ask technical questions, because the subjects can be quite deep, and I love that you did that, and you encourage people to ask all sorts of questions. And as a follow-up for the probably student that asked about mentorships programs, we are planning to also introduce MariaDB into the Outreach program, which should be a more equal, more fair opportunity. But so far, time didn't allow us to do so because we have so many things to take care of. But I promise that once I am a bit more free with time, I'll try to do that. So that's my follow-up for this. Good. So my name is Robert. I'm a server developer for the MariaDB. I'm supposed to be a server developer, but I do all sorts of things like handling community contributions, that is pull requests. Also, I work on projects such as this one, which is totally unrelated to the server itself. This is a Python project. And I love that the previous speakers from MariaDB already gave you a priming on what the kernel looks like. This is a new project for us, and we are learning with you on this. We are trying to make it better as we go. So let's move on. As you've seen in the previous videos, the kernel is basically a MariaDB client. I have a passion for Python and Jupyter, and other people in the foundation as well. So from some random ideas, we came up with this project, and we set some values for it, and we want it to be a pure open source project where everything is transparent, the development process, and we also planned, because it is a prototype project for us. We want to have as top priority the easiness of use. We don't focus on performance too much at this time because I don't think it's the point of such a project. But we want to have as many features as possible and enable lots of functionalities for our users, and then we can focus on performance. Also, we try to be as available on as many platforms as possible. Currently, we are available on all Unix-based systems, like I don't know, Linux, Mac OS, and we are not on Windows, unfortunately. But I have in plans to we are not on Windows because we are dependent on a library that doesn't work on Windows because of the way it handles virtual terminals and things like that. But after the conference is done, I have in plans to implement support for Windows as well, so that the project is available on this platform. So yeah, we try to be as available on basically whatever Jupyter is available on. That's our goal. So as you've seen in the previous presentations, the Jupyter kernel is basically a more modern looking MariaDB client, but it gets all the perks of being available in a Jupyter notebook. You can access it via web browsers. It allows you to edit the code, save, run, rerun SQL cells and things like that. And also, it's very easy to share your code with others. You can just download the notebook from the web interface and, I don't know, send it via email or something like that, or you can upload it to GitHub, for instance, and GitHub has native support for rendering those notebooks. I think Daniel already two talks ago shared the notebook with you on the public chat, and if you open the link, you will see that GitHub renders the notebook cells and the results nicely. So that's pretty cool. Also, the kernel has this perk that it displays the result sets in a nice data frame-like format, which is pretty cool because I personally don't like the way the regular command line clients display the result set. It's not very readable in my opinion, and this way we solve this problem too. And also to enhance the experience, we implemented support for magic commands. If you're familiar with IPython, for instance, they have all sorts of magic commands, some special commands that start with ampersand. So we added that as well, and you'll see next in the presentation what we added in terms of magics and how they work. So I think a month ago we released our first beta version. It's still in the very early stages, so I don't encourage you to use it in production environments and things like that. But if you want to try it out, now it's the time. We are learning as we go, and I think that if you want this project to steer in the right direction, now it's the time to make the contribution to it. I don't know, try it out, file bugs if you find, give suggestions, feedback, and so on. And you don't even have to be a MariaDB user. If you're a MySQL user, for instance, I think the kernel should work pretty good on that, but I cannot guarantee. I haven't tried it, but as long as you point the kernel to the right binaries of the database, both client and server, it should work. So give it a try and let us know how it works. Good. And for this first release, in terms of the main features, as you see, as you saw, you have the ability to run regular SQL statements. Can be multi-line, single line, I don't know. And you also have the ability to run magic commands. And you'll see this next in my demos. We added line bar pie to plot data from the last query you issued in the notebook. We also added a magic command called lsmagic to display what we have available in terms of magics and some description on how to use them. And we also added a magic to make the kernel interact better with Python notebooks. We added a df magic command that exports a query result into a CSV file. And also we have a MariaDB config JSON file where you can, sorry for this, where you can specify some options to configure the behavior of the kernel, like I said before, point the kernel to the right binaries and specify other things. Also, we have a nice feature. If you, I don't know, you don't have a server running somewhere, a MariaDB server, you can select an option in the config, and as long as you have MariaDB installed on your system, of course, the server will try to start a server, sorry, a server for you so that you can test the kernel faster. And also another feature, as I said, is that we render the query results like data frame tables, which is nice. Good. And now let me share some pre-recorded demos with you. We'll have 3 demos. One is an installation demo where you can see how the kernel can be installed. One is a live notebook where I show some of the features of the kernel. And another one is a demo on how to run MariaDB Jupyter kernel via MyBinder. So let's start with the first one. Share an external video. Oh, I hope you can see it. Feel free to ask questions during these demo videos. Because they are pre-recorded, I think it is pretty nice that we can chat during them. So I'll hit play. Install the kernel. You need to run pip install MariaDB kernel. Hope you like this first demo. It's actually pretty easy to install. We packaged the project for PyPI, and it's just basically two simple commands to install it. So let me share the next demo with the live notebook. Enjoy it and then ask questions. I'll hit play now. I hope you can still hear me, and I also hope that you enjoy the live notebook demo. And next, I will have the last very short demo, which basically shows you how you can run MariaDB in the MyBinder platform from Jupyter. So let me show you the external video. And play. Let me enable the camera again. Okay, so that's all I had in terms of demos. Everything I mentioned in the videos can be found on the documentation pages from MariaDB knowledge base. I hope you liked it. I also have the installation instructions in the slides in case someone didn't watch the video, and also there is a link to the documentation page. Okay, some future plans for us. As I said, I am planning to implement Windows support personally. And also we have a bunch of student projects listed, which are pretty cool features in my opinion. So we are planning to add auto completion capabilities for SQL code, which should be pretty cool. Also, we plan to add interactive client connections, which means some magic commands to help you create multiple clients, multiple connections from within the notebook, and switch between them actively, and run particular SQL statement on a particular client connection. And also something we will be working on, which currently we don't know if it's possible, so it's more of a research project, is to see if it's possible to enable interactive editing of tables in the notebook. So basically, we would like to have when you query a result set from a MariaDB table, we want you to have the possibility to click on the cells and try to edit the data there, and then hit the commit button and commit the changes into the MariaDB table. But we don't know if that's possible yet, so we'll see. But that's what we have in terms of next features to come. So that's pretty much all I had. I see there are already some questions on the shared notes. You can contact me anytime at this email address, or we can chat on the MariaDB Zulip chat that Vincenzo mentioned in the chat here. Okay. Let me know if you have any questions. I'll be watching the shared notes section. Can you still hear me?
Yep, we can. So I think we have about 4 minutes left for the questions. Thank you for the presentation. I think it was quite a good mix of very candid sharing and and also a demonstration.
Okay.
So as mentioned, you can put your questions in the shared notes if you would like. And I think so far, a lot of it is about how to contribute to the open source project. So maybe you could share a bit more. I guess this is a question of my own, which is I think you mentioned that some of the stuff that you do is that you help the community contribute faster and more efficiently.
Yeah, so that's part of my job for the MariaDB Foundation. I review community contributions from within the server. But that means mostly C and C++ code, parser code, and things like that. And on my free time slots from this job, also I am in charge of writing new features in the server, and apart from that, I'm working on this quite cool project that I'm really excited about. And you can contribute to I don't know, to MariaDB server like you would contribute to any other open source project via GitHub. And also the Jupyter kernel is also hosted on GitHub. You can see the link here. You can start contributing there. You can find me on the chat, on the email, and then start chatting about what you want to add to the project, or you can just open a pull request. We have a list of issues that we are trying to track there. We can pick one of them and try to contribute. So that's what I have in terms of contributions. I can see also that there are other questions.
We only have about a minute left, but I think you can just very quickly answer maybe the question on MariaDB developers in Asia.
Do you have a MariaDB developer in Vietnam or Asia? In the MariaDB Foundation, we don't. There are developers in the MariaDB Corporation, but we have lots of contributors from Asia, and companies that are contributing patches to us, like Vocutech, which does some amazing work and submits contributions for that. So, but if you are worried about language differences, it looks to me like you write pretty nicely. So we can totally discuss on the chat, and we can help you with anything you'd like us to help with. So I don't see a problem with that. Chat is asynchronous and very good for language differences. So no problem with this.
Okay, so I think
I'll answer the other questions in the chat.
Yeah. So for those of you who have just joined, if you still have questions, feel free to hop onto the discussion channel to ask, because we have our next speaker coming up. So thank you so much, Robert. I think that was a pretty informative presentation.
Thanks a lot, and thanks for having me. Have a great conference day.
Thank you.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Have a good day in Romania. So next at 5 p.m., which is now, we are very happy to have Martin come on board. So Martin, I've made you a presenter. Could you prepare for could turn on your video and unmute yourself?
Awesome. You can see me?
Yes, it looks good. Oh, wow. Nice piece of art.
Yeah, it's at Summit Phoenix, yes.
Okay. Do you have a presentation you want to share?
Yes, I have a presentation. Give me a few seconds.
No worries.
Need to upload it.
Yeah, no worries. So anyway, once again, welcome to FOSSASIA. We just had the folks from MariaDB present about some of the new initiatives that they are working on. We have actually the questions in the chat notes. If you are curious and just hopped on board, feel free to continue the conversation with them if you would like in the discussion channel. If not, you're here for Martin, who will be talking about Zamat, who are pronouncing it correctly, as an open source database for customer communication. So I'm going to just start by introducing Martin while he gets the presentation up. So Martin has quite an illustrious story here, which is quite interesting. Started out by giving classes in Linux and then developing software for Lufthansa. Interestingly, he built his own OTRS software in 2001, which got him first place in Open Source Best Practices Award in 2004. And this software was used to help in the tsunami disaster of 2005 that was deployed to handle the numerous requests from victims and survivors. So in 2005, that word got out that NASA was also using OTRS, which helped to accelerate the acceptance for open source software. Now in 2016, that was when Martin started a new open source project, Zamat, a modern and user-friendly help desk and ticketing software, which has received over 2,000 GitHub stars and 500,000 downloads. So without further ado, we could get Martin to present on what he has to say for today.
Thank you very much. So my name is Martin. I'm from Zamat, and you already told much more than I usually say about me. And today I want to give you a short insight about Zamat. So I start with my presentation. If you have questions, just write it down. Yeah, I will answer them after on. So the presentation is structured into 4 categories. What is Zamat? A short insight about the installation, how to work with Zamat, and the last one, I will answer the questions. What is Zamat? Zamat is a help desk and support platform for satisfied customer service. Zamat is open and fast, like your service should be. And Zamat is based on many years of experience with ticketing systems. As in the beginning, in the introduction already said, we started not from scratch. We started with a knowledge base and customer experience for many years with OTRS. And one day we decided, okay, we need to make it new and better. And the result is Zamat. And Zamat, the name Zamat comes from the Bavarian slang and needs with Zamat, we are together with the customer, we are stronger, or we solve issues faster than against the customer. So some numbers, Zamat got released in October 2016. We count over 500,000 downloads. We are many times trending open source project on category Ruby on GitHub. We started Zamat with a complete new web tech stack, which is not so easy to understand for old programmers. So we thought it might be not so easy to get others to contribute, but just after 5 hours after initial release, we got our first contribution. So we were impressed that the community is adapting Zamat so fast and is bringing contributions just 5 hours after initial release. We also count many pull requests from outside, and as also already told, we got our first award after 4 weeks and the second award 16 weeks after initial release. So the key features from Zamat. Zamat is a native web application, so it feels almost like a desktop application. So we not reload the whole pages, we only reload certain application elements. And this makes Zamat very nice to use. So it's some kind of real-time working. Also, if a colleague is working on a ticket, for example, you directly see it in real time. So it makes really fun to work with it. We have a super fast full text search, which also includes searching for attachments. So as today, I don't know any other, also not commercial products which do this. And Science Summit is a native web application. We already do communicate with the Summit server in the background via REST API and WebSockets. So this means also for you that you can use the whole advantage of all resources which is Summit, which are available in Summit to start integrations via the REST API. And the last key feature is Summit is open source, as you already thought. Yeah, the ticketing core features, we have autosave for tickets, so no losing information when a browser is crashing. We have easy data historization, so every action is in a history and you can see what user did what change. We have escalations, SLAs. We have collision detection, so we prevent from answering one ticket by two agents to the same time by probably different answers. And we have custom overviews on any ticket attributes, so you can create your own to-do lists for the agents to see the tickets on what they need to work on it. We have individual fields for tickets, customers, and users, so it's easy to create new attributes for tickets, for example, a category or a serial number for the devices where you get questions for. We have a customer chat for your public website. You can just insert it really easy and can also use Summit for communicating with customers on your website. We have awesome custom text modules via keyboard shortcuts. So an agent, even if the agent is technical, not so talented to write text with correct grammar and so on, so the agents can insert text templates to have nice answers, to writing nice answers to customers. And we have channels for social network integrations, for example, for Twitter and for Facebook. So you also can use Summit for this organization communication to do it on a central place and have all the advantages from a ticket or a help desk system. So how about the installation? I want to show you how easy it is to install Summit. Summit, we provide OS packages for Summit for different Linux distributions. For example, for CentOS, Red Hat Enterprise Linux, Debian, Ubuntu, and SLES. For databases, we use Postgres, MySQL, or MariaDB. And as search engine, full text search engine, we use Elasticsearch. So here the steps how to install Summit, really easy. Install on a CentOS, for example, install the extended repo for additional packages, import our repo key, add the repository, and then you need to install Summit. After Summit is installed, you can also connect Elasticsearch to work as search backend engine. So these are the 7 steps to install Elasticsearch. It's also quite easy. The last command is the only command which you need to integrate Elasticsearch into your Summit environment. Then after this is done, Summit will say hello with the starting screen. From here, you can decide if you want to set up a new instance or if you want to migrate from another system. Today, we support migration from OGRS or from a Zendesk installation. Yeah, now a closer look to how to work with Summit as an application. So this is a typical app structure. So on the short introduction to this, on the left top side, you have a global search. Beside of that, with the Summit Phoenix, which you also can see in my backside. It's a painting from my kids, by the way. You have the notifications on the right of the search area. And below you have the dashboard, the overviews. The overviews are the tool to serve the agents lists of tickets where they should work on it. So you can also call it working lists or whatever, where the agent finds a work where they should work on it. And below of that, we have a task bar, so you can open tickets, several tickets, and start working on tickets on multiple times. I will have a closer look on this later. Here on the top, you have your personal settings, reporting area, administration area, and here you can create new tickets. Here you have the content area. I will show this content area more in detail. Here we have a normal ticket detail view, and more on this in the next slides. A closer look to the tabs. Here it's important we have, you can open multiple tabs at the same time. You can reorder them like you want. Unsaved changes to this formulas and so on are saved on server side. So if the browser is crashing or you want to log in from home and finishing some tickets, you will, if you log in from home, you get your whole Summit desktop and all your formulas back, and you do not have losing of data which are not saved to the database right now. And in the front of tickets, we have this circle, and if the circle is pulsing, you have a change on this ticket. So the customer maybe have answered, or another agent has added a note or phone note. So you know there has something changed. I can click on this ticket and see what information has changed. Yeah, all changes are pushed to the clients immediately. So it's some kind of real time. Or it's real time, so you have no race conditions anymore between page reloads, because everything is done immediately. And also shown to the others immediately. We have, to support the agents, we have colors used for ticket states. So just as a small example, we support the agents to have more brain power to work on tickets and not to organizing them or find tickets. So for example, closed tickets, we show green, and open tickets, where the agent need to work on it, we show in this orange color. And for example, escalated tickets, we have a red color. So the agent just sees the ticket in an overview and knows the state about it, and know, okay, if this is escalated, I need to have a closer look in it. Probably I should immediately work on it to solve the escalation. And green tickets are already closed, and there need not to be too much attention of the agent on these tickets. Yeah, here's the ticket detail view. So now the content area here. Here we have, in the middle, we have the different articles, which are the communication steps between the communication between agent and customer, or your organization and the customer. And this blue one are informations from the customers, and this one is information from the agent to the customer. So you easily can have an overview, what is the state of this communication, by just browsing this ticket. And on the right side, you have the sidebar with the ticket information. So here you can change the group of the ticket, the owner of the ticket. You can close it, or say set different other things. In the middle sidebar, in the next one, you have customer information and organization informations. Here, a detailed view of a customer. So if you click on this customer on the icon, you get this detailed view. And here you have information of the customer from this ticket. Here, for example, this information is usually taken from a customer database. And here we have an overview about the open or closed tickets of this customer. And here is an example of the organization overview. And here in this organization overview, you have also the information of the company and also the members of this company. So probably there are more users for this company which can create tickets. And below you have the information what tickets this organization has in your Summit instance. So you have not only an overview about one user, also about the whole organization. Yeah, a short analysis of the full text search to see how powerful this Summit's full text search is. So in the beginning, we did some research because we feel, or we usually, if you use an application for several years, the first thing which go down from the user experience is the full text search. So we did we invested some time to do some research, and we installed other systems, even commercial systems, and we started to fill this system with information. And as you can see, on a small installation with 50,000 tickets, and the total usage of the system is about 5 GB, Summit has the blue one is the Summit 1.0 version, has a fast full text search within 1 or 2 seconds, and other systems have about 4 seconds. And here in the last one, as compare on a huge system with 500,000 tickets and 45 GB data in there, usually other systems take up to 40 seconds for showing a search result, and Summit is still below 5 seconds. So from the end is searching attachments too. So here it's really nice to see, to have a really good performance for the full text search. Yeah, to the key features in the UI, as I already said, we have this custom overviews, the ticket lists where agents can work on it, which you can create how many you want. Then we have a permanent markup. For example, an agent can say, I want this text is important, I can mark it, and other agents will also see it, that there is something important in it. And here an example of our shortcuts from this text module. So it's easy to use double point, and now you get a widget opened, and you can search for text modules or can enter new words, and the result is only showing the text modules which matching these words, and you can use the keyboard or the mouse to select this text modules, and by this way you can easily write nice text also for really technical people which are not so familiar with grammar and so on, and it's looking much better than the agent need to start from scratch with every response to customers. And we also have macros. So for example, if you need to, your agents need to work or to change certain attributes for certain processes, you also can use macros in Summit to execute one macro with several actions for this ticket. And here a screenshot how to create new attributes or individual fields for attributes. For objects, in this case for a ticket, you just need to say a new attribute, and you can say what kind of attribute. Is it a normal input field, a date field, or a complex like a category tree, and so on, and can create this and manage and administrate these attributes by this admin UI. Yeah. So I see the time is going fast forward. So I'm almost done with my presentations. I want to ask you if you have questions. I see.
So yeah, there are a few questions. You could take a look at the shared notes. I'll just read out some of them. Are you familiar with Kix?
Yes, unfortunately, I do not see the chat notes somewhere, but however, Kix is another product, not our own product. It's a fork from OGRS. And yeah, so is there a special question for Kix regarding Kix?
Yeah, so since you can't see, I'll just read out the questions for you.
Thank you.
The first question is, how do you compare to OTRS or Kix?
Yeah, so as I started OGRS in 2001, I learned many things about how to work in custom environments, and Summit is a complete rewrite, but the focus is more to have to cover more easier and common use case, because if you know OGRS or Kix, it's a huge system with many configuration options, and it's you need a training to get it administrated and set it up, and Summit has an easier approach, so you can install it, and Summit is done the easy way. So I think this is the main difference between these tools.
Okay. Actually, 4 more questions, but the second question is, do you have an overview of the technologies you use to build your service? For example, backend, front-end, design framework. I know earlier on you mentioned a few databases.
Yeah, so I can tell it because it's just simple. So right now in the backend, we use Ruby on Rails, so it's a REST interface. And on the front end, we currently have a web application with JavaScript, HTML5. And currently we use CoffeeScript in there, because in 2016, we started originally in 2013, so it's the first 3 years Summit was not public. CoffeeScript was a good choice, but we're going to rewrite the web application, so modern JavaScript, not CoffeeScript, is used anymore, and also Vue.js, for example.
There's another question about where you put your code repository for the project.
It's on GitHub, and GitHub/Summit/Summit.
Another question about Asian languages. Do you already have support for some Asian languages, and are you looking for contributors?
We have support for different Asian language, so it's no issue for us. And we also have some Asian contributors, but of course we are looking for contributors and also for people, for coders we can pay for working for Summit. So if there is somebody out there, just contact us or me, or we have also a job description on our website, so you are welcome.
Another question about what you use for search.
For search, I guess it's it's a technology. I guess here the backend is asked for. We use Elasticsearch right now, and we think about to support different backends, but currently it's Elasticsearch.
It's interesting how your open source technology is building on all these different open source technologies also. One more question about Summit itself. Is it possible to create orders from Viber messages or Telegram messages automatically?
Yes, of course. We support different channels because of the site of the limited time. I was not showing the whole channels, but we support normal web forms, emails, Twitter, Facebook, and so on, and of course also Telegram messages. So you can create a Telegram bot and connect it to Summit, and anytime somebody writing you a Telegram message, your ticket is created in Summit, and you can do your conversation via Summit with the user which is using Telegram on the other side.
So it's truly end-to-end. So the final question for now, if there's more, feel free to put it in. But the final question for now is about a question about whether there are any aids to pass message text into structured data, for example, order details and addresses. I'm assuming there's something about maybe allowing it for exportation.
I do not understand the question in detail, so but I guess we have so in order
Are
you
there
want
any tools that you have, for example, that can help you pass like this message text? Because for example, through like Telegram, right? Maybe you download Telegram, then Telegram messages. Is there a way to turn that into structured data formats?
So Telegram messages are already structured in Summit in this ticket constructor and articles, which is a communication step between the others. And in order to have more structured informations, we use stores in Rails in the backend. So it's more or less a hash store where usually, if you do some integration with shops or whatever, they usually store data in it and can show this also in a formatted way via templates in Summit to show a ticket with the order information, for example. So here we use we support or we use normal features from Ruby on Rails or from Active Record in this case, which makes you easy to create more integrations, and you can do fantastic things. So we, in this case, we use normal Rails functionality, which is awesome. It's really great, and the Rails guys that really do a really good job, and you can take the whole advantage from the Rails stuff. So there's no limitation on it, and you can directly use it on Summit.
That's actually about all the questions that we have for now. Once again, a quick reminder from Martin about the shared notes. I think that's written in German also, geteilt Notizen. I don't know. But basically, if you would like to still talk to Martin, because we only have about 2 minutes left, so you can still talk to him after this in the discussion room. If not, thank you so much for your presentation. And once again, I think you might want to refer to the notes on the left. Can you find it? Just a quick, maybe help you with this. Like if you move to the upper left hand, you see the user list toggle. When you click it, then you see like public chat, shared notes.
Yeah, now I see it, yes.
Yeah, there. That's where the questions are. Yeah, so this might be something for you to take away or carry with you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, if not, then that's about all the time we have for today. Thank you, Martin, for that very insightful presentation. Up next, we will have Chris Travers. So once again, thank you, Martin. See you around.
Have a good time. See you.
Take care. So can we have Chris to pop up?
Hello, just trying to take. How do I take a presentation?
Right. So you're made a presenter already. So on the bottom left hand of where the screen is, like this, where my video is, you'll see there's a plus button at the bottom. So when you click it, you can present. But first, could you turn on your video? Okay. Okay. So the presentation is up. Would you like to turn on your video so they can start your presentation? Chris? Yeah, sorry for the technical difficulties. We'll try and get Chris back on again. But anyway, this presentation is about incident response with large databases. And Chris leads the open source ledger SMB project, contributing to projects such as PostgreSQL and many more. Right now, we're just trying to get him to come back onto the stream. I think maybe he tried to log in and log out again just in case. I think he's back. Chris, can you hear me? I think I'm trying to come back on. So, Chris,
Yeah,
okay, yeah.
I'm here. It just kept. I've been having weird problems. It logged me out of Eventia, and as soon as I got back, it kept muting me. So I'm here. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yep, I can hear you, but I can't see you.
Start sharing. See if that's okay. Here we are. Can you see me now? Can you see me now?
Seem to see you.
All right. So I guess I can get started now.
Yeah.
All right.
We can't really see you though.
Weird.
Are you able to find the share webcam button at the bottom?
Yeah, I have it. I say start sharing, and it my camera says active, and but it's not showing up. I have no idea what the problem is.
Okay, well then I will not share my video so that I can see
All
your
right.
presentation.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Sorry about this. I have no idea. Everything worked on the test calls. So.
Yeah, no worries. I think the presentation is the crux of today.
Yep.
So, so without further ado,
yeah.
Let's have Chris Travers, who will be talking about incident response with large databases. Yeah, please take it away.
Hi, my name is Chris Travers. I'm Director of IT Operations at Adjust GmbH, and my talk today is about what we do when things go wrong and a lot of the things that are important to think about. We talk a lot about disaster recovery generally, but we don't talk as much about disaster preparedness, and this is what this talk is about. So on the initial screen here, on the initial slide, you see this airplane coming in for landing. And if you look at the tail there, you see a couple points where light's coming through. This was a picture taken shortly before the crash of United Airlines, Flight 232. And the plane is coming in for an attempted landing. And I'll get into why this is a very inspirational story as we get into this talk a little bit. So, my part of the story. On a Friday morning, 3:45, I was sound asleep and the telephone rings. I answer it. From the voice on the other side, I hear something about warnings in logs, but I'm not sure what that is. And something about one of the database engineers that I work with requesting my assistance. At the time, it doesn't sound very serious, but I figure I owe it to the people who I work with to actually get up and check things out first. So rather than go back to sleep, I get up, I check Slack, get in touch with this database engineer, and I note that his message for me is, we are facing an imminent major downtime. At which point I immediately say, please wake my boss, and the incident begins. We will be talking a lot about what happened in this incident, but also what made our response to it successful. In fact, we did not have a major downtime. We had significant degraded services for a while, but we actually kept everything up. So first, I want to make a detour about United 232. And I want to kind of talk about what happened there. This was a very interesting aircraft incident from a perspective of disaster management generally. And it was completely caught on tape, primarily because when it happened, they were able to communicate very well with the ground, and so everybody knew they were coming. The plane, in fact, did crash, but it crashed in front of a waiting response, and as a result, it was a lot less severe than it would have been otherwise. Now, what actually happened was, some 40 minutes before it crashed, there was an explosion in the tail engine, and shrapnel from that explosion took out all 3 hydraulic systems. So they were left without any flight controls, except for the throttles. And for about 40 minutes, they were able to, they basically had to figure out how to get to an airport, try to land, that sort of thing. Initial reports were that maybe 190 people might have been killed in the crash. It turned out it was actually the opposite. The crash was quite survivable, and the reason why it was quite survivable is that for those 40 minutes they were talking with everybody, and consequently hospitals were overstaffed, emergency responders were where they needed to be, and basically everybody was waiting for them. They also had a bunch of good luck. Weather was good, so a plane that was hard to control, was able to make it close to the ground before losing control. And the air traffic controller that they had on the phone on the line was somebody who had experience with stressful situations. So they actually, because of a lot of the preparedness and frankly good luck, they had a much less severe accident than I think might have been the case in many other cases. So about 2 years after the incident, Captain Al Haynes, who was the pilot flying that airplane, by the way, not only did 185 people survive, but this included the entire flight crew, the entire cabin crew, 3 out of 4 lap children, so children who did not have seats of their own, and the majority of other passengers. So anyway, 2 years after this crash, Al Haynes was giving a lecture at NASA about disaster management, and he credited the survival rate to 5 factors. The first one he called luck, and he further clarified that people may ascribe other aspects to it, but for the sake of communication, whether it's across religious differences or others, we can talk about this in terms of luck. Communication, which is the really big one because it sets up the everything that comes later. And then what he says, response, execution, and cooperation. And all these things apply to IT incidents. They actually apply to IT incidents very, very, very heavily. And so we will get to that in as we go forward. Now, in our particular case, what we need to understand is that this was a database issue with relating to Postgres. And the way Postgres ensures that when we send a query, we always get a completely internally consistent set of results back is by copying on write all data and then using transaction IDs to determine what is visible and what's not. So this is a fairly complex process, and it involves this logical circle of a bit over 4 billion values. When things go wrong, you can overrun that, and this is what happened here. Cleanup processes rotate that circle, so for every transaction ID, there are about 2 billion in the future and about 2 billion in the past. If you overrun that circle, then you can't tell what's past and what's future again, and therefore data is not accessible to your queries, and you have data loss. So we were in the danger zone. We were out of 2 billion some values. We were less than 10 million away when I got the call, and we estimated that we had about 4 to 5 hours before we would hit that wraparound point at current velocity. So did I just lose connection again? What the? Okay. On to the next slide. So basically what had happened in our case is that one of these maintenance tasks, what we call auto vacuum, had stalled. And as a result, because auto vacuum had stalled, this rotation wasn't happening. It had stalled for about 8 days, probably because it was already way behind. And as a result, we were now in bad shape. For some reason, my connection seems to be dropping. So if you lose me, the matter here. I'll just wait for 1 second. For some reason, my connection seems to be dropping. So if you lose me, I'm sorry about that. I don't really know what the matter is.
Hello, Grace. This is Hồng Phúc here. Can you hear me? We can hear you well until now. Let's see if he's there.
Yep, I think he dropped his presenter mode, so I'm putting him back now. But I think the connection isn't working, so we can't really see the connection. Chris, we can still see your presentation. Would you be able to speak? 。 Sorry for the technical difficulties, everyone. Just trying to see what's happening. Well, no worries. Just give it a bit more time during this time slot. I think he's trying to get back on. Sadly, I don't really have disaster stories of my own. But I think Chris is back. So we have about 8 minutes left for this particular segment.
Hello, Grace. I can see that you are back now. Your microphone's on mute.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, cool. We can hear you. No problem.
Oh, yeah,
So
we can hear you.
please
Perfect.
continue. If you can continue and say back a few words that when we lost, so we can have the recording.
Yeah.
The slide just now. Could you
Okay,
repeat that
perfect.
slide? Yeah.
Okay. The previous slide. So our initial problem was that PostgreSQL, like most relational databases, sort of has a hard guarantee that when you send a query, it will always return an internally consistent set of rows. So we read halfway written sets. Halfway, it's always all or nothing. And the way Postgres does this is that we copy on write all data and we mark them with transaction IDs, which are logically in a bit of a circle. So every transaction ID has 2 billion events ahead of it and 2 billion events behind it. As we clean up old rows, we rotate that circle, but if we overrun that circle, we have no way of knowing what's past and what's future, and so we can't make that guarantee, and it leads to data loss. So we were, at that point, about 99.5% used up. The auto vacuum routines installed for 8 days, and we estimated we were 4 to 5 hours away from data loss on Postgres. Now, Postgres tries very hard to avoid data loss, so it will shut down before we get to that point. But this actually becomes an important aspect also, because you can get into a case where it'll shut down, and then the only thing you can do is run cleanup tasks, and then with nobody else able to connect. So now we're want to talk a little bit about how it could have been worse. About 1 a.m. the warning started. We have a database engineer in Japan, we'll talk about that in a moment, who noticed within about an hour, despite the fact that we had no real monitoring for this. So he woke up, he checked his email and saw a lot of alerts and messages that were a bit concerning, and so he had me called. Now, had we not had somebody in Japan, we would have found this out about the time that Postgres would have stopped, and then we would have been in much worse shape. The other thing that was really helpful for us was that this happened on a Friday morning. And the reason why this was helpful is that Friday is the day of the week when there's the least traffic on our dashboard. And so if this was a Monday or a Tuesday, we would have been in much more pressure over this. So the fact that it was Friday meant that we had some flexibility. We were going into the weekend when people would not expect to use the services as heavily. And so, as I say, we kind of have to look at our luck and see what we could use from it. So the second point is preparedness. 2.5 years before, we had some stability issues, which led some customers in Asia to be very unhappy. And in fact, a few of them even stopped being our customers over it. As a result, we had instituted a number of reforms to try to make sure that we could keep our customers happier. One of them was a direct line of support for database-related issues. So we had a dedicated communications channel to reach support. We had regular support database platform stability meetings so that we could hear about customer complaints before customers became unhappy. And I fought to have a database engineer in Japan so that we could work more closely with the Japanese support. And eventually we did get a database engineer in Japan, and that became really helpful in this case, even though that wasn't really why we put somebody there. So basically, the main point here is we had some previous problems, and our efforts at being more prepared for them gave us some useful things that we could take out of this case. Now, the final point in this introduction that I want to make is that once the incident really got going, we started a video call. And we have some general communication rules. This is actually really important. Everybody's equal. which means anybody can object to any measure, and we do not do things over anybody's objection. The reason for that is, you know, between Maël, myself, and Robert, we have, you know, I don't know, probably 60 years of Postgres experience between us, and at least 50 years. And, you know, each of us are going to know some things that the other doesn't. And so if one of us has concerns, we need to hear those out, and we need to do it before we move forward. It's highly interactive. So one example is, how close can we get to wraparound before Postgres stops? And you know, all of us go into verifying this. How can we know for sure? So that's you know, that's the basic point. And you know, this is also the way that the basically the flight crew in United 232 we're communicating also. What's going to happen when we do this? Do we have any concerns about how we lower the landing gear? This sort of thing. Decisions have to be made collaboratively, because when you're in these sorts of emergency modes, you may not be able to recover from a mistake. So so we always work on these collaboratively, carefully, and we make them together. So now I want to talk a little bit about our response and the first 3 hours. The first 3 hours were critical because we knew we were approaching a bad situation. And the first important question is, how much time do we have left? How close can, you know, and that means things. First of all, how fast are we approaching that point, and how close do we get to zero before Postgres stops writes? And so I asked the question, Maël checks the documentation, he says 1 million. My boss, Robert, says, can we verify that? And at 4 in the morning, Maël and I are both digging through the Postgres code to come up with an answer. We come up with different answers, and so we review the Git commit logs to determine why something changed and if that affects us. And it turns out that in Postgres 13, this went from 1 million to 3 million because there were some corner cases discovered where you couldn't completely vacuum a database with 1 million transactions left. So so we decided at that point to kill everything when we got to 4 million, or at least kill everything we could kill. The next question is, what can we kill to buy some time? And what happens when we kill some other things to degrade the services in order to keep some other things online? So these become the important pieces. We start planning our response plan at that point and communicating with other parties. In the communication stages, you know, we reach out to support. We let them know there's a serious problem. We let them know what to expect. We let them know that what impacts we expect to have at the moment and what we will see from what we're about to do. Then we reach out to engineers on all teams, and we get statements about shutting down components. What's going to happen when we turn off this piece of the pipeline? What's going to happen when we turn off this part of the pipeline? And basically what that meant was that very quickly we had everybody talking to each other about this and coordinating, and then go back to support and say, we're going to turn off these pieces, and when we do, customers will not be able to see new advertising trackers that they create. Fine. One question I got from support a lot was, is the dashboard going to go down? And I was always able to answer, we don't believe so, but if this changes, I can give you some advance notice. This meant that we had very good communication with most parts of the organization. There were a few teams that kind of got left out of the communication early on, and we never really recovered good communications with those teams throughout the whole incident. So in some ways, you know, the communication we set at the beginning set the tone for further communication and responses. One thing I would say is, don't leave anybody out, and make sure that everybody who you need to talk to, you actually go and talk to and brief on the full situation, and make sure that they're briefing their teams. so that knowledge is shared and all that sort of thing. The next 3 hours we put into execution our plan. And so we were able to tell support, we're going to shut down the pieces that write trackers to this database. So when people create new trackers, they're not going to see them. This meant that developers started answering questions from support. Why isn't this button on the dashboard working? Well, it's because it creates a tracker and then it waits for the tracker to show up and it never shows up. So, you know, the support teams could have a clear idea of what to expect. The development teams jumped in to help out. And then we were free to focus on the database and direct our attention to keeping it up, while at the same time, we could check in with support periodically and do so on our terms, not on terms dictated by customer reaction. And so that was extremely helpful. Now, the rest of the incident was basically 36 hours of somebody paying attention to the database. This is similar to Al Haynes's point that somebody has to fly the airplane. And basically we took shifts, and you know, the risk is something starts up and the dashboard goes down and it's not going to come up until we're done. So at that point, we just simply paid attention to things, and I call that the most boring emergency ever at that point. And that's actually something worth noting when you're dealing with very large, high velocity databases and other high velocity data applications, is that very oftentimes when things go wrong, they take a very, very long time to recover, and they take a lot of people's energy to recover them for a much longer time than we tend to think about. Once that was done, and auto vacuum basically ran for, we did a full vacuum freeze at that point, which lasted for 36 hours. And it went through 8 cycles of, vacuuming a piece of the table, running out of basically the allocated memory to do that, and then going through and vacuuming the heap, and then coming back and doing that again and again and again until it finally completed. Once this was done, we restarted workers. We had people working to tweak things to get rid of the backlog faster. We made sure that all the data was synced, and we worked with the other development teams on getting an estimated times for their full recoveries. One thing that's worth noting here is that the teams that we had communication misses with in the cleaning up stage were the same teams that we had communication misses with in the first 3 hours of the incident. So this is one really important point here, is that when communication gets set off on the wrong foot, it is extremely difficult to recover under these circumstances. So focus on it very, 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 very carefully, and that's probably that's the most important part right there. So I want to talk quickly about our lessons learned. First of all, we noticed some shortcomings. We had monitoring gaps on large databases. You should monitor how close you are to this transaction wraparound. We fixed that during the incident. Some stakeholders were not prepared or had insufficient feedback from those of us who were responding to the case. This is something which we have integrated into how we act in future incidents. And finally, one of our major shortcomings is we didn't have a priority list going into it, so we had to more or less make up priorities as we went along. I think we made up the right priorities. We wanted to keep customers able to see that our data was flowing through. But it might have been better if we didn't actually have to sit down and make those decisions in the incident itself. There were also some things that we saw coming out of this, like the fact that disaster preparedness really saved us a lot on and prevented bigger problems than they could have had. And consequently, disaster preparedness can also prevent some of the fallout from disaster recovery. And so we're continuing to work on improving our disaster preparedness plans as a result of this incident. overall assessment is, if I were to give this a rating from 1 to 10, I would say it's probably pretty close to a 9. This is the model of the kinds of responses I would like to see every day. Not every day, but every time we have an incident. While not perfect, our response was excellent. I mean, we had some communication misses and things like that, but it was a good response. And you know, we've had a number of other incidents where we didn't respond as well, and you know, we try to learn from those as well. But this shows very much the importance of planning, as well as communication, preparation, all the rest of that. So I would like to basically say thank you to a number of people in response to this. You know, day, because of the fact that we communicated well, we were able to move as a company, and this was extremely helpful to our customers. So the other responders who were involved in this, you know, definitely deserve mention on this. Development teams that were able to stand up and answer queries from support when we were busy keeping the database up, they definitely deserve appreciation. Our tech support team was placed in a very bad position, but we tried to make sure they had the tools they needed for it, and they performed extraordinarily well. It was an absolute honor to work with them. Management kind of helped keep moving away and out of our way. But finally, you know, anybody here who's interested in the talk and watching it, listening to it after the fact, if you're interested in disaster preparedness, then you're part of the solution. And so I want to thank all of you as well. So with that in mind, I'm now available for questions.
Thank you, Chris, for your presentation. We have one question, and you can quickly take it. Are you able to see the question? If not, I'll just read it out first.
Please go ahead and read it out.
Okay, sure. The question is, as you have customers in different parts of the world, how do you deal with different time zones and language and cultural challenges?
That's actually a really, really good question. First of all, we have a very diverse development team also. By the way, I finally got the camera working on Chrome.
Congratulations.
So first of all, we've built a very diverse, really diverse set of development. We have people from Indonesia, Turkey, Germany, France, the UK. Just many different places. And you know, the thing about diversity on a team basis is that it's very challenging. It leads to the sorts of conversations that can be uncomfortable for people, because you know, there are differences of perspective, and we need to respect each other. But that then naturally kind of reaches out to you know, to the support teams. They're also very diverse in this regard. And that also means that people have an ability to address these disagreements internally as before having to face them on a customer basis. Sort of a customer context, typically other departments, so I don't see as much of it. But internally, you know, we definitely see the benefits, especially in terms of our work with support. In terms of time zones, one of the challenges we had in that previous incident 2.5 years before was that we had all of our maintenance on times that were convenient to us, but they were at times which were relatively inconvenient to Japanese customers, which was part of the reason why you know, some of them were upset when we had some further stability issues. So one of the things that we've learned to do to try to stagger plant maintenance at different times of the day, so that the impact is spread out, and you know, one group of people in one time zone doesn't feel disproportionately when things maybe don't go quite right.
Okay, thank you for your answer. I'm noting that there is another question popping up, but we are short on time already. So for everybody, thank you for your time. Thank you so much for your patience, both Chris and our participants for the day. Thank you so much. I think it was a great presentation. If you still have questions, please pop down to the discussion room to ask Chris. He'll hang out there for a while. If not, without further ado, we are handing over to our next moderator, Marcus. Feel free to take over from here.
Yeah, hi everyone. Okay, so since we are kind of running short on time, we just start the next session. So the next session is on Postgres high availability with PG Pool 2 and what's been happening in PG Pool 2 lately. So this is a talk will be given by Mohammad Usama. He's a database architect and Postgres consultant from HiGo and PG Pool. So for today, he recorded a video which I'll be playing now. So yeah, while you're watching the video, if you have any questions, you can put it in the chat notes on the left side of your screen, and he'll be answering them like live after the talk.
but an optional. around a couple of years back, and now it uses all the modern distributed system algorithms to ensure quorum and build consensus to verify and detect faults, and uses very sophisticated mechanism to elect the best leader node. And also Postgres backend node failover system is also revamped, and it now builds consensus and ensures the quorum to make the whole process less error prone and more reliable. On top of that, we have enhanced failover mechanism to wide distributed logs, and that paid dividends in terms of improved failover speed. Other than that, if you compare some 3 or 4 years older version of PGPool2 with the latest one or with the current one, you'll immediately feel the improved reliability. We have spent lots of hours in fixing and fixing the reliability and memory utilization aspects of PGPool2. And we have added exception and memory managers and squashed some lots of bugs that resulted in very robust and reliable PGPool2. So the latest version of PGPool2 is really very stable, and yeah, there were some complaints around the reliability and the memory management of PGPool2 around a few years back, but you'll not see these anymore in the current versions. So next few slides talks about more details of enhancement that I have just given an overview of. So I'll just quickly skip through these. So no more split brains. Well, those of you who are familiar or have used the older version of PGPool2 might have come across some split brain syndrome complaints. So the latest written watchdog in PGPool2 has taken care of all these type of complaints. And yeah, again, this is some internal improvement we have made to HA component of PGPool2, and I think I've already covered. So let's skip that. Like, we have implemented a good voting mechanism. And yeah, this is another a little usable feature we have added. The rewritten watchdog gotten away from using the binary communication and now uses JSON data format and exposes an interface to hook external health checking systems. This is a very useful small feature to deploy PGPool2 in cloud environments that already provides a health checking mechanism. For example, if your cloud provider already has a built-in health checking mechanism, so why not use that? So this comes. Also, we have added PGPool2 WD CLI utility. You can take a look at that just in case you are interested in to hook some external health check mechanism. It has handy functions. You just need to call those functions just and to integrate. You don't need to write your own JSON and stuff like that. So yeah, this is a good improvement we made. Well, this slide just lists some of more notable enhancements that have been added to recent versions. Most of these are self-explanatory, but one thing I do want to mention here is a new snapshot isolation mode. It's a really interesting new addition, and can be used to build a multi-primary Postgres server with atomic visibility. I don't think there are many solutions out there for Postgres that provides atomic visibility with multi-primary Postgres setup. So do explore this. This is a very big topic, so I can't explain it any further. But do explore this if you are interested in scale-out solution for Postgres that also provides the atomic visibility. Okay, so yeah, the current version main focus was usability improvement, and I've listed few of the features that we have added towards that. And similarly for .3, this is the current in development version, and some of the things in the pipeline for this one are the Chinese documentation. We want to currently PGPool2 provides Japanese and English, and a part of French translation, but we are focusing on providing a Chinese documentation. Then we are also working on memory usage optimization, easy configuration administration, and yeah, we are also working on a new GUI monitoring and configuring tool for PGPool2. And that's a big project, and hopefully we'll get it done before 4.3 release. Okay, this brings me to the end of the talk. So thank you very much for sparing your precious time. I'll be happy to take your question here, or you can just reach through email, LinkedIn, Skype, or whatever way it suits you. Thank you very much. Okay. Well, so if you have any question, you can, I'm here to answer. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Mr. Muhammad, for the interesting video. And yeah, so yeah, hope can see you again at FOSSASIA soon, sometime.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
Okay, so up next we have open source monitoring with Ichinga by Bernard Eck, who is a CEO, of NetWays, an open source service company. So Mr. Bernard, you can unmute yourself and turn on your camera.
Morning. I'm just trying
Yeah.
to upload my presentation.
Okay.
Give me a second, please.
Yeah, all's good.
Okay.
Yep, you can see it. Yeah, you can. Will you be using your camera?
Yeah. Turned it on now.
Yeah, yeah, it's good.
Perfect. Can I go ahead?
Yep, yeah, you can begin.
Okay. So yeah, good afternoon, good morning. I will briefly give you an introduction about Icinga, an open source monitoring tool. My name is Bernd. I work as CEO for Icinga for over 10 years now. We are mainly based in Nuremberg, Germany, and also have a lot of contributors around the world and of course users. And I try to give you a short overview about what Icinga is, what it can do, what it's capable of. And of course, I'm super happy to follow up discussions afterwards if you would like to have questions into the detail. So Icinga itself is another slide moved on. Icinga itself is a stack of multiple components which are responsible for different parts of our Icinga stack, which is like infrastructure monitoring, automation, all these different pieces, which I come to the detail later on. So we see ourselves as a monitoring platform where you can pick the pieces you need in your environment and put them together, also with existing tools you have. So our focus from the early days was that you can use Icinga working great together with the tools you have and not have the need to replace your metrics database or replace your, I don't know, already existing automation processes and use our tools. But again, I will show you a little bit later on in this presentation how that works and how the tools go along. So To give you a little bit of an overview about our stack and how that works, we have some basic components which work on top of each other to get a monitoring system. So the basic fundamental stuff is infrastructure monitoring, right? Where you see your infrastructure, even if it's in your data center, even if it's in the cloud or a hybrid model or different applications. That's one thing you can have a look onto. It's about the connection, so you get all these different components together and get an idea about your whole monitoring landscape. And on top of this, if you get all these monitoring information and get the data about availability, performance, and everything, you get an idea of visualize them and understand the data in the case that you can go with the user privileges on top of it. You have your own dashboards and you get your insights and drill down your problems in re-infrastructure. And of course, on top of this is the notification components, which, I don't know, send you a text message, go into your Slack or Rocket Chat, or even like call your phone and read the error message to get you alerted in some way. And of course, automate the whole process, which is the big part of Isinga, that the monitoring is a part of your life cycle you have in your data center and your infrastructure, and not going to manage your infrastructure on the left-hand side and then like open up a ticket and say, hey, please monitor server, virtual machine, container, whatever. So that monitoring is an integrated part of your whole infrastructure lifecycle was always an important goal for us. And that's also the reason why it's on top of all the others functionality. So that's kind of the whole Isinga stack we have. And I try to break down our 6 competencies we saw before and give you a little bit of an idea what it is, what is behind these competencies like analytics and notification, that you can see what we are capable of. So first thing, and this is where we come from, is infrastructure monitoring, that you get everything you have in the data center in one application. So one thing is, and there, let's say 3 main parts. Of course, server or server monitoring, which could be bare metal, but of course it could be virtual machines or whatever kind of server hardware you have. Still, even with the cloud, there are real servers out there, and often like service providers use our product to monitor the infrastructure, and that's still, it's a fundamental part of your monitoring often, that you have to figure out if your server monitoring is okay and the basic availability is given, which is often still the fundamental monitoring aspect. And on top of it, there's applications, whatever this is. Isinga's principle is to outsource the logic about the application to monitor itself in plugins. So the plugin knows how to monitor like a JBoss, a container, a Kubernetes, a load balancer, or a database. That logic itself is in a plugin and gives Isinga the ability to use that logic, and also is very flexible to use external resources. So there's a large community out there where you get also for, let's say, products which are more placed in a niche, get an idea and get a plugin for them. And network monitoring, if it comes to switches and routers and all that stuff for all the major providers, also like basic SNMP monitoring you can do, which gives kind of a holistic overview about the infrastructure itself on a level of network storage and per server. An important part of that, and I told that before, is the automation part. And what we see as automation are also kind of 3 parts. So one thing is the configuration itself. Isinga could be configured using config files, but we tend to tell users using Isinga Director, which is a web UI you can use to configure your Isinga environment. We put a lot of effort in that you can import your data. So even if you have also in a hybrid cloud environment, have your data at AWS or Azure, or you have like text files you have, or you have an CMDB you use in your company, that we always try to get as many informations you have out there in your infrastructure and combine them together to give an ISINGA an overview about your infrastructure. You can do that using different merge rules. So you can also, like a transformation and loading process, use different data sources and combine them together to tell ISINGA what's going on, and do that in an automatic way as well. So you can use, for instance, PuppetDB, if you use Puppet and take these resources out and put that into monitoring. So whatever resources you have, you can automatically merge them together and use them as a configuration resource for ISINGA. And also do that every 10.5, every hour, whatever amount of time you would like to do so to be in time. And of course, on top of this is an API. So it's a REST API, which gives you access to all the basic functionalities ISINGA has. Even like get the status out and query ISINGA, what's going on, but also, of course, using the API to create new monitoring objects. So if your process needs to like add and delete and modify objects in a very volatile way all the time, you can use our API and do so, that your monitoring is always up to date with the infrastructure. So whatever is your preferred way, and also the website and the documentation gives you way more insights how you can do and how you can merge different aspects and resources together, is very, very powerful. Also have a look, if that's important for you, that you can write your own import providers to connect your whatever tool you have. If you would like to go and using a CSV export, for instance, you can do that very easily. Cloud monitoring is of course a topic. Even our strengths, to be honest, are on the on-premise environments, because this is where we are coming from. More and more companies and our customers having a hybrid strategy, or at some point go full cloud and move the infrastructure to the cloud. It's an important part for us to cover that requirements here. So one thing is that, of course, you can go into your cloud environment and get an overview about the resources you have and get them monitored. An important part, which in some way belongs to the automation competency I showed you before, is the cloud synchronization. So in our configuration process and a configuration platform, which is ISINGA Director, you can use your AWS or your Microsoft Azure credentials and gather your infrastructure information out of these cloud providers into the ISINGA Director and use it from there on to apply monitoring rules. So imagine that you, I don't know, connect to an availability zone, for instance, query all the infrastructure environments you have in there, use other data you have, merge that with the sources and enhance it, and then afterwards give it to ISINGA, and then ISINGA knows exactly what needs to be online and available in the cloud and can monitor it without any manual process required to add resources. So you are sure, you can be sure that always you're up to date and it's synchronized with your cloud environment. So in some way that leads us to the way you can set up your hybrid monitoring. Wherever your infrastructure is, you can monitor it and get an overview about what's going on and the state of your infrastructure. Another thing is the metrics and logs part. That's with ISINGA, if we check an application or service or a network target, we get metric information out of it. It's usually a part of that availability process that we get the performance metrics with this and can work with it. So what we do in ISINGA, that we provide different metric database writers where we can use our metrics we collect like every minute, second, hour, whatever time interval suits you, and forward the metrics to a graphite, to an InfluxDB, to Elastic. So whatever favorite metrics database you have, we can send the metrics data over there, and that gives you the chance to later on perhaps use Grafana or your favorite tool you would like to use all the metrics we collect all the time and work with them. Same happens with logs. So we are very strong in that area of Elastic, even as Elasticsearch is used for Elastic Stack itself, or for the open distro, or for Graylog, which is using Elastic underneath. we can go with that. But of course, also we can use an agent-based log monitoring and look specific patterns on your firewall or whatever log metrics would bring on. So that's a little bit up to you what way you would like to go using existing monitoring log solutions and query that data or put your own thing above. And of course, on top of that is that part with visualization. So it only makes sense if you get the basic availability monitoring information on one hand, to get that all together, visualize it, create kind of a dashboard and visualize your problems and really figure out what's going on. And that part can be done in Isinga Web with the integration of Grafana, for example, or also the other tools. The analytics part, which is in some way related to the metrics and logs part, is important that the web interface itself has a very flexible, and there's also a new filter component coming up where you can tackle down your problems. So the idea of Isinga always was to, in some way, collect all the monitoring information we can get, also move it forward to other tools you use for analytics, but gives you like an umbrella understanding of your infrastructure. And therefore, it's important that you can work with all the data and analyze it. So one thing is you can filter them all together and route them together and combine different sources. There are add-ons like the business process add-on where you can, on top of your infrastructure processes and business use cases, you can create some rules and say, hey, I would love to create like virtual resources, which are just the result of other resources, which, for instance, I don't know, make sure that my e-commerce shop is running. And that e-commerce process itself is not like a container, a machine, or a cloud environment. It's just a virtual process which consists of a lot of other infrastructure parts. And Isinga helps you there, that you can create your own rules and get an overview about also complex setups and business processes to tackle down what component is responsible for the web shop being not online because it's, I don't know, a database down there, a storage provider, or just, I don't know, a Redis database in between, which is not available. So that's very powerful. And with the customization on every part in the Isinga web interface, you have the possibility to create rules and permissions and restrictions on what user or what user group can see and work with specific objects. This is also available on the API layer. So these kind of permissions and restrictions are there from day number one, that you can filter and grant access on specific data to specific user groups. I know that not everybody needs it. So in some organizations, it's like everybody has access to every service and every metrics and every logs. Other industry work different. So if that's interesting for you and if that's a requirement, that's definitely something you should look into. Because I think there's very strong in that area where you can finally create these rules, what users are able to see, what specific environment. So we come to the last competency, that's the notification part. One thing which is important, that you can use other data sources and import them into Isinga. So for instance, if you have your contacts somewhere outside, if you have your contacts in an Active Directory or whatever directory service you're using, you can import all that contacts automatically on a regular basis and use them as a monitoring contact. We have a rule-based alerting, so you can create notification rules, you can create escalation rules if some notification does not work, and create your custom notifications. And custom notification in that point means you can create custom notifications and the content you like to send out, and of course the channels you would like to use to notify your users, your responsible service engineers and system engineers, using email, using PagerDuty, or whatever tool out there. So there's the integration website on isinga.com lists all the existing integrations we have for the major alerting and observability tools out there. And they are usually have the code snippet there, which makes it very easy to integrate Isinga in an existing solution there. So how to get started? I know I told a lot about the different competencies we have. There's a lot more like modules and all the time, but I'm a little bit limited in time, of course, and also try to cover up with the agenda a little bit. So visit the website. We have a Get Started website on isinga.com, which explains how you go forward with an installation course, what components you need. There's also a demo you can try out and go in there and see how Isinga web interface does look like. In the Get Started, you can get an idea about the packages you need to be installed. We get packages for all major Linux distributions, of course, agents for Windows and so on. So everything you need, also the documentation, it's open source and it's there on the website. You can use it. The installation course should make it clear where you have to follow, which path you should move on. And of course, we have a very lovely community out there, which is always happy to help. Finding them on community.isinga.com. When you have questions, when you have troubles, when you would like to get an idea or just would like to exchange with other users how they solve specific problems, it's a very, very good point to start. Yeah, to do a recap, the goal of Isinga is that you figure out what's going on in your infrastructure. So you get an overview about your components, your applications, your infrastructure, your business process, that you are flexible, that of course we want that Isinga is an important part of the infrastructure, but we always would like to make sure that the other components you have work very well with Isinga. So using open standards, integrate them even from the Isinga server side, from the web module side. It's easy to integrate your applications into Isinga to bring your data to Isinga using Isinga Director as a configuration source, but also using the API. That's very important for us. That you as a user always are in the loop and know what's going on, and hopefully tackle your monitoring challenge. And that's it. Thank you for listening. And if we have time for questions, I think perhaps we have a couple of minutes. If not, of course, contact me on one of these channels or using GetHash on Twitter. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bernard, for the interesting sharing. So yeah, we do have 2 questions here. So the first question is, beautiful icons, are they open source?
Can you please repeat it? I'm sorry.
So this person is saying, beautiful icons, are they open source?
We don't have any specific license created, I guess, but I have no problem is use them. I have no problem with them.
Okay. Another question that is, how hard is it to get a hardware report using Isinga, like the ones OpenStreetMap generates from Chef? And there is a link to the page.
Where is the link? Can I see this?
Oh, you can see in the shared notes tab.
Oh, right, correct. Give me a second. How hard is it to get a hardware report using Isinga local stream? That's pretty easy. So like hardware monitoring and infrastructure monitoring is one thing we saw from day one. So one thing is, depending on the level you are asking for, you can go deep on hardware using, I don't know, for instance, IPMI or Redfish and really get a hardware monitoring infrastructure overview. Like, I don't know, if your RAID control is okay or your power supplies are okay, that's possible. And also on top of that, you can use a lot of existing plugins, and also the fundamental monitoring plugin is basic. You get all the details about a server. And okay, what you're writing, that's a static web page. You can use Isinga Web. You can use the API to create a static web export. So what you can do with Isinga, you can group your servers, for instance, together in a dashboard, export them, or you can also using the API and get a filtered query on the required objects you have and store them in a way that you can access them using a website. I'm not 100% sure if that answers your question correctly, but it's no problem.
Okay, yeah, I think there's not any other questions.
Okay.
So, yeah, if anyone has any more questions for Mr. Bernard, maybe you could go to the discussion room. Yeah, if he may be there.
Yeah, sure.
So, okay, so yeah, thank you for the sharing.
Okay, great. Then have a good day, everyone. Bye-bye.
Yep, you too. Okay. So next we have a talk by Bruce Momjian, and it is going to be about Postgres and the artificial intelligence landscape. So I invite Mr. Bruce to turn on his camera and unmute his mic.
Hello.
Yeah, hi, I can see you.
Great.
Okay, so
Upload.
oh yeah, do you have any slides?
Upload my slides.
Yep.
I do.
So you press the plus button and upload presentation. Yeah, good.
There we go.
Nice.
All
Okay,
right.
so
I will get started. Yep.
Yep. Okay. Yeah.
Please. Okay, my name is Bruce Momjian. I started the conference day with a 2-hour workshop about Windows and common table expressions to SQL capabilities in Postgres. I am from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I work for EDB, and I am one of the Postgres core team members. Like my morning talks, this is slides are online. If you go to this website, you will see that there are there's this talk plus probably 25 more talks that also include slides and the videos of many of those talks. So I'm going to finish the day by talking about Postgres and the artificial intelligence landscape. Artificial intelligence is a hot topic, one of the sort of named topics for today. And I wrote this talk because I wanted to understand fundamentally what is artificial intelligence and specifically learning, and how do those relate to a use in the database. So this is not going to be a super practical talk. What it is going to be is to show you exactly how machine learning works, show you how the it works, and then finally talk about how artificial intelligence and machine learning can be used in various fields. So we're going to talk about what is artificial intelligence. That's actually a question. We're going to talk about machine learning and the deep learning branch of machine learning. I'm going to demonstrate machine learning using Postgres, and it should be a very clear. Even if you don't know Postgres, that's okay. You'll be able to understand the code very easily. Then we're going to talk about how artificial intelligence is normally implemented, and then talk about some tasks and why use a database. So what is artificial intelligence? This comes from a Wikipedia article, and the quote that I like the best is artificial intelligence are machines that cognitive functions that humans associate with the human mind, such as learning and problem solving. I want to highlight the word mimic because it's not totally clear if artificial intelligence is the same as the human mind or if it's sort of mimicking it. And that's kind of a fundamental issue in trying to understand the limits of artificial intelligence. So if it's whether it's the same, it just is mimicking something that looks like it. This is my one philosophical slide, and I think it's worth considering. I've considered it myself. The question is, if the physical world exists, if nothing exists that can't be measured or isn't physical, then human intelligence really only differs from machine intelligence because it is not naturally developed. It differs only in how the intelligence is created. So if only the physical world exists, then human intelligence, artificial intelligence may be exactly the same thing. It only means that one was developed and one was developed by humans. The interesting caveat to that, and correlate to that, is that if that is true, then human free will effectively becomes an illusion, because the free will that you think you have are really just the neurons in your brain sort of calculating things, and that the things you're calculating are predetermined in a way, inputs based on your past experiences. Anyway, I'm not going to get into that. There's an article there at the bottom, a URL right here, that talks about the concepts of what it means. But I think it's worth thinking about. Here's the history of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence basically started before the computer was invented. It started in sort of this pre-computer philosophy concept, and there are a number of philosophers who were kind of big on this. Then you have robotics as a part of artificial intelligence. The idea that if you mimic human, you're intelligent, or you're sort of artificially intelligent. That's kind of fallen by the wayside, but it was a area of artificial intelligence years ago. Then we had the Turing test around the 50s, sort of tried to test intelligence. Robert Turing obviously was the origin of that. Then we have expert systems in the 80s, where they tried to take the rules that experts would use to solve a problem and codify those into sort of a program that could be run. Then we had those didn't work too well either. Then we had what's called AI win, where there wasn't a whole lot of AI going on at all. And then sort of back in the early 2000s, you have artificial intelligence and machine learning, which actually has some application. This can be quite a success. For me, having been around this field for a long time, artificial intelligence is like fusion energy. It's always 10 years away, so it's something that's always there. But the same thing, dozens of decades ago. Let's get more specific. Let's talk about artificial intelligence and specific implementations. What we're going to talk about today is a specific branch of artificial intelligence called machine learning. As you can see, machine learning is inside the larger artificial intelligence field. And then inside of machine learning, there's this thing called deep learning. And I'll show you some examples of exactly what deep learning is. There are other branches of artificial intelligence, but these two, machine learning and deep learning, are the ones that are most popular today and the ones that are getting the most activity. I see this slide pretty repeatedly. Oh, I'm sorry, by the way, if you're curious, there's the URL over here at the bottom, again, has a very good explanation of those fields. Okay, so you're going to see this slide for a couple versions, and it makes sense to spend our time kind of looking at this and breaking it down. This is typically what three stages of a machine learning. The first stage is called the initial stage, where you have a machine called a tensor with 3 neurons inside of it. That's what we call these neurons. Then we have a training stage, And then we have an action stage where we're making requests and we're getting results. Okay, so there's typically an initial stage, a training stage, and then an active stage where we're making requests and getting results. So here is the first example of unsupervised machine learning. So in unsupervised machine learning, we're going to walk through exactly what these stages are. Okay, in the initial stage, you have this thing called a tensor. A tensor is technically a vector. It's like, if you're familiar with a vector in mathematics, but tensor has a specific meaning to it, which really doesn't apply here, but they just call it tensors. Okay, and inside this particular tensor, we have 3 neurons. So this is neuron 1, neuron 2, neuron 3, and neurons, but again, they aren't the same as the neurons in our brain. They're basically just levels. Okay, and I know that doesn't make a lot of sense, but once we kind of get going, it will. Then we have our training stage, and here what we're doing is we're increasing and decreasing the tensors based on the training data. So you notice that I've got an arrow that has an up and down here. It's kind of got a slash. So this neuron is going up and down based on the training data that has come in, that we're feeding into the machine. So the typical flow is you start with empty neurons, you set the training data, and finally you actually use the tensors and the neurons to produce results. Now, in unsupervised machine learning, we're feeding in training that has no results to it. All right. So all you basically have is the training data. All right. So effectively, you just have this thing. It's going up and down, but there's no results to it. It's just it's just we see a lot if you have, for example, pictures of cats and dogs, and you just feed them into the system and you ask the system, distinguish between these 2 sets. I'm not going to tell you anything about the sets. I'm not going to tell you which is a cat or a dog. Feed this data in, and it's the job of the machine to identify which one is which. Okay. Now, I'm not recommending this mechanism, but this is a mechanism for doing machine. The next one is called supervised machine learning. Now, this one is a little easier to understand. What we're doing here is we have an state again starts empty, but now our training data has some results to it. So the example I typically have with this would be if doing, let's say, fraud detection, okay? And you're going to feed in a whole bunch of values, right? And you basically feed in 100, 200, or whatever, you feed in false and true, and you basically are then getting some results back on that. Okay. Hold on a second. I'm going to have to update my. Sorry about that. Let me just stop here, and I'm going to get some new slides, because for some reason it has slides. There we go. I'm going to switch over to new slide deck. Okay. Okay. Never mind. I guess I'm okay. Hold on, I'm just checking here. Okay. I was just concerned about something. So, so unsupervised learning has us feeding the data in with no results, and supervised learning actually has results attached to the individual entries. Okay. Now, reinforcement learning is a little different. In reinforcement learning, we're effectively doing the same thing we're doing with machine learning, but we're reinforcing it. So what we're doing is we're starting with empty neurons, training data in with results, okay? But then once we start working, we actually have where we feed the results back in to the tensors, the neurons again. Okay. Hold on a second. Okay. So we're actually feeding results back in. So what we're doing is we're adjusting the neurons once we've gone live. Okay. So we've had the initial state, doing the training with results. Okay. We're setting the neurons, but now we're feeding the output back in. So why would we do this? The reason we would do this is if we find a case the neuron where we want it to improve itself while it's running. Okay? Because if we go back to supervised machine learning, all we're getting here is a case where we have, once we go live, once we're done the training, the neurons don't change. They don't go up and down. But with super reinforcement, we can actually have it learning and improving as it goes. Okay? That's a very complicated topic. I'm not going to really be able to get into it in a lot of detail. But effectively, this is sort of the case where you've got this thing getting better. Now, the problem is that if you get too much feedback, you can overwrite the test data and the system starts to go wacky. So there's a very interesting sort of philosophy of when you want to do this, when it makes sense to do this reinforcement. This may not, this might be kind of an unusual case, but I think you kind of get the idea. When you would use this. Okay, I'm gonna do here. Sorry about that. I have to take a break. Okay. For some reason, the number of slides was wrong, so I'm fixing that. Kind of weird. Okay. So that's the reinforcement one. Okay. Deep learning. Remember I talked about deep learning. I promised we'd talk about that. In deep learning, you have multiple machines stacked together. So here's our original case of machine learning where we've got 3 neurons. And in deep learning, these 3 neurons feed into another tensor for another stage. Another stage after that. So you actually have 1, 2, 3 stages of machine learning, and you basically, feed from one to the other. Okay. Now, why would you want to do this? What's the matter with the word? Well, imagine you're analyzing an image, you're analyzing audio, which is what we do a lot if you're using something like Google Assistant or Alexa or Siri from. You talk to it, and it has to first identify, okay, what is the pitch of the voice, and what's the volume, and what are the words there, and then once you have the words, what should I do with the words? So you can imagine when you're doing that, if you're analyzing an image, you have to identify the foreground from the background, and then the colors, and then maybe the tail or the head, and then you sort of work your way through, and each phase is doing a different thing. Okay, so that's exactly what this is designed to do, is to give you different phases where you can kind of walk through the system and get different sort of results through the phases. So machine learning is very popular when you're doing complex things, again, where you're using each machine once and you're feeding that in. And what you can see here is that each neuron is going into the next. So I have 3 neurons here, I have 3 neurons here, I have 9 connections here. And then I have 9 connections here and so forth. And sometimes these deep learnings can have thousands or millions of neurons and thousands or hundreds of stages. And of course, when deep learning that big, you're looking at a huge amount of computation. That's why AI is known to require a lot of computation. We'll talk about that later. Okay, so what we've really talked about is the concept of machine learning, the concept of unsupervised machine learning, supervised machine learning, reinforcement learning, and finally deep learning. Okay, so let's use a demonstration of exactly what thing is. I was going to ask for questions between each section, but I know the conference is running 10 minutes late, so I'm going to wait for questions at the end. And again, feel free to type those in, and we'll answer as many questions as we have. But again, I don't want to take time because we are running a couple minutes late in the conference. So here's an example of machine learning that is very silly. Okay, I'm not recommending this to anybody, but this is a very simple example of machine learning. So what I'm doing here is I am demonstrating how to use machine learning to identify whether a number has a non-leading 0 in it. Okay, so the first number here, 31903, has a non-leading 0 right here. Okay, and this number does not. Now, this is a very stupid example. You'd never use machine learning for this because you can figure it out pretty quickly using other methods that don't need machine learning. But the reason I use this example is because it's very easy to understand and very clear. Okay, so first we're going to install PL-Perl. PL-Perl is a server-side language for Postgres. I'm going to do this entire presentation with AI using Postgres. If you'd like to follow along, you'd like to run it yourself, this URL right here, ai.sql, if you download that, you can actually run the entire presentation in PSQL. Just run the SQL and you can see exactly what I'm going to show you next 10 slides or so. Okay, so how are we going to do this? We're first going to create a function which creates a tensor. We know what a tensor is. A tensor is those 3 neurons that in this case, we actually have 11. So we're actually going to have 11 neurons in this particular test. The first 10 neurons indicate how many digits are in the number, and the last one whether it's divisible by 0. So we have basically two types of neurons. We have number digits, and then whether it's divisible by 0 or not. Okay. Then we have we have to create a training set because, of course, as we saw before, the neurons start empty, so we have to put some training data in there. We're going to run a training set. We're going to create 10,000. The numbers aren't technically random; they have a random number of digits. So, in a typical random number generator, most of the digits would have 8 or 9, digits. In this case, we're going to have a lot of short and a lot long, a lot of different ones. So we're going to insert those 10,000 random numbers into a table called training set. And that's where our training data is going to live. So what does our training set look like? This is an example of the first 10 training numbers that I generated. As you can see on the left, there's the number, and you can see their random number of digits. We have a training output, which is whether it has a 0 or not in it. This is supervised machine learning because we actually are telling the computer exactly how many of the zeros are there, how many, whether it has a 0 or not. We're telling it so it can learn from that. And finally, the last row on the right is the tensor, 11 true and false values. Okay, and that's the tensor is going to be generated for this particular when we feed it into the machine learning. Machine learning, you have to sort of play with the math, I'm going to say. we basically have to generate weights for these tensors. So I'm going to create a function. This function is going to be 3 pages. So this is just the function, again, in PL Perl, which effectively just creates the weights for us. So it allows us to adjust the weights up and down in the tensors based on the data that comes in. This is the body of the function. It takes a particular value and its tensors, and then it's neuron weights, and it kind of calculates weighted average for that tensor, those neurons, and computes a weighted percentage of the basically the counts of how probable, how predictive is this neuron of the result I'm looking for. So when you have a machine case, you're going to create a lot of different neurons. Some of the neurons may be very predictive. Some of them may not be predictive at all. So what we effectively have here is a way of controlling sort of how weighted those particular neurons are. Okay. Okay. We also have a tensor mask here. We have to mask out the neurons when we're doing our learning. We have to mask out the ones that match and the ones that don't. This is kind of a straightforward function. Another thing that's pretty common in artificial intelligence is that you have to weight the neurons. So when you run your initial training set, some values are going to be really high and some of them are going to be low. But what you need to do is you need to even out the tensors so they all add up to 1. So you're going to kind of take, maybe you have 300 there and 500 over there, and you want to balance those out. So it's like 0.3, 0.5, 0.1, so that they add up to 100 or to 1. So you have a balanced set of neurons, technically adds up to 1. And that's what that does. There's also called softmax. This prevents particular tensors from getting too high. So again, there's a video link in this presentation that's probably the best one I've seen that walks through exactly how artificial intelligence works. With an example, I think of identifying dogs in a picture. But again, it does go through this math and need these particular aspects to do machine learning. So we actually have to store the training data, the tensor weights. So we create a table for the tensor weights, table for the false tensor weights, and now once we run our training data through, you can see the weights there. Hold on, let me back. Sorry, I missed something here. Yep. So what we're doing here is what we're doing in this slide is we are taking our training, okay, the 10,000 numbers, and we're running it through the generate weight function, and we're inserting them into the true table weights and the false table weights in separate tables, which is fine. Okay, so here's where this is our actual training set. This is our actual training process where we take our 10,000 numbers and we feed them in and we generate weights. And here are the weights they generate. Again, I said it should add up to 1. If you add up all these numbers, they add up to 1. And what it's trying to tell me is how selective are each of the 10. Okay. So now we have our training data. We've run our training data through. We've set the weights on the tensors and the neurons. We can now use the program. So now I'm going to feed the number 100 into the machine. I'm going to run it through my tensor weight table, and I'm going to generate a tensor. I'm going to use max sum weight and soft max, and it comes back and it tells me there's a chance that it has a 0 in it. Well, it has a 0 in it, but it only thinks there's a 22% chance of that. Is that good? Well, not great, right? You'd like to have a higher percentage, but again, machine learning is not precise. Okay, it's fuzzy. kind of, and you get these probabilities. If I feed 101 into it, notice the percentage in it for 100 was 22%. When I go to 100, it's 11%. So it clearly knows that when I use 101, the percentage drops dramatically. And that's because there's no zero in the first. Okay. Here's another number, a very long number. And you can see it thinks there's a 68% chance that there's a zero in there. There isn't. But because it's a long number, there's a lot of digits. It thinks there must be a zero here somewhere. There's hopefully a zero here somewhere. Again, it's only using the training data we set in to figure that out. Let's walk through a test of values. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take 1,000 values and I'm going to run it through the machine. Okay, I'm going to run it through and generate my probabilities for those 1,000 values, and I'm also going to add those 1,000 values. For those of you who saw my common table expression this morning, that's actually exactly what I'm using here. I'm using common table expressions. And I get this result. This row right here tells me the system is 15% better than random. It's not great, but again, it's kind of the best we're going to be able to do with this simplistic example. The 72% likely it was to kind of pick the right number. But again, not a great result, but that's what it is. We didn't tell it anything about how to find a zero. We just gave it some rules, and then it ran the training data. Now, you'd never do this in real life. This is just for a demo, so you can kind of see it walking through. So let's talk about what we would do in real life. In real life, there's really some very popular tools to do machine learning. TensorFlow is probably the biggest one that I've heard. There's also MATLAB, which is open source. No, I'm sorry. MADLib is open source. MATLAB is not. MATLAB. And then there's Weka. And those are all client-side tools, meaning that they run on the client and they can potentially use a database to store all this data. Server side, you can use Python with some libraries. You can use MATLAB, or you can even use something called Scikit, which is very popular in open source, which again runs at the client and server side, and is really kind of nice. Down there at the bottom, I have a URL, a video link that you can use if you're interested. Why would you want to use a GPU? Well, as I said before, machine learning and particularly deep learning is very computationally intensive. You've got maybe millions of tensors, you maybe have hundreds of layers, and a lot of comparisons. So GPUs are very parallel processing. So if you need to do that, a lot of GPUs are designed, the libraries are used to use GPUs to perform this sort of repetitive calculation to have with machine learning and deep learning kind of cases. So that's why you hear a lot about GPUs in AI, because it really is required to sort of do that type of work. Okay. So asks, would you use AI for? Well, you could use it for chess. You know, when I was a kid, we used to have chess computers. IBM used Deep Blue for Jeopardy. That was very popular. Voice recognition is very popular. Anytime you're using Siri or Alexa or Google Home or your phone, you know, you're talking to it, that's voice recognition. Searching, search results, recommendations for videos, for example. Action, very popular. And even weather forecasting, you can imagine why you would use that. I'm going to walk through what I think is the most common example, that is fraud detection. In fraud detection, you effectively have a case where maybe you have a credit card company and they're trying to determine if a particular charge is fraudulent or not. Okay, so what would we measure? What would our neurons be? Well, we would measure the amount of the charge. whether it was a magnetic stripe or a chip or an online charge, the distance from the vendor to the address or the distance from the charge to the previous charge. We could look at the country. We can look at previous charges by the vendor. Okay. So how would we set up AI to perform this task? We would probably choose our attributes, maybe the ones we would use before. Okay. We would then create a machine to measure each of the things we want to measure. Then we would feed a whole lot of data into the machine, which would have results. Here's a transaction. It has these neurons, and it was a valid transaction. Here's another transaction, has these neuron values. It was fraudulent. This is supervised machine learning because we're giving the results with the training data, right? We would feed it through, and then once we got it working, once we loaded all these old transactions through, we could then predict whether future transactions were fraudulent. And if we wanted to get fancy, we would have some of the incorrect results or correct results back into the system. So it would learn new fraudulent patterns as it was sort of tracking. Okay. So database in all this, why am I using Postgres and AI in this example? Well, of course, machine learning requires a lot of data. And where is most of your data? Most of your important data is in the database. So learning in the database is clearly a reasonable thing to do. It's not super popular right now because machine learning is still a new field. But as machine learning starts to become more popular, you'll see more and more machine learning probably moving into the database, just like data warehouse moved in, and full text search moved in, and JSON moved in. AI eventually will move in to be part of a standard part of databases. But again, it's still in its infancy, so it's still being developed externally in most cases. Stages of doing machine learning in the database, of course, you can use previous activity. You have seamless access to your data. You can take action on these particular entries. You can even check a transaction before you. So you could say, before I commit this transaction, what are the odds it's fraudulent? Great way of sort of using that. And finally, there are a whole bunch of uses for artificial intelligence inside of databases. User applications, which is what we've covered, but for performance improvement and alerting. That finishes my talk for today. I'm going to leave you with an interesting picture, which sort of talks a little bit about artificial intelligence. Unfortunately, we don't have any time, I believe, for questions, but I'll be available to answer them either here or in the discussion room.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bruce, for the really informative sharing on artificial intelligence and Postgres. So before we finish the talk, can I just there was a bit of a rushed introduction at the start, so I'm so sorry for that. And so I would like to share again that it's really an honor to have Mr. Bruce here with us. He has been working on Postgres for like a really long time. And yeah, he's a co-founder and core team member of Postgres Global Development Group. And yeah, so he's very knowledgeable and very experienced in this topic. So yeah, we greatly appreciate having you here, Mr. Bruce.
My pleasure.
Yeah, thank you for your sharing. So actually, I think we do have one question. We can address that quickly here. So can we have the test URL here, please, Bruce? I'm not sure if it means URL. You can see in the chat notes tab.
Okay, I'm looking here. It's in the chat, public chat. Okay.
Chat notes. Below that.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Looking, hold on. Can we have the test you are here? Oh, the test. Okay. So so you wanted, I think they wanted the URL of the actual slides, I think.
Oh,
so
yeah,
here are the slide. It's actually right here at the bottom. This is right here. So if you go to this URL right there, under extended, you'll see this presentation, and then you can also download the SQL that you saw. So all the you saw, you can download the SQL and just run it and try it yourself. That's what I was recommending to people. The actual URL for the actual test is okay. Let's see if we can get back here and find that for you. That was way back at the beginning. Right there. But again, if you download the slides, you just click on it and it'll download for you.
Yeah, I think that answers the question.
Great.
So actually now we have another question.
Yeah, I'm reading that question now. So how do you create Postgres without billions of dollars? So the way we can do that is because, and I have another presentation about that on my website. So if you're curious, there's a presentation called Democracy and Open Source Databases, which I've given at other conferences, but not at this one. So if you'd like to take a look at that, what it basically says is that because Postgres is so efficient, and because our development team is so efficient, we're more efficient than a billion-dollar company. Software developed in big companies is very inefficient. So there's another presentation called Will Postgres Live Forever? And that gets into the mechanics of open source and why open source development is so effective. And you really have to read those, and I believe there are videos of those as well. Understand why it's not Postgres itself, it's really the open source process is so efficient that we can develop, with volunteers all around the world. I like to say we take volunteers all around the world and we take their intelligence and we make like a lens and we focus it on the problem. So that's the short answer to that. Any resources to learn about Postgres and AI that you recommend? I have put a lot of URLs here. There is not a whole lot of information right now about Postgres and AI. I'll say that right away. It feels like we're still in the infancy where people are still thinking, I need to do it outside the database. But again, as I said before, over time, as the technology matures, it moves into the database. There is a nice video on one of the slides, if I can find, which I would start with, which is a good summary. It's the slide that has all the software listed, which is right here. So this slide has a YouTube video. That YouTube video kind of gives an overview of Postgres and AI. Could you elaborate on SQL versus no SQL? I'm sorry, I have a presentation on my website about that. I probably doesn't fit the topic today. Communities and companies that develop and participate in the community in Asia. Well, we certainly have NTT out of Japan, Fujitsu out of Japan, and NEC out of Japan, Alibaba out of China, out of China. I have companies in Indonesia. I have companies in India and Pakistan. I'm trying to remember. I don't know of any in Vietnam right now, but I will say that Postgres is growing rapidly in Southeast Asia. I was in Southeast Asia a year and a half ago for a conference in Indonesia, and it was great. We had hundreds of people. So we're definitely growing quickly in that region. Is Postgres growing faster than MySQL? Yes, it is, because the community of Postgres is open source development. So in MySQL, whether it's MariaDB or MySQL from Oracle, all the development's happening inside a company or inside a closed organization. With Postgres, it's community developed, similar to Linux. and Apache. And that's why there's so much activity and innovation happening in the Postgres space. I'm gonna defer to Hong on that one. I don't know the answer. I don't know of any Vietnamese language Postgres material yet. We do have translation to a lot of languages. I'm Armenian, and we just added some Armenian support, but I don't know of any Vietnamese language material yet. I'm sorry about that. The good news is each country kind of develops its own ecosystem. So, for example, China has developed, they translate the manuals into Chinese. There's sort of a Chinese blogger that's the Postgres blogger for China. Japan has a whole bunch of user groups related to that. India has its own conferences as well as China and Japan. So the good news is that you don't have to do everything in English. You can create your own ecosystem inside the country where you have blogs about that are in Vietnamese, where you have events that are in Vietnamese, where you have materials that are in Vietnamese. So one of the great things about the project is how international it is.
Rose, so I actually just checked when you read that question. Actually, there are materials in Vietnamese. Yes. So if people from Vietnam, they want to Google Tìm Hiểu Postgres, there are a lot of materials written by different community. So there are, I believe there are also material in other languages, but Vietnamese for sure there are many. I just Google and can confirm that.
Yeah, I mean, the great thing about the project is so decentralized. So there isn't a central place that, usually with proprietary software, there's one company, that's where all the activity happens. But with Postgres, it's happening all over the world all the time. So that's great. And you can create your own materials and your own sort of ecosystem within that environment. The last question I see here, we are part of Google Summer of Code. In fact, we just got approved last week for Summer of Code. So if you're interested in that, please contact the community, do a search, and you can be part of the community that way. Google Summer Code is not good. I actually am not part of it myself, so I don't know. I know we have people from all over the world, but I don't know the mechanics of Google Summer of Code. It's just a project that we're, but again, there are people supporting Postgres all over. Hygo out of China is a relatively small company, but they have a whole Postgres practice. Equinix out of Indonesia has a whole Postgres, practice and support for customers. So that's the great thing also, is that you can create your own business and you're part of the community, and you can then use Postgres within your customers and provide support to them, using your own language with your own materials and so forth. So it's a very open system, and that's one of the reasons we're so popular. Okay, so that's a great philosophical question. Why are other projects not organized this way? I think you have to watch the two presentations I mentioned before, democracy and open source databases, and why will Postgres live forever? It actually is the same question of why are all governments not democracies, right? Like some countries are democratic, some of them are authoritarian, some are in the middle, and some of them are partially authoritarian, partially democratic. And it's because there are some efficiencies to authoritarian governments, or some efficiencies to democratic governments. In general, democratic governments are more flexible, more easily to change, more easily to bring in new people, and to use the talents of the population more efficiently. And it's exactly the same with open source. You're using the talent of thousands all over the world who are solving these database problems instead of trying to solve them inside a small company that only has 100 or 200 engineers. Even Oracle only has a small number of engineers who work on the database, who understand it. So again, it's that scaling of democracy. Is it messy? Yes. Is it hard to figure out sometimes what's happening in Postgres? Yes. I didn't even know there was a lot of Vietnamese material, right? Because it's all happening in a distributed way. So I would recommend you look at that. Maybe next year I'll deliver that talk. But it is a very interesting talk. Why isn't everyone that way? It's sort of like saying, why isn't every government a democracy? It has to do with history. It has to do with, there is a general trend toward democracy around the world. It's slow, but it's happening. I would say the same thing is happening in the software world. Can you help to order the project better? I would say the first thing would be to look at those presentations, because I've given those presentations in China. Okay, I've given them in Russia. I've given them in Europe and North America, and Latin America as well. So again, the way I've been doing it is try and break down why is something successful, what things does it take to make something successful, and how can you duplicate those things. A lot of people look at open source and think chaos, and they don't want it, right? Open source is chaos in some ways. It's very hard to control, but it's actually very efficient. And over time, what you're seeing slowly happen in the software world is a movement to that democratic open source process. But it happens very slowly because there's pre-installed applications. There's people who are used to using big databases from billion-dollar companies. So Linux moved away from proprietary Unix. And I think over time, open source databases are going to move away from proprietary databases, but it's a slow process.
So Bruce, thank you very much. We need to prepare for the next session, and I want to thank you for giving the time within the 40 minutes, so we can take like some extra questions just now. And I see that there are a lot of questions coming, but we are need to finish up the session now. And there's a final question. They ask, please come to Vietnam. So I guess that when COVID over, you got invitation to come to Vietnam.
Not only will I come to Vietnam, but my wife will come as well, because she told me I definitely want to go there. So that's on my list.
Okay, thank you very much, Bruce, for your presentation and also for the morning workshop. So it's always been a great honor to have you with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we are preparing for the exhibition tour, where we connect with different hubs around Asia. So it's coming up in 5 minutes. So I think that Marco and Mario will take the lead on this. So if you guys are ready, yeah, so please come on the screen. In the meantime, I will play a quick video.
Thank you very much for this, very moving video. So I already feel like dancing here in the evening, and it makes me miss our social events, but like at the same time it makes me very happy. So thank you very much, Hanfuk, for making this video with a very active music. And I see there's also Marco. Seems like he's wearing the same shirt as me. Okay, very good.
Wait.
Okay, no, it's another one. But good. I see. So yeah, thank you everyone for joining. I see a few people are joining again here, and we have another visit now of the exhibition from talks. Hanfuk is wearing a white version. Okay, very nice. So let's do this together, the three of us, if you want. And let me share the information now here about the exhibitors. So the exhibitors, I take the presenter. And I share my screen. Okay, good. So we have the website here, and if you want to only show exhibitors showcases that we're watching now, you just go to Wednesday, 17th of March, and then scroll down. So for example, you can choose the different time zones here, and depending on the time zone where you are. For example, here you see the Singapore time zone. It's now 8 p.m. So we are starting now with the lightning talks. The first one is Source Fabric. Hey, friends of Source Fabric, are you here already? Please try to switch on your microphone. And after that, we have the Open Source Business Alliance. Rico, are you here already? Oh, okay. So Rico is also not here from the open source. I see Rico is joining. Still need to activate Mikro aktivieren. Okay, so maybe some people are still trying to join, so we let them join step by step. So you see the plan, actually, if we divert a bit, it's all about lightning talks today. Before we also talk about move over to the talks, I want to show you the exhibition. So we have all the exhibitors now who present themselves. And if you want to access the exhibition, you just go to the website here, exhibition, and then you will see the overview page of all the exhibitors, FOSSASIA, Lifelong Learning, Microsoft, and so on. And you can scroll down and then, if you like, click on them. And you will see more information. For example, here, the Join Exhibitor video room. So you can meet exhibitors there. Of course, I have to check. They're not there 24 hours a day. For example, Microsoft here lists on Wednesday, 17th of March at 12 p.m. So that was today. I don't know if they will be posting another time when they will be available. But it's a way to get in touch. If not, check out talks of exhibitors. For example, Microsoft has a talk tomorrow. That is at, no, not tomorrow. Tomorrow is 18th. On the 19th, on Friday at 1 p.m., you can find more information by clicking on it. And there's a panel on diversity. There are also tweets. There's an exhibitor video. There are slides. So some information to give you some background understanding and for the company. Okay, so I think we are all set now. And I will check again. Friends of Source Fabric, are you there? So seems like it's nobody there, and I also see Rico wasn't able to join with a microphone yet. So I will look who's the next exhibitor. We'll just go to the schedule, and today's the 17th. List the exhibitor showcases, and then look at 8 p.m. SGT. So we have Nextcloud. Anyone here from Nextcloud already? People can hear me, right? Because I see a number of...
Mario, could you please wait for a moment, because somebody said that they need to connect their mic. I don't know if Antonio It's from
Anatoly,
South Africa.
Slovenia. Mic app service takes way too long to confirm. Yeah, I don't know. It's a known problem with Big Blue Button, and I don't know. I haven't seen the issue yet. Sometimes it's related to caching, sometimes related to other things, and then suddenly, like 1 minute later, it's all working much faster. So I think it's difficult for us to resolve this problem, but I'm sure the Big Blue Button community is working on this. Anatoly, which project are you presenting? Yeah. Okay, so while Anatoly is typing, Anatoly, take your time. We'll just move to the next project. So please indicate if you are here. KDE project. Is anyone here from KDE? Yeah, Big Blue Button works better on Chrome. So if you use Firefox, different version, yeah, not so good. But I see now is Alison Alexandro.
Yes, hi.
From Greece, maybe, or from where?
I am
Alexandro?
actually.
Alison. Okay, very nice. So which project are you going to present?
Hi, so I'm here to talk about KDE and just sort of introduce KDE to all of the great attendees at the moment and let you know what KDE has upcoming.
Awesome. So would you like to show a few slides or the website, or do you rather want to have a conversation?
If we can have a conversation, that would be amazing. I'm all for it. I also have some slides prepared if you'd like to see those too.
Maybe show us the slides first, and we're going to have a short conversation then and talk a moment about KDE. Yeah?
Great.
Okay,
I have
awesome.
my slides ready. Perfect. You just answered my question.
Okay, excellent. So then I'm handing over to you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. May just take one moment to get my slides going, but we will get there. It is taking a little while on my end, so I do apologize. Hello, can anyone hear me? Great. I lost my internet connection and would love to be able to present still.
Okay, so Alison, no problem. Then let's have a conversation about KDE.
Great.
Yeah.
Of course. Well, yeah, KDE is a free software organization, a community. It's an international team developing and distributing open source software. Sorry, I see a screen share started and wanted to make sure I wasn't doing anything.
So I thought like we can maybe go to the exhibition here of KDE. Yeah,
Great.
to show a bit like what is there.
Absolutely. If anyone would like to download the slides that are in the booth, all of those links are live once that presentation is downloaded. And it has lots of great information and takes you right to the pages where KDE does what we do. And speaking about what we do, Plasma Desktop and Plasma Mobile are top of the line, including applications. You can learn more about Plasma Desktop on the website, which is included in the link. I can send it as well. And Plasma Mobile as well. Let me upload that link for everyone if they'd like to check that out. In terms of applications, KDE produces high quality applications that cover from IDEs for developers and diagnostic tools to programs for artists and educational software. KDE Develop, sorry, I'm stumbling today, is for IDE for C, C++, Python, JavaScript, and amplifies the creation of sophisticated applications. It supports Linux, FreeBSD, macOS, and other Unix flavors, as well as Microsoft Windows. We have Krita, which is a paint application, which is hugely popular and includes lots of professional developed brushes and features. The artwork that is created off Krita is phenomenal. If anyone was also at FOSSASIA last month, we did have a Krita demo where our resident Krita user essentially painted a painting from scratch and just made it an amazing photo or image. We also have Console. This is a terminal emulator and features the possibility of opening multiple terminals and tabs in the same window. Going to Kden Live. This is a video editor and an amazing video editor, if I do say so myself. The transitions, color correcting, and the ability to apply subtitles is unbeatable. The last one I'd like to highlight is gCompress, which is the KDE educational software. It's great for ages 2 to 10, as you can see up on the screen, and lots of activities that are game-oriented, but still very fun. So that is a great KDE app that I love to showcase, that we love to showcase. In also KDE apps includes NeoChat, which is recent. And if you'd like to speak with anyone from KDE, you can hit us up on our dedicated FOSSASIA KDE Matrix channel. And I do apologize, the link I sent might not be correct. So I believe that link is also in our booth, and you can connect to us there as well. For upcoming events at KDE, we do have Academy, as you're showing there. That is KDE's annual conference. It's a great event. Last year was the first virtual event, and we had a record amount of attendees, which was amazing. We're always looking to sort of gain more audience at Academy. We love to have folks join us. This year, Academy is taking place on the Friday the 18th to Friday the 25th of June. And it will also be hosted online because we are still in a strange world and we would not like to make assumptions. As you can see on the slides, we have a couple of pictures, one from last year and one from 2019, which was the in-person event before the pandemic. KDE also co-organizes the Linux Application Summit with the GNOME Foundation, and that will take place on May 13th to 15th. We'd love if you're interested in Linux apps to join us there. The CFP for both Academy and Linux Application Summit are currently open. So if anyone would like to talk about apps or KDE, or would just like to throw out a CFP submission that's relevant to the topics, please do. You can keep up to date with us on all of our social media, KDE's main site, Reddit, and Matrix IRC and Telegram channels. And KDE's Planet is our blog that lets you know what's going on. If you join the Matrix channel, we do have stickers of Conking KDE, which are lots of fun. And that is it. Thank you for sitting with me through this. Much appreciated.
No problem. So thank you very much for presenting. I thought we have a conversation, but in the end, it worked out that I showed the slide like that. So that's cool with your events. Would be great if you come to Singapore. What do you think, Marco? Can we host? Would we be able to host the KDE Academy in Singapore?
That would be great. I really love this project. It's been one of the first ones that I started using when I joined the open source world. So I have a special spot in my heart for this project.
Amazing. Well, when the world gets more back to normal and travel becomes more frequent again, let's link up and try to get an academy in Singapore.
That would be great.
That would be good. Marco, didn't you build like a Linux distribution like with the community in Spain? And wasn't that with KDE apps also?
Yeah, that was in my region. They built one, and it was based on KDE apps. Yeah. And it's still even up to date. We still use a lot of KDE apps.
Okay, awesome. So Alison, I hope like next time we can see also more proposals from the KDE community here for the event. Would be great to get more sessions and talks from you guys, yeah? And especially Absolutely. I think it's good with all the Python that you mentioned, because we have a large Python community. Marco's giving a lot of workshops with Python. So I think there's a lot of overlap, yeah?
Absolutely. And I really want to thank you both for letting having KDE here. We really appreciate it, and we're excited to be here.
Yeah, but it's not just both of us. Of course, there's a big team around it, and HomeFook is organizing most of it. So definitely like relay this thanks of yours to the entire team. Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Have a great rest of the day.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, and so we took a little more time to get started. Let's try to be a bit faster. Marco, who's the next? Who can we get in next?
Free and open source software Singapore.
FOSSG, Daryl, are you here?
FOSSG.
Or FOSSG, how do you say it? I don't know. FOSSG. Yeah, I don't see Daryl in here, but I see Rico, are you here? No, it seems like a few people just told me a few minutes ago they will be joining. I don't know if they have issues, but like I saw somebody here mentioning before, they can join from NetX Club. Achina, George, or George, I don't know. Now offline. Please indicate if you are one of the speakers for the event. I think we're now flexible with who's next.
Maybe we can ask if someone from the exhibition wants to present, right? Like someone that is on the list for today. See if we get someone.
Sriram, I think you are typing.
All right, one of the speakers.
Akina George, yeah, please go ahead. Switch on your microphone, Akina.
Yep.
Hello, am I audible?
Yep.
Yes, you're audible. We can't see your picture yet. Switch on your webcam also, so if possible. But you switched on your mic. It switched off your mic just now. Yeah.
How can I share my screen?
Your screen. I just made you presenter. There's a plus button on the left bottom. You get that plus button, and then there will be different options.
Or sharing the screen is on the bottom right next to the video camera.
Exactly. So there are two options, either upload or share the screen. There are 4 buttons in the middle, and the button the most to the right, that's the one you have to click.
Yeah, I found it. Thank you. So, can I begin with my presentation?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Then thank you very much for joining.
Thank you.
Akina, you're muted and we don't see your presentation yet, though. Akina, sorry, I think the way you chose to present the video, it doesn't work in the system. Basically, you need to upload a video to the internet in order for us to hear the sound.
Oh, okay. So where can I upload it?
But another option is that you can talk through the video, maybe. You can explain.
So basically, this is a live session, Akina. We're not prepared for showing videos on the session. Actually, this is a live session, and the videos don't work, and there's no time for upload or run you through that now. Okay. So I think we just be moving to the next speaker then. And I'm gonna stop the video because we're not prepared to like, this is a live session. This is not a pre-recorded session. Okay, so thank you very much. Akina, maybe can you share something directly with us rather than like us solving technical problems? I think we can just talk with each other. Could you maybe like switch on the video? We can have a chat about your project. What do you think? Okay, Marco, seems quite difficult to get people here on board in the evening in Singapore, whereas like in the morning it was super smooth. Any ideas?
Maybe not the best time.
Yeah, so it seems like Akina also like doesn't switch on the microphone and talk to us or have a conversation about the project. That's always how we can work around things. But we're just trying the next person. Is there anyone else here who would like to present their project in the exhibition? I see Michelle here is in the session. Michelle, what do you think? Want to go ahead? Of course, you need to activate your microphone, and you haven't done that.
Michelle. Yeah, Michelle doesn't have a microphone. She probably needs to log in again.
Basically, usually you don't need to refresh anything. What you have to do is just click on the earphones and click again, and then choose the microphone option. So I understand sometimes people have challenge, but I tried yesterday on 5 different computers and it worked for me. So I can't really replicate the issue, but like if you find any issue, definitely like put it into the issue tracker. I mean, we are a tech community, so I'm sure that we can find a way to communicate about any issues. That would be great. So, Marco, what's your idea?
No one else presenting?
Okay, so Rico, I see Rico is here in the channel of Jitsi, and I'm just gonna try to make a link between these channels. Some people might be here. Rico, Rico, can you hear me? Are you able to switch on your cam? Okay, cool. So guys, so I'm now making a cool thing here. I can make a bridge between Big Blue Button and Jitsi, and yeah, you should be able to see this now. So basically, I'm here in the main hall, and I'm here with Marco, and I just like switch on another tab, Rico, who is now in Jitsi in the exhibition. Of course, there are many ways we can do this even cooler in the future, but for now, this works already. So Rico, over there, how is it going? How are you? Yeah, Rico, your sound is slightly distorted. It sounds like your microphone is not well connected. Yeah, I know that you had this issue yourself before. I mean, yeah. So Rico is in Germany with the Open Source Business Alliance, and this is an organization for to support businesses, right? Like as the name says. So Marco, do you have any questions to Rico?
Yeah, well, I would like to know more what they do. Like I want to know like what is this alliance doing? Let's see, I think he's trying to fix the mic.
Yeah. 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 Rico, I don't know, we can hear this distorted, but I will just give the other link to you. Maybe you come into this room, maybe it's better there. Okay? I just gave you a link on the left-hand side in Jitsi. Do you see the chat? On Jitsi, you have to click on the left-hand side, bottom left, the chat option, and there's a link. Okay, see you in a moment. Let's try another channel. Maybe try another microphone. Thank you very much. Okay, so it seems like it's the evening of tech challenges. I mean, we have like 10 teams and haven't achieved to hear one team yet properly. I mean, KDE, at least the sound worked. So, Marco, do you see somebody else who we can get into the call?
I don't see anybody.
I see Gramya Gupta. Gramya, would you like to come in? Please switch on your mic. Gramya, I saw your mic was on and now it's off. You could basically just say something.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah. Yes, you're audible. Please switch on your video also.
Yeah, I would like to present my community, developer students community hubs.
Okay, so do you have slides or what? How do you want to present them?
I prepared certain slides. I would be presenting that.
Okay, go ahead. You have the presenter rights.
Okay.
So we are half an hour into lightning talks, and this will be the second session that we achieved to get going.
It's taking certain time. Just give me some time.
Okay. Is there anyone else who can present here? Sand Gits. Okay, Sand Gits. So Gramya, if you need more time, then we might be getting Sand Gits in, and let's see if they are faster. So Gramya, maybe check out your tech issues. Actually, for me, these kind of things work very fast.
Okay.
Sand Gits. Are you ready?
Yeah, Mario, we are ready.
Okay, so Sand Gits, then please, I give you the presenter rights and we try you. I have to find you here. Okay, cool. Can you switch on your video, Sand Gits?
Yeah, I've switched on my video.
Okay, this is awesome. So finally we get somebody to see here and feel more connected.
Yeah, so we would like to share a YouTube video that we have presented for the Hub exhibition. So can I share it?
Yes, you have the presenter rights and you need to click on the bottom left, the plus icon, and then choose the video option. And there, put in the YouTube video.
Okay, so I'm sharing the video link. I hope it will start now. So it is basically a 4-minute video. So after that, I think I have got 1 more minute time, but 5 minutes, right?
Yeah, okay. I think we are already out of schedule here, but like, let's see the video. Let's watch it first.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Please click play on your thing. And yeah, thank you for the video.
Department of Computer Science and Engineering has been promoting the open source culture since its inception. We are happy to be a part of FOSSASIA Summit 2021 as a hub partner. This video highlights some of the best student projects that have
Yes. Yeah, I mean, did you read the comments? People are really excited about this video. Thank you very much.
Nice video, yeah.
Yeah. So as we're already out of schedule and we have the opportunity here to learn something like really interesting and inspiring, Marco, what questions should we ask?
What questions? So let me think.
And by the way, if there are questions from the audience, I see Harish is here. Harish, if you have the questions, you can definitely join us. Maybe I have a question first. So I know, of course, about St. Kitts because I had the honor to give a presentation there. But maybe you could give a short wrap up. Where are you based, and what is this? What are all these activities? Maybe talk to us. Tell us a bit about your club. No, you need to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, so basically St. Kitts College of Engineering is from Kerala, a southernmost state in India. As Mario has already told, he was there for the inauguration of the club. So your friends actually. So he gave a clear idea on the activities of the FOSSASIA team. He invited me to this FOSSASIA Summit. And we really believe a collaboration with the FOSSASIA team and the community can do wonders. We are actually new to this this kind of activities. Even though we had done a lot of open source related projects as a club, we are just uniting and finding our pitch in. And I really hope this is the right platform to identify the right people to contribute to the community.
How old are you guys? How old is the club?
Club is in its infant stage. We just inaugurated in January, Jan 2021. So even before that, we were actually working on projects that mostly done in Python, R. So most of the open source languages we have been doing projects on. Even the main highlight of the college is that we are actually a Hyperledger associate member. So we have actually a lot of clubs associated with the department: blockchain club, cybersecurity club, coding club. A lot of clubs are also being associated with the department.
So we had Hyperledger Brian here, right? So it's really nice to see a lot of links here. Yeah, and there's Harish joining us. Harish, any questions about the St. Kitts Open Source Club?
I'm sorry, I didn't get to the early part of the video, but I assume engagements with other universities as well, and how do you go about engaging with high schools and all that?
Pardon, I didn't get the question right. How do you go on to?
Students. I mean, this is a university, isn't it? Where you guys are at?
Yeah, we're actually an autonomous college. We're affiliated to another university. We're affiliated to Kerala Technological University.
Do you have an outreach? Like the people who are in the your high schools and your what we call secondary schools and all that.
Yeah, we've got a lot of societal activities. We are actually an engineering college, so we are doing some societal activities like enlightening school students with the basics of IT, basics of computers. So we're doing some societal activities, and many of the clubs are also doing, like we have already told about the Hyperledger translation. So there is also a very active team working on the blockchain part. We have an active AI community working on AI-related projects.
Yeah. Were you putting up a URL for your projects and all that? The last question, last comment. For all the projects that you have started up that you showed in the video, is there a URL for all of that? If you just put it in the chat, it'll be good enough.
Yeah, actually, there are separate videos available. We have combined them together to a single presentation. I can share the individual presentations also. Individual.
No, what I meant is there a URL to the different projects? Projects that you had mentioned in the video.
Yeah, the individual presentation of those projects are available, but the documentation part we have not uploaded it in any web platform. So individual videos are available.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Excellent point, Harish. Maybe that's something we could add also to the exhibition page. I just copied the exhibition page here in here. There's mainly text in there, but it would be fantastic if we could link something. And of course, we're all aware nothing is built from scratch, right? I mean, like there are different projects that you put together, and like this integration work is already a lot. For example, I would be definitely interested to see the your approach with the masks. Could you quickly share what technologies did you use to build this?
Yeah, basically they have used the image processing libraries. So what happens is when a person enters, so they have taken the scenario of the college gate. So if a person enters the college gate, you have a camera situated there. So when he stands in front of the camera, it will detect whether the person is wearing mask or not. So they have used AI and image processing, machine learning techniques. And if the person is not wearing a mask, it will say or ask the person to wear a mask. So only once the person wears a mask, it will give a command or instruction to proceed with his entry to the college. So it is a basic prototype that they have implemented, and it is yet to get monetized or to go wider reach.
Well, I assume you use